Yeah, well, thanks for the assist on the copy points there, Nooch.
It's just what I do.
Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Athletes know that to advance your career, you've got to be part of a winning team. So, what about you? Are you working for a winning team? Well, here's your chance to do just that. Brandt is a strong and stable industry leader with career opportunities across Canada. We have hundreds of positions available right now, from parts, sales, positioning technology, heavy-duty mechanics, and more. Be a part of a winning team. Earn your stripes by joining Brandt today. Find out more at BrandtJobs.com.
We welcome you back live to Game 6 of the Western Conference Final between the Edmonton Oilers and the Dallas Stars, with the Oilers now 60 minutes away from a trip to the Stanley Cup Final. Our Coventry Home starting lineup: Stuart Skinner in the pipes. He's 10-5 in the postseason, and in front of him, he'll find Evan Bouchard and Matthias Ekholm to start up front. Connor McDavid, the Stanley Cup playoffs leading scorer, flanked by Ryan Nugent-Hopkins and Zach Hyman, who leads everyone with 13 Stanley Cup playoff goals in this 2024 campaign that might just require one more game for Edmonton's first Stanley Cup final appearance in 18 years. That's your starting lineup, brought to you by Coventry Homes, the preferred builder of the Edmonton Oilers. I'm Jack Michaels. We'll have the opening face-off momentarily, but first we go into the crowd for our national anthems.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command.
Tonight's exclusive NHL broadcast.
There he shoots and scores! Now it's Price on the left to Connor McDavid. Centers Kane for the hat trick. He scores!
All the action called by the voices who know the game inside and out.
This crowd explodes!
Bob Stauffer and Jack Michaels on the Oilers Radio Network.
Well, it's the biggest home game that has been played here in Edmonton, Alberta since Game 6 of the 2006 Stanley Cup Final. The Oilers won that game 4-0, and many people believe that momentum would carry over into Game 7 that year. Well, Carolina nipped Edmonton 3-1 in that Game 7, and the Oilers have waited 18 long years to get back to a Stanley Cup Final. Tonight, they could be 60 minutes away. Good evening. evening, everyone. Alongside Bob Starfer, I'm Jack Michaels, so the play-by-play of this one. Edmonton leading the series 3-2. They've got the Dallas Stars right where they want them, in Rogers Place, needing to win one home game to advance to the Stanley Cup final, and we are underway with Game 6 as Connor McDavid wins the opening draw from Tyler Seguin on a line with Jason Robertson and Rope Hintz to start. The Stars disjointed or offside coming over the line right to left, and a whistle sounds with 11 seconds gone by in this first period. We told you about the starting lineups, brought to you by our friends at Coventry Homes. Flexibility within reach. Get back in the game with customizable designs from Coventry. Skinner against Ottinger. That goaltending matchup has been sought off to this point. The Oilers have just as many players with a Stanley Cup playoff goal, and they've been superior on special teams in the series. That's why they're up heading into this Game 6. Off the neutral zone face-off, the Stars right to left, and the White and Kelly Green dump it in. A turnover by Esa Lindell. McDavid patiently waits for Zach Hyman to get onside, and then he'll flip it into the Dallas zone. Edmonton in the blue and orange, outlined in white. Rope Hintz with a breakout pass up the right-hand side. Well defended by McDavid at the line. He'll change, and it's taken over by Evan Bouchard, who not only leads defensemen, but ranks third in the league in scoring, 25 points behind only Draisaitl and McDavid. Here, his pass worked around the boards and kept onside by McLeod. A centering pass, and Draisaitl overran it. Wyatt Johnston able to clear for Dallas. He has scored in 3 consecutive games. Hammered up the boards by Kulak, but not out. Thomas Harley for the Stars takes a shot that's blocked by Corey Perry, who was injured in Game 5 but came back. A centering pass in front, a backhander by Stankoven off the side of the net, squirts out of the slot. Perry, who led the Stars to the 2020 Stanley Cup final, able to clear. But now the Edmonton Oilers get caught, and here's Wyatt Johnston reeled in at the last moment. Good work by Darnell Nurse, wide-ranging defenseman. Perry chopped down at center ice, and they're letting him play. Referees Garrett Rank and Jean Hebert, linesmen Shandor Alfonso and Johnny Murray. Mason Marchment will punch it forward up the left-hand side and into the Edmonton zone. After it is Ryan Suter, but the 39-year-old veteran D-man could not hold the zone, and Alex Petrovic from Edmonton comes over to handle. Matt Duchene, who along with Joe Pavelski is pointless in this series, and the Stars are offside right to left. And much has been made of Dallas's depth and veteran presence. Well, guys like Matt Duchene and Joe Pavelski combined 0 points on 11 shots and a -7 in this series. At least to this point, Bob, Dallas's supposed advantages in depth and in goal have not come to fruition.
And Edmonton's perceived advantage in special teams has gone the way of Edmonton.
Well, Edmonton has outscored everyone on special teams in the Stanley Cup playoffs by a combined 18-3, with a shorthanded goal, a punctuation mark from Matthias Janmark, and 2 power play goals by Nugent Hopkins carrying the day in Edmonton's 3-1 victory on Friday. Off the neutral zone draw, the Oilers send one off a Dallas stick and out of play behind Ottinger. The puck was released from beyond the Dallas blue line, so it's an Edmonton neutral zone draw. And with that in mind, perhaps Chris Knobloch will call off McDavid, Nugent Hopkins, and Hyman and bring on Derek Ryan. That's the one lineup change as we continue to go over the Coventry look. It's Ryan between Janmark and Connor Brown on the 4th line tonight instead of Sam Carrick. For Dallas, Maverick Bourque will play his 2nd NHL game, the first game in the regular season. He's the American Hockey League scoring champion. He'll play on the 4th line with Sam Steele and Joe Pavelski, who's been dropped there. Pavelski knocks it down. Steele right on cue from Sherwood Park will send it toward the Oiler goal, immediately reversed out by Nurse with help from Janmark, and Dallas has to go D-to-D on a reset. Lindell hustles it up the center. He'll shoot it in. Stars pour in right to left. Hintz late to the puck. Skinner steers it over to Darnell Nurse. A brief bobble and then mishandled up the left-hand side, intended for Connor Brown. Lindell looking to catch Edmonton in transition. Rope Hintz drop past Jason Robertson. Fires off the blocker of Skinner. Rebound in front. A wrist shot off the post. And a good chance, but Seguin unable to bury it. Now a shot by Tanev sails wide from the point. Chris Tanev banged up, but he played a solid 19 minutes in Game 5. Here's Kulak up the left-hand side. Knew Seguin was coming, coughed it up. And here come the Stars. Seguin, right circle. Tried to dish in front for Johnston, and that was broken up by Kulak. Missed opportunity for the Stars, but Sagan forces another turnover. Robertson fires off the pads of Skinner, who makes the save. And Edmonton a little sloppy early. Thomas Harley will give it up. Sagan that time could not control. McDavid onto the ice. Nugent-Hopkins catches Hyman, and now Harley back defensively. He shoves Hyman behind the net. Hyman tried to twirl it in front, and he's drawn a penalty for tripping against Chris Tanev. The veteran does not like the call, but after being outshot 30-0 in the early going, Edmonton will get the game's first power play.
Well, the Oilers survived 2 giveaways, one from Nurse, one from Kulak. And then a long stretch, got the puck up the ice to Hyman, and he got inside position on Tanev, who cleaved him. Edmonton is 2 for 9 on the power play in this series and went 2 for 3 in the last game.
And quite frankly, Bob, I was initially going to say Zach Hyman had a guy open in the slot, but when he ducked inside on Chris Tanev, he surprised him.
Yeah, bit of a tough call on Tanev, but
Draisaitl will take the face-off on the Atco power play. Atco Energy, your trusted Alberta retailer. McDavid and Hyman stacked in the slot. Edmonton able to gain possession off the draw, and then a poor pass back to Bouchard, and Edmonton will drift back into its own zone. Nugent-Hopkins and Hyman each with 4 power play goals in the playoffs. Leon Draisaitl leads the league with 6. Nugent-Hopkins keeps it alive for McDavid. Tried to fire it across the Draisaitl. That was broken up. Heiskanen draped all over Hyman. Tough pass, high slot. Bouchard control. Nugent-Hopkins gives it back to Bouchard. Right side, McDavid top of the circle. Now Draisaitl coming off the goal line. Finds McDavid. Heading for the net. Around Steele. Toe drag. Backhander score. What a sensational goal by the captain, Connor McDavid. It's 1-0 Edmonton in Game 6. Spectacular!
that is highlight of the night material from Connor McDavid. A double dangle. The Oilers swing the puck across to McDavid. He hops inside a 2-man on the play, goes to his backhand. World-class finish from the world's best player.
I mean, that was just phenomenal. And he made it look like he's done it 1,000 times in his driveway. Probably because he has
done it 1,000 times in his driveway. That was ridiculous, Jack. Just an obscene goal from Connor McDavid to get this thing started.
McDavid from Draisaitl. And even the captain seemed to recognize that was special. 1-0 in Game 6. The Oilers convert on the power play for the 3rd time in 4 tries after going through a rough stretch where they were just 1 of 16. Edmonton jams it in deep off the center ice draw. Bouchard will pick up his 20th assist of the playoffs on the scoring play. And the MVP chants reverberating throughout Rogers Place. The Stars muscle it back into the Edmonton zone. And now it's Holloway with a clear up the left-hand side. Evander Kane, pursuant to the puck in the offensive zone, going to be cleared up the left wing boards and sent down deep by Dadonov. Waved at up to Holloway by Kulak. And then turned over at center. Joe Pavelski into the zone. Mishandled by Maverick Bourque, who was a line mate for 3 years with Xavier Bourgault with Shawinigan in the Quebec Major Junior League. Pavelski tried to center, and that's going to be pulled in by Stuart Skinner. I had a chance to talk to Bourque, and he said, look, like Borgie, meaning Xavier Bourgault in this case, there was nowhere to go for me this year. It wasn't my fault. They didn't have any injuries, and this is a stacked team. I just had to be patient. And in fact, he won the scoring championship because Stankoven was the first to get called up. He was leading the league at the time of his recall.
Absolute driver for Shawinigan the year they won the QMJHL championship. Jack, the Oilers pairing of Nurse and Kulak, they got to settle down a bit. They've had 4 giveaways already in the first 5 minutes and 10 seconds of this game.
Kulak playing on his offside yet again. Off the draw. The Stars are able to work it down low. Here's Maverick Bourque. Just 1 NHL game to his credit over his 2 professional campaigns. Corey Perry pitchforked it out towards center, and that's Shoveled in eventually by Draisaitl, but Edmonton offside left to right. And with 5.5 gone by in the first, we'll bring the face-off out to the neutral zone. Jake Ottinger beaten for a goal on the very first shot he faced. He's 6-2 in this postseason. As Bob mentioned, Dallas very good on the road all season long. The best record away from home in the NHL. And Ottinger, a big reason why. Save percentage, .937 in the playoffs. He had won 12 of 13 prior to Game 4. But he and the Stars saw a 2-0 lead get away in that game that thus far has proven to be the decisive turning point of this series. And now the Stars, with an errant pass off the neutral zone draw, will find themselves whistled for icing. Shandor Alfonso signaling as such. Pete DeBoer wants an explanation on the Dallas bench. He's in danger of losing a 5th consecutive conference final. He's been to 7. Took the 2012 Devils and the 2016 Sharks to the final. Beaten both times in 6 games. Off the draw. Won by Sagan. Wound around the left-hand side. Robertson was able to nudge it in. Skinner forced to handle. Nurse on his offside. Kulak, right wing for McLeod. Missed Draisaitl, cutting down the middle. Now Nurse takes over. Kulak protecting right in front of his own bench, and it's forked back in. Kulak and Nurse once again, this time serving it up the right-hand side. Draisaitl had it knocked off his stick. Draisaitl locating the puck, forces it back into the Dallas zone, slammed up to Sagan by Heiskanen, shot in by Sagan, but he took a hard hit from Nurse in the process. Skinner to Ceci. Nearly a miscommunication there, but Sagan could not take advantage, and it's whistled out to Cody Ceci, who fires it in deep. Ottinger will give it up for Tanev. Over to Thomas Harley. Up the gut, Jamie Benn. He'll guide it right-hand side for Tanev. Down low, Wyatt Johnston looking to protect the puck in close quarters. Benn, who's led the Stars with 7 points in this series. Sliding down low is Harley. Jamie Benn on the left half boards. Harley, Johnston. Harley left circle. Stankoven. By far Dallas's best line of the series, but Edmonton able to take it away from Stankoven. And Janmark will chip and charge in against Cristana. Harley comes over to help out. You got a 4-player pile up behind the Dallas net. Retrieved ultimately by Harley, and he'll skate it right to left. He looks for Matt Duchene. In over the line against McDavid. Tried to cut inside, lost the handle. And what do we have? Too many men?
I think Edmonton had too many men on the ice here.
Time of the penalty, 7:14. Jean Hebert is ushering an Oiler into the box.
McDavid came on. Derek Ryan wasn't all the way off yet. McDavid.
That's exactly what it is. 12:46 to go in the first period. Edmonton, a too many men on the ice call, but a 1-0 lead in Game 6. McDavid, an electrifying power play goal from Draisaitl and Bouchard. The Oilers up 1 and on the penalty kill when we come back with Ford Dealers NHL Hockey, the Oilers Radio Network.
Portage College graduates are incredibly employable. How does Portage know? 99% of employers surveyed said they would hire a Portage grad. Get career ready at Portage College. Learn more by visiting portagecollege.ca.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
Discover the epitome of elegance at Alberta Diamond Exchange, dedicated to crafting unforgettable moments with exquisite jewelry collections for over 2 decades. From stunning engagement rings to timeless wedding bands and anniversary treasures, the Alberta Diamond Exchange commitment extends far beyond I do. Your journey with Alberta Diamond Exchange is not just about jewelry, it's about an unparalleled experience. Check out the Aspen Glen Landing Boutique in Southwest Calgary, and for more information, head to abdiamond.ca today.
Believing in yourself takes confidence. At Portage College, 93% of grads say their education gave them the skills and knowledge they needed for their careers. That's the kind of confidence that leads to great results. Learn more at portagecollege.ca.
Dallas power play, face off to the left of Stuart Skinner. Jack Michaels, Bob Stauffer with you on our Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth. Henrique and Nugent Hopkins out there with Nurse and Ekholm. Jamie Benn replaces Sagan in the face-off circle for Dallas. It's a Napa Auto Parts penalty kill for the Oilers. They've wiped out 25 straight, tying a playoff club record. Off the draw, Miro Heiskanen, slippery down the right-hand side. Edmonton has not allowed a power play goal in 9 straight games. Jason Robertson, pursued by Nugent Hopkins. Now it's Jamie Benn. Crosses, that was booted away by Henrique. Sagan first on the puck. He'll sift it over to Rope Hintz. 1-0 Edmonton in Game 6. McDavid scoring on the power play for the Oilers. Tug free by Nugent Hopkins. Belly down, Adam Henrique able to flick it inside the Dallas line. Quick change for the Oilers. Jamie Benn will shoot it in for the Stars. Sagan tying up Janmark. Nurse, CC, and Connor Brown on the ice for the Oilers. Heiskanen winds it around for Robertson. Coming off the right half boards, gets it back from Heiskanen. Top of the right circle, Jason Robertson had a hat trick here in Dallas's win in Game 3. A shot to the net from Heiskanen, blocked, smothered, and cleared by Darnell Nurse. Heiskanen back to center. Now Rope Hintz. He ran into his own man, Jamie Benn. And Derek Ryan will backhand it down the ice. Dallas 0 for 11 on the power play in this series. Stars had been good on the road penalty killing until being touched for that McDavid goal early. Beautiful toe drag and a backhand finish for the Edmonton captain. Thomas Harley, Pavelski wires a pass, open right circle, and a save made by Skinner. Stankoven brushed it off a little bit, Bob, and it cost him. Skinner had time to recover and make a routine stop.
Yeah, if he one-touches that, it would have been a much more difficult save for Stu. And Stankoven almost kind of took himself a little bit of a lower percentage shot angle from there.
Yeah, it was
of course,
strange.
Ekholm was fronting the puck a bit, but if he lets it go right away.
It's got to be a one-timer. He dusted it off, and he paid for it. Logan Stankoven, 3 goals, 8 points in the playoffs for the Stars. Off the draw, he finds Duchesne. Wrist shot, and that blistered through traffic, hopped off the boards. Harley will back off, and Edmonton's Ryan McLeod clears. Henrique calls for a substitution. Pavelski at center ice. He'll drop it off for Stankoven. Logan Stankoven on the left half boards to Harley. Ducked inside. One-timer, and that missed. Good chance that time, but Harley could not get it on net. And now Edmonton's penalty is over. The too many men on the ice call does not come back to haunt the Oilers. Their 1-0 lead intact. Redirected wide from the slot by Pavelski. Stankoven on the rebound, 5-on-5. A shot sent wide from up top by Lindell. Rebound Stankoven. Oh, he took a hard elbow. That was an aggressive shot landed by Zach Hyman. Stars tried to carve it out of there. Pavelski did with a quick shot and a save made by Skinner. Rebound gobbled up by Ryan McLeod. Will trip behind his own net. Strange decision to give it back to Darnell Nurse, who immediately gives it back to McLeod. Fires one laterally, right wing for Hyman. Centering pass wide open to the net. A backhander sent wide by Matthias Janmark, and he was wide open. Just failed to finish. Ottinger has still seen only one shot on net through 10 minutes, and that would have been interesting if Janmark had put it on the goal. Chance for Sam Steele. In from the right-hand side. Muscled off the puck by Bouchard. Steele stays strong. Frees it up. Another chance. Dodonov fires sharp angle. Saves Skinner. Rebound Steele. Back on it for Dallas. He got popped by McDavid. Dodonov from behind the net. Off target intended for Steele. Draisaitl, McDavid, and Hyman out there fresh off a successful penalty kill. Bouchard sets up McDavid. In over the line. Right wing Draisaitl. Backhanded out. Bouchard slap pass. Draisaitl healed that one wide. Holloway has replaced Hyman. And Draisaitl has the puck beneath the goal line for Edmonton, 5-on-5. Bouchard, slide step to his right, loading up. Still waiting, still operating, and eventually tucking it down low for Holloway. He's crowded in the corner, and Heiskanen will golf that one out of the zone. Retrieved by Draisaitl, and the crowd urging Edmonton on. 8:50 to go in this first period. McDavid has given Edmonton a 1-0 lead. Draisaitl in over the line, a shot left circle, and that was stopped by Petrovic. Rebound chipped out by Wyatt Johnston. Handled by Cody Ceci in his own zone, and he clears for Edmonton. That bounce ate up Ryan Suter. Holloway pounces on it, drop pass of Evander Kane back in front, and that was deflected to the corner. Jamie Benn lunging and putting it on Robertson's stick. He'll drop it back to center. Kane across, and now whipped up the left-hand side. Holloway got it in deep for a moment. Teams both claiming the other had too many men as it slithered through the benches, and now Evander Kane makes sure to get it in deep. Harley turned it over. Kane did not look, and Marchment picked off his pass intended for Kulak. Matt Duchesne up the right-hand side. He got belted by Nurse. Got right back up, snatched the puck. Here's Duchesne, centering pass to Donov. Tried to feather it back in front for Marchment, and it was broken up. McDavid comes down low to make the play on the puck, and it's cleared by Nugent Hopkins, deflected away by Harley, and Ottinger directing traffic for Chris Tanev. Up the right-hand side, Steele had his stick tied up. Here's McDavid, twirling, spinning, unable to get around Harley. Sifts it out, Bouchard to drive, and that was blocked by Duchesne. Rebound Ekholm, he'll try to guide it down low. Matt Duchesne, a long career, now in its 15th season. This is as far as he's ever been. Knocked down by Joe Pavelski. Up the right-hand side. Sent up the boards. Matt Duchesne able to snag the puck. Pavelski comes away with it. Right wing with Bouchard back. A wrist shot and a save. Stuart Skinner, no rebound, and he'll freeze it. With 7:05 to go in the first period, the Stars have outshot the Oilers 6-1. But Edmonton's one shot was a beauty. Jamie Benn trying to get involved first with Bouchard, then with Ekholm. Pride apart, some pushing, some shoving, some nastiness. Why wouldn't you see that? It's Game 6 of the West Final. Everything on the line tonight for Dallas. Edmonton, its first crack at advancing to its first Stanley Cup final since 2006. It's 1-0 for the Oilers. Connor McDavid, a power play goal, and we're back with more live play-by-play from sold-out Rogers Place in downtown Edmonton on a beautiful night. Will it be a night of celebration? We're about 47 minutes away from finding out. This is Ford Dealers NHL Hockey, the Oilers Radio Network.
McDavid trying to come in with speed. Here he comes. McDavid shoots. Top shelf. He scores!
Hey, Edmonton. Rogers wants you to stay connected to your Edmonton Oilers.
Connor McDavid! Fantastic!
Catch every goal on Canada's largest and most reliable 5G network with Rogers 5G mobile plans. To learn more, visit rogers.com/5G. That's rogers.com/5G.
Blue collar work deserves big dollar perks. Get a heavy wallet with Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals. Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals is hiring heavy equipment technicians, maintenance supervisors, PM servicemen, maintenance coordinators, and pretty much every other position that makes Alberta go. We help move the earth that makes Alberta grow. So why not work for a company that makes your bank account grow too? Visit heavymetalequipment.ca to find your new career. Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals, helping you move the earth.
When you play the largest 50-50 in sports, everybody wins. Your support makes all of oil country a better place. A place of kindness, caring, and compassion. Uplifting those in need, changing lives forever. The largest 50-50 pot in professional sports is currently growing by the second. Get your tickets now at EdmontonOilers.com and help change lives today. Maybe even your own.
AGLC license number 645766.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app.
This is the Oilers Radio Network.
7:05 remaining first period. Dallas on the short end, 1-0. Connor McDavid, power play goal from Draisaitl and Bouchard, and the Oilers take a face-off in their own zone, and McLeod steers one toward the net. That'll be fielded by Jake Ottinger. Edmonton has not gotten many pucks toward Ottinger, but they got a tripping call against Chris Tanev and immediately capitalized when McDavid toe dragged from left to right, cut to the middle, and beat Ottinger with a backhander. And Edmonton, by that margin, a 1-0 lead in Game 6 with an opportunity to eliminate Dallas and move on to the Stanley Cup Final with Games 1 and 2 Saturday and Monday in Sunrise, Florida. Sent in deep after a Dallas clear following the draw by Corey Perry. Stars work it up the left-hand side. Corey Perry knocks it down. Stankoven had it and lost it. Now backed off Kulak. Right side, Ryan McLeod. Leon Draisaitl along the end boards. He'll wind it around. Kulak back to Draisaitl on the half wall. Reaching for it is Corey Perry, but Dallas able to clear. Logan Stankoven able to bank it in. And Kulak back to get it in his own zone for the Edmonton Oilers, who lead this game 1-0, 6:10 to play first period. Petrovic defending his own blue line against Evander Kane. The puck worked free for a moment and then swung away from Holloway, and the Stars quickly flip back through the middle. Edmonton has gotten the first goal in this game as a result of its power play. Alex Petrovic will shoot it in. Skinner to knock it down for the Oilers. Up the left-hand side. Edmonton kind of gifted a second shot, but now looking to make things difficult. Dylan Holloway to Ceci, and he lost the handle at the last second. And I think we're going to get another penalty whistled against the Dallas Stars for a slash. Ceci appeared to break loose and might have taken a slash on the backside from Ryan Suter. 5:38 to go in the first period. Suter goes to the box. Edmonton back to the power play. Already leading Game 6 by a count of 1-0. This is Ford Dealers NHL Hockey. The Oilers Radio Network.
Hey, Paul Brandt here. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I'm proud to call myself an Albertan. You know, after years of touring this great province in my Ford F-150, I've learned the value of driving a tough, capable, smart truck. Whether you're working for the weekend or long-hauling it like I am, there's an F-150 for every Albertan, with plenty of options to choose from, like available Pro Power on board. So if you're looking for a new truck, stop by your Alberta Ford dealer and tell them PB sent you.
At Northern Lakes College, students work, raise their family, and complete their certificate, diploma, or partnership degree. With NLC's supported distance learning model, you can do it all in a flexible online classroom. Programs in academic upgrading, business, health, human services, resource technology, university studies, and more, including a wide range of courses available through continuing education. Skate into your new career in a learning environment that works for you. NorthernLakesCollege.ca. Everywhere you need them to be.
As the excitement heats up on the ice, why not heat things up at home too with Pizza 73, the official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. There's no better pairing for hockey than hot, delicious pizza delivered right to your door. So whether you're cheering from the arena or your living room, make sure you've got Pizza 73 on your team. Order now and fuel your playoff passion with the perfect pie. Remember, on game nights, don't just watch, deliver with Pizza 73.
Oilers leading Game 6, 1-0. Atco power play next up. 50-50 jackpot climbing to $2 million right now, and you're still eligible for the early bird prizing tonight. 2 tickets to Sarah McLachlan or $15,000 cash, benefiting Make-A-Wish Canada and YMCA of Northern Alberta. Draisaitl, McDavid, and Hyman out there with Nugent Hopkins and Bouchard. McDavid and Hyman stacked in the slot. McDavid scored a power play goal 4 minutes into this game, but here Dallas able to get a draw and a length of the ice clear from Essa Lindell. Skinner will leave it for Evan Bouchard. 5.5 minutes remain in the first period, and Edmonton, on the strength of that McDavid power play goal, leads it 1-0. He takes a handoff from Draisaitl, swooping in. Short side, couldn't bring it back to his forehand. Tanev disrupted, and Sam Steele got a clear up the right-hand side, and the Oilers have to retreat back behind their own net. Jack Michaels, Bob Stauffer with you. Crowd ready to celebrate. The Oilers 45 minutes away from doing so themselves. McDavid will swing it around the boards. Here's Draisaitl to the middle of the ice. Hyman, and another misplay. Bouchard in the high slot, unable to hold the zone. He and Draisaitl assisted on McDavid's power play goal. McDavid, left to right. Draisaitl got it, forked it toward the net. Chris Tanev with McDavid tying him up, centering quickly to the net, and Hyman shot it wide. Smack back to Bouchard. Dallas wanted a hook on Connor McDavid, did not get the goal. Rope Hintz challenging Bouchard up top. McDavid took it from Hyman in over the line. Now feeds Hyman. Quick shot, score! Power play goal! Edmonton takes a 2-0 lead. Zach Hyman from Connor McDavid with his 14th. And this crowd on its feet.
4 for 5 on the power play in the last 2 games for the Edmonton Oilers. McDavid with a quick little interior touch. Hyman and McDavid a give and go. And Hyman goes right down the middle, and Connor finds him and sifts it with a great finish. And it's 2-0 Oilers.
4:18 to go in the first period. Banged in by Dallas off the draw. Brett Kulak up the left-hand side for Matthias Janmark. Dadonov challenging. That's hoisted toward the net by Adam Henrique. Rushed to the corner by Jake Ottinger. Mason Marchment will lug it up to center ice, and he'll wrist it down deep. The Oilers a 2-0 lead in Game 6. A centering pass in tight. Marchment lunging, batted down. Holloway after it. Heiskanen backhands it down low, and Matt Duchene checked off the puck. Duchene against Brett Kulak. Centering pass. Marchment backhander to save Skinner. Rebound Duchene. Solid push back from Dallas. Duchene, sharp angle shot. Save made by Skinner off a setup from Dadonov. Bouchard will get a second assist for the second straight Oiler power play goal in this first period. Nugent Hopkins scored a pair on Friday night in Dallas. McDavid and Hyman have 2 more tonight. And the Oiler power play back to clicking at an otherworldly rate. Dallas from the neutral zone. Maverick Bourque sends it in deep. Derek Ryan spun around in the corner against Pavelski. Bourque digging. Johnston hovering close by, trying to rake it free off the end boards. Bourque checked by Ryan. 2 guys injected back into their respective lineups tonight. Pavelski to Johnston beneath the goal line, circling, stuffing, saves Skinner, and he'll freeze it with 2:39 to go in this first period.
Got a high stick coming up to Ceci. They're checking for blood here to see if it's 2 or 4. It might not be on Ceci.
I think it's a roughing call, maybe. What do we have here?
Edmonton 27, minor penalty for high sticking.
Oh, it is a high stick, but it's to Kulak. So Kulak to the box, and Dallas its second power play of the night. The Oilers are 2 for 2. Dallas is 0 for 12 in this series.
Dallas is outplaying Edmonton 5-on-5 in this game. This is a big kill for the Oilers, though. You're up 2-0. They haven't had a lot going on. Just giving them a power play here. They're looking to break through.
Face off to Skinner's left-hand side off the draw. Jamie Benn dashing after it. Well, Dallas had a 2-goal lead in this building in Game 4 and could not hold it. Rope Hintz to the middle. Wrist shot and a glove save made by Stuart Skinner, and he'll freeze it. And, of course, in Game 3, Bob, Edmonton had a 2-goal lead and couldn't hold it. So in each of the last 2 games of this series played at this building, the team that's gone up 2-0 has lost.
Jamie Benn so strong. He literally lifted Adam Henrique off the puck here. Broberg's going to get a shift on defense on the PK with Kulak in the box. Broberg and Ekholm together.
With Nugent Hopkins and Derek Ryan. Nugent Hopkins to take the draw to the left of Skinner. Won the face-off against Tyler Seguin, and it's blasted down the ice by Matthias Ekholm. Jake Ottinger will leave it for Miro Heiskanen. Dallas. Minute 35 on the Napa Auto Parts penalty kill. Jamie Benn in over the line, left-hand side. He'll send it down low. Ekholm able to keep it on his stick and fire it down the ice, and the Stars once again forced into full retreat. Here's Rope Hintz through the middle of the ice. Over the line, Jason Robertson. Give and go with Heiskanen. Robertson right circle. Heiskanen lining it up, shooting. Redirected wide of Skinner. Rebound, Jamie Benn left circle. Tried to stuff it in front. Save Skinner a second time on Hintz. Robertson and Hintz with good looks. Here's Sagan left circle. Forced in deep. Brushed back to Heiskanen by Hintz. Ben got caught between shot and pass, fumbled the puck away, and that's fired down the ice by Connor Brown. Little hesitation there from Jamie Benn, and it cost the Dallas Stars, who've outshot the Oilers 10-3. But Skinner has 10 saves. Jake Ottinger has 1. And it's 2-0 Edmonton in Game 6. Duchesne dashes in. Pavelski fires it across. Logan Stankoven tried to center. That was broken up. McLeod attempting to clear. Held in by Harley. With a minute to go in the period, Pavelski with a turnover. Pavelski and Jamie Benn with costly miscues on this power play, and it's cost Dallas time and opportunity. Duchesne walks in left-hand side. Johnston had it popped off his stick by Ekholm, racing over to help out as Broberg. Duchesne served it up the boards, and it trickles outside the zone. Kulak is out of the box, and his high-sticking minor does not hurt Edmonton. Dallas wants one final change here with 30 seconds to go in the period. Matt Duchesne, long-range shot, tipped and held by Stuart Skinner. Just long enough to get the whistle with 22 seconds on the game clock. Edmonton leading 2-0 on power play goals by McDavid and Hyman. McDavid a goal and an assist. Bouchard has assists on both. And the Oilers are now 40 minutes and 21 seconds away from going from 30th place and seemingly dead in the water at U.S. Thanksgiving to the Stanley Cup Final. Face off to Skinner's right-hand side. Sam Steele pulls it back, and that went through everyone. Heiskanen gives chase. Ottinger up the right-hand side to Lindell. Sam Steele across the line to Mason Marchment. Pulls up, right side, takes a shot. Deflected on net. Skinner makes the save, and he'll freeze it with 2.5 seconds to go. And the Edmonton Oilers, still with a 2-0 lead, have to negotiate one more draw before the period is out.
Dallas has done some good things 5-on-5, Jack, in this game. But special teams are part of the game. And the Oilers are feeling it right now in the power play. And their penalty killing has been terrific.
Well, all playoffs long, Bob. I mean, this is now Edmonton's 18th game, and they've outscored their opposition by an average of a goal a game in the playoffs.
And that's often...
You're up 1-0 before the horn sounds.
Oh, Connor got tweaked there off the draw with Stankoven.
He's fine. McDavid back on his feet. He'll take the draw against Joe Pavelski.
My apologies, Pavelski, 16, not 11.
Off the face-off. Bouchard freezes on the half wall, and Edmonton gleefully to the locker room with a 2-0 lead. And this has been a storyline throughout the Stanley Cup playoffs. The Oilers have outscored their opposition 49-27 in the first 40 minutes throughout the Stanley Cup playoffs. That's first and second periods combined. They're a plus 22. Dallas combined a -2. 4 goals in this game despite the 12-3 shot clock for the Dallas Stars. Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, a part of that power play that was 2 for 2 in the first period. He's with our Brendan Escott.
Let's get a thought first, Ryan, from you on that power play and what you think the difference was in being able to cash in twice in that opening frame.
Sticking with it. Obviously a great play by Connor, individual effort there on the first one, but on the second one we didn't have a whole lot of possession. I mean, they're pressing us hard, but I mean, obviously you have to stick with it and make plays when they're there, and it was a great little play in there, and Hymes buries it.
Now tell me about the things that you've learned over this playoff run specifically that give you confidence that you guys can hang on here for the next 40 minutes and get this thing done.
Well, I mean, we've seen what they can do if we let them push at us. So we know what to expect. I think we can be better, to be honest, coming through the neutral zone, not turn pucks over, making sure that we establish a forecheck, and we're going to talk about that here going in a second.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thanks.
Jack?
Ryan Nugent-Hopkins is exactly right. I mean, he's bang on, and I think that recognizance of the fact that despite the score is 2-0, there's a lot of work to be done, and I think he was very quick to kind of subtly, not correct Brendan, but adjust that way of thinking. Hey, well, if we start thinking we got to hang on to this 2-0 lead, we're going to be in more trouble 5-on-5 than we already are.
That is the second worst stretch Edmonton's had 5-on-5 in the series. You'd recall the worst stretch that they had.
Game 3 in this building.
Right.
When the Oilers had a 2-goal lead. And that's the thing you have to remember is the last 2 games in this building, the team that was up 2-0 lost the hockey game.
So Edmonton's got to dig in here, and they've had a power plays red hot. I mean, McDavid, a brilliant individual effort on the first one, and the fake move that he made on the second that opened up the ice, faked a quick pass, and that brought over a forward and a defenseman over to McDavid, opened up a seam for Hyman to walk right down Main Street, and he ripped one home. Connor's had a huge period so far. Oilers got to do a better job, Jack, transitioning the puck out of their own zone, transitioning, not transporting. Get that puck, let the puck do the work, get it up the ice. They're going to have to push. We saw how significant their push was here in period 2 in game 3. So I'm with Ryan H.
But on the other hand, they pushed in that first period. Their power play let them down, and so did their penalty killing. And Jake Ottinger has not given Dallas the kind of save that Stuart Skinner did.
Edmonton's got to play way better 5-on-5 than they did in that period. There's no other way to... But saying that, I expect them to play way better 5-on-5 in period number 2.
And that's one of Skinner's better periods in this series,
he was solid.
Quite frankly.
He was solid.
He was rock solid. And as a result, I mean, goaltending and special teams, there you go. Stuart Skinner, a perfect 12 for 12. Jake Ottinger, 1 out of 3. McDavid and Hyman, tough finishes. I mean, obviously, you're talking about 2 of the elite goal scorers in the game. One guy scored 64 a year ago. One guy has, in this season, when you include regular season playoffs, he has 68. Zach Hyman, 54 during the regular season, 14 in the playoffs, and now 28 in the 46 Stanley Cup playoff games he has played as an Oiler. Simply remarkable. The power play carrying Edmonton to a 2-0 lead after the first. But again, the penalty kill, in my mind, has gotten to this Edmonton to this point, and it's been instrumental in maintaining a 2-goal lead tonight. It's now 27 for its last 27. That, folks, is perfect. Edmonton 2, Dallas no score. 40 minutes to the Stanley Cup final. Rob Brown, Reed Wilkins on the other side. This is Ford Dealers NHL Hockey and the Western Conference Final. Live from sold-out Rogers Place in downtown Edmonton. The Oilers Radio Network.
From your home to the ice rink, ATCO Energy is there. As the official energy provider of Rogers Place, we're also proud partners of the Edmonton Oilers. ATCO Energy, powering your place. Customers are free to purchase natural gas services or electricity services from a retailer of their choice. For a list of retailers, visit ucahelps.alberta.ca or call 310-4822.
Stay connected with your community and enjoy the latest updates and exclusive access to concerts and events by becoming a 630 CHED Insider. Don't miss out on a single moment.
Sign up now at 630ched.com
and click on CHED Insider Newsletter to become a vital part of Edmonton's premier news and talk community. 630 CHED, Edmonton's news, today's talk.
Where Edmonton stays informed and entertained.
Today and every day. At the intermission, brought to you by End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Coming off the goal line, finds McDavid, heading for the net, around Steele, toe drag, backhander score. What a sensational goal by the captain, Connor McDavid. It's 1-0 Edmonton in Game 6. Spectacular! Absolute brilliance by Connor McDavid to open the scoring on a power play, 4:17 into the first period. Then Zach Hyman scored on the power play with 4:18 left in the period. That's the highlight zone for Century Casinos, all in, all games, all season. Century Casinos, 3 great locations, Edmonton, St. Albert, and next to the Edmonton International Airport. Welcome to the winter zone. The Oilers looking to advance to the Stanley Cup final. They lead Dallas 2-0 after the first period. However, Rob Brown, shots 12-3 Dallas, and they were clearly the better team except for the special teams.
Oh, without a doubt they were. Unfortunately, most games are decided by specialty teams and goaltending. And in the first 20 minutes, the Oilers got both of those. Before the game, Bob asked for the keys to the game. I said, the Oilers score a goal early, because with the electricity in the air in here, 1 goal will feel like 3. They got that early goal, and have their specialty teams win the battle again, as they have all playoffs long, and tonight, just like the entire series. The Dallas Stars 5-on-5 are a good hockey club, but specialty teams, they are not. And you can't beat the Edmonton Oilers if you take penalties, for one, and B, if you don't score on your power play. And tonight, again, Stuart Skinner made big saves. Ottinger didn't. The Oilers' power play scored 2 goals. The Dallas Stars didn't. And it's tough to score 5-on-5 goals in the playoffs. You've got to take advantage of your power plays. Edmonton has, Dallas hasn't.
Oilers are up to 27 straight on the penalty kill. They killed off a too many men penalty, killed off a high sticking penalty to Kulak, and the McDavid goal we played, Rob. I mean, that's one of those where you say, well, how many other players in the league could do that?
Well, it's funny. Going to the second goal, the Hyman goal, that was a mistake that the Dallas Stars made. They got caught chasing and left a man wide open. On the McDavid goal, that's one where you just got beat by a better player. There's sometimes, and we've seen this, where Leon scores from about a foot off the goal line, and you're like, okay, we did everything right. Sometimes a better player beats you. Second power play goal, mistake by the Dallas Stars. First power play goal, that's just the world's best player making it look too easy. It was a Zach Hyman on a nothing play, drew a penalty, and at that point you just feel the buzz in you, and you're like, okay. Dallas did not want to take a penalty early in this hockey game, and Connor McDavid, who was jumping all period long, he gets a pretty little play, and Ottinger has not made a big save for the Dallas Stars, and in that period he only had 1 save in the period. So electric. This place was electric, and Connor McDavid brought the roof off in here with that pretty goal.
Well, and you're talking about a bit of a misread by Dallas leading to the Hyman goal. Dallas made an error committing that penalty, because it looked like the Oilers' rush was squandered, and then the puck just kind of drifts past 2 Dallas players, and Cody Ceci, of all people, has a mini breakaway. Suter slashed him on the wrist.
Good play by Ceci, continuing up on the play. And the Dallas Stars, and they'll talk about it, if this series ends tonight, it's a series of inches. And on that play right there, Ryan Suter, the puck just rolled 2 inches too far from him, and now he's flat-footed, and Ceci's coming with full speed. It was a good penalty to take. Cody Ceci had a breakaway by himself. He fumbled it at first, was about to get it again in the slash. It was a good call by the referee, and the Oilers took advantage of it. Yes, so the Dallas Stars, when you play against a team as good as the Edmonton Oilers, you've got to play perfect hockey. And in the first period, the Dallas Stars made 2 mistakes. Both were penalties, and because of that, find themselves trailing 2 goals here with only 40 minutes left.
All right, but 2-0 leads. We know that they can evaporate sometimes quickly, and Dallas was good. I mean, the Oilers turned over the puck. I think Dallas forced some of those turnovers. Skinner had to make some challenging saves. What do the Oilers have to change here in the second period?
Well, the Dallas Stars were very good on the forecheck, so the Edmonton Oilers got to get rid of the puck quicker in their own zone. And that is A, defensemen getting there faster, B, the defensemen knowing where they're going to go with the puck before they get there, and also 3, the forwards being back in the right position. The Dallas Stars have a good forecheck, and there was more forechecking in that period by Dallas than we've seen in the last couple games. They created, but the one thing that you like about the Oilers, as much as the shots were 12-3 in favor of the Stars, I would say that every one of those 12 shots was contested. Every one of those shots, there was somebody that had a piece of the stick, a piece of the player, was pressuring from behind. It wasn't open looks. And then the Oilers got a break. If you're going to beat good teams, you got to get breaks. And there was a play where the puck came out the side. I believe it was Duchesne. Stuart Skinner was looking the wrong way. Duchesne had half the net to shoot at, and he fired it, and he hit Skinner. Yep. Skinner didn't see it. And those are breaks that you need. And the Edmonton Oilers in the first period got that. But for this Oiler team to win the hockey game, they will have to play better in the second and third than they did in the first, because the Dallas Stars are playing well. They are one shot away from giving themselves some confidence. If they pull within 2-1, all of a sudden they will wake up and they'll perk up a little bit. And they're like, all right, we're back in this. So the Edmonton Oilers extending the lead will be huge in this game. If you're a team chasing and all of a sudden now you're down 3, that mountain just seems so big.
The shot attempts, by the way, were 23-8 for Dallas. So they had the puck way more. And the Oilers' only shot that didn't go in was credited to Ryan McLeod. And that was the one that bounced off his leg on a missed entry pass and rolled to Ottinger. So Ottinger actually didn't stop a shot that was at his net.
The Oilers weren't good 5-on-5 in the first 20 minutes, but they didn't have to be because they scored 2 power play goals.
2-0 Edmonton after 1. Fort Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
Athletes know that to advance your career, you've got to be part of a winning team. So, what about you? Are you working for a winning team? Well, here's your chance to do just that. Brandt is a strong and stable industry leader with career opportunities across Canada. We have hundreds of positions available right now, from parts, sales, positioning technology, heavy-duty mechanics, and more. Be a part of a winning team. Earn your stripes by joining Brandt today. Find out more at BrandtJobs.com.
Straining to find the right home? You're going to love this. For a limited time, get back in the game with a free Oiler Fan Cave basement by Coventry Homes. This playoff package includes a free basement, plus an exclusive Oiler Fan Cave, complete with their signature customizable designs and top-shelf finishes at no additional cost. Because flexibility is within reach. Coventry Homes, the official builder of the Edmonton Oilers.
Even though your 20s are behind you, you still get to have firsts. Like the first time your knee hurts after a morning run. Or the first time you felt certain muscles after a workout. Whatever your pain, Advil Liquid Gels are here for these firsts. Advil Liquid Gels provide liquid fast relief for everyday aches and pains. So you can get back to your everyday active life where firsts still happen. When pain says you can't, Advil says you can.
With Global News, I'm Thomas Dias. The third and final Alberta NDP leadership debate was held right here in Edmonton. Candidate Jody Kellehu-Stonehouse talked about her focus when it comes to affordability and a job market.
So how do we transform the poverty into prosperity? Well, it starts by creating jobs, which is why transforming our economy to a resilience economy around carbon zero emissions.
Candidate Sarah Hoffman told the crowd that under her leadership, the Alberta NDP will support the labor movement.
In my experience is respecting the work that's been done by the public service and make sure that we're growing it, making sure that we protect and don't privatize those jobs, making sure that we honor collective agreements.
When asked about balancing diverse viewpoints and beliefs, candidate Kathleen Ganley said she would ensure everyone feels included.
But we have to balance that. And that's what makes it both exciting and challenging at the same time, is that we have to balance it against our fundamental values. We cannot lose where we came from.
The final candidate, Naheed Nenshi, spoke about how he would lead the Alberta NDP.
What I can guarantee to everyone is you'll be heard, you'll have a fair hearing, you'll have the opportunity to understand why decisions are being made, and you will always be a part of that decision making.
The voting starts tomorrow. News on demand at 630ched.com.
Honey, I overloaded the washing machine and there's a mini waterfall pouring through the basement roof.
We'll fix it. Don't worry, babe.
And I might have horribly shrunk your lucky jersey.
Ouch!
Life happens. Access Insurance can help. The save of the game is brought to you by Access Insurance. When Albertans need it most, they know they can count on the Access Insurance team for a huge save. It's easy to switch and save. Check out their Google reviews.
Visit AccessInsuranceGroup.com.
Experience the exciting casino action at 3 Century Casino locations: Edmonton, St. Albert, and next to the Edmonton Airport. Dine at one of their amazing restaurants featuring daily specials. Check out the best in live entertainment at any amazing location. Plus, you can always enjoy a great selection of casino gaming options or try your luck at off-track betting. And now you can feel the thrill of live horse racing at Century Mile Racetrack. Century Casino has it all. Come for the action, stay for the fun.
Ready to score big on your outdoor space? It's game time with Park Landscaping. Transform your backyard into a winning arena with Park Landscaping's expert team. From design to maintenance of lush lawns and state-of-the-art synthetic turf to inviting pools and captivating water features, Park Landscaping will make your outdoor space the MVP. Don't sit on the sidelines. Get in the game with Park Landscaping. Call 780-486-2744 today or email info@parklandscaping.ca.
At the intermission, brought to you by End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Pizza 73 scoreboard, official pizza. The Edmonton Oilers' second period Memorial Cup final. Saginaw 3, London 1. London with 2 shots on goal. For Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network. Oilers lead the Stars 2-0. Second coming up.
At the intermission has been brought to you by End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 955, is one of Alberta's largest and most diverse union locals in the province. Members work in everything from construction and maintenance to pipelines, renewables, healthcare, education, municipalities, and more. They are a big part of Alberta's past and will be a big part of Alberta's future. Apprenticeship, jobs, pension. That's IUOE Local 955. Visit joinustoday.ca to learn more, and let's go Oilers.
Did you know that there are 9 Napa Auto Parts stores serving the greater Edmonton area and have been doing so for more than 50 years? Since Napa first opened in Edmonton, the community has grown and vehicles have changed, but you can always trust Napa Auto Parts to provide you with the expert know-how and the best vehicle parts. And if that isn't enough, every time you visit a Napa Auto Parts store when you present your AMA card, you receive an additional 10% discount on all retail parts and accessories. Visit your local Napa Auto Parts store for more offers and expert know-how. Napa Auto Parts is a proud fan of the Edmonton Oilers.
Until June 8th, make the shift to more savings at Fountain Tire and get up to $200 off a set of 4 select tires, plus a bonus $50 off any service of $150 or more. Restrictions apply. Financing available. Book online today. I can tell by the look on your face you're thinking about it.
The Edmonton Oilers have scored 10 of the last 11 goals of this Western Conference final. They've taken a 2-0 lead into the second period of Game 6. Jack Michaels, Bob Stauffer with you in our Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth. McDavid and Jamie Benn as we're set for the drop of the puck. Period 2 is underway, and Benn controls the faceoff. Stars have won 14 of 20 draws. They outshot the Oilers 23-8 in terms of shot attempts in that first period, but the difference is Edmonton 2 for 2 on the power play, Dallas 0 for 2. And Stuart Skinner, who's never lost a potential series clincher, has been perfect thus far with 12 first period saves. Over the line, Wyatt Johnston fans on a wrist shot. Hung up with Matthias Ekholm, and Dallas left to right goes to work. Johnston shoots, saves Skinner, rebound a little behind him, and Bouchard was able to clear into the opposite corner. Stars able to hold on. Johnston put it to Jamie Benn. He was sealed off by Ekholm. Those two have had some frightful collisions in this series, and now an icing call will be taken by Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. 48 seconds into the second period. Edmonton a 2-0 lead. The Oilers getting power play goals from McDavid and Zach Hyman. Only Crosby and Ovechkin have more goals among active players in a single playoff run. They had 15. Crosby 2009, Ovechkin 2018. Hyman's got 14.
Oilers are getting killed in faceoffs here. Pavelski's moved up.
He's playing with Robertson and Hintz, and that's the line that Dallas has run out there the last 2.5 years. It was broken up midway through this season, and off the draw, backhander by Robertson, and a blocker save made by Stuart Skinner, and here comes Connor McDavid, rushing the puck down the right-hand side. A quick shot and a save made by Ottinger, just his second of the night, as Heiskanen helped disrupt that shot. Robertson to Hintz, wrist shot, blocked, rebound, picked up and immediately cleared Up the left-hand side by Corey Perry to Leon Draisaitl. He'll swing it down low. McLeod sets a screen for Perry. Then it's left for Ryan McLeod. Back to Corey Perry against Pavelski. You've got McLeod. Shot sent wide. Corey Perry, the first player in NHL history to represent 5 different teams in a Stanley Cup semifinal. Ottinger out to handle an Edmonton dump in. Lead pass, Robertson up the center. Lost the handle. He'll try to muscle it down deep. Got through Darnell Nurse, and now he needs a change. Edmonton a clear. Big hit by Petrovic. Shook Ryan McLeod. Holloway got a healthy piece of Matt Duchene, and the Oilers able to regain possession. Kulak winds it up the left-hand side. Nurse nudges ahead for Holloway. Dallas on the counterattack, left to right. Sagan put it behind the Dallas goal. Centering pass. Marchment intercepted by Adam Henrique. And he'll shovel it behind the Dallas defense. That's going to be tracked down. A hard hit leveled by Marchment. A shot redirected. Henrique and Connor McDavid tipped it just wide. Henrique back on the puck. Right circle. Loading up Holloway. McDavid wide open. Shoots and a save made by Ottinger. That might have caught the outside of the post as well. His rebound to Ryan Suter. He's got it for Dallas.
Evander Kane not back for Edmonton, so McDavid gets a shift and win here.
Here's an opening. Philip Broberg up through center. He'll shoot it in. You mentioned Evander Kane went underneath late in the first period. And Dylan Holloway, that time out with McDavid, and they created something. McDavid stopped by Ottinger. His best save of the night by far. Maverick Bourque in on the forecheck for Dallas, right corner. Sam Steele threw it around the boards. Lindell tried to put it down low for Dadonov. Got it back a second time out of the reach of Dadonov. And now staying with it is Steele. Bourque comes in hard on Cody Ceci. The puck freed up along the end boards. 3 1/4 gone by in the second period. Edmonton leading game 6, 2-0. Sam Steele to Bourque. Backhander in front. Couldn't get it on net. Got it back. Couldn't uncork a wrist shot for the right circle. Played back to Sam Steele. Determined shift by Dallas. Steele guided over to Heiskanen. Right point. He'll feather it back. It's Lindell handing off. A shot deflects out of play. Wyatt Johnston cut to the middle, but had it ricochet off a stick and fly out of play. Evander Kane banged up. I'm sure he'll try to gut it out, but how much he'll play, they're giving him a chance right now to take a lap or two. He's going to stay on the Oiler bench, but we'll see how much he in fact plays. A little banged up with 3 3/4 minutes having elapsed here in this second period. Dallas out shooting Edmonton 14-4, but losing the scoreboard battle. 2-0.
And McDavid hit the post. That shot beat Ottinger, hit the post.
Face off, right side of Skinner. Jamie Benn. And we're going to do it again. Benn has had a spirited battle with Draisaitl in the circle much of the series. Dallas has generally had the upper hand in draws, but it hasn't mattered in this series. Draisaitl against Jamie Benn to Skinner's right. This time Draisaitl wins the face-off, and Darnell Nurse served up the puck by Kulak. Left-hand side for McLeod. He'll jam it in. No icing. You can hear the officials call out that. Ottinger turned it over. Draisaitl behind the net. Corey Perry out in front. Couldn't get a shot away. One touched over to Draisaitl by Kulak. He'll get it back in the high slot. Let a shot fly. Save Ottinger. Rebound gobbled up by Thomas Harley. He looks up ice. He finds Wyatt Johnston. Angled off the boards. Jamie Benn got it in deep. Stuart Skinner leaves it for Kulak. Wrapped around the left-hand side. McLeod first on the puck. He'll put it back on Kulak's stick. Up the right wing boards, Corey Perry. Now McLeod into the offensive zone. You've got Draisaitl protecting against Jason Robertson. Shoveled down low. 15 and a half minutes left, second period. And Dallas trailing Edmonton 2-0 in game 6. Jason Robertson left to right over the line. Checked by McDavid off the puck. Bouchard Slid it back to McDavid. Bouchard assists on both power play goals tonight. One scored by this man, McDavid, the other Hyman. McDavid worked his way into Nugent Hopkins' right circle, button hooks. Bouchard lets one fly that hit his own man, Hyman. Dallas digging, muscling, and finally forcing it back through the middle. Chris Tanev in over the line. Joe Pavelski backhanded it in front, deflected away by Nugent Hopkins, and McDavid building speed through the neutral zone. He'll hit the line. Checked by Tanev, gives it up for Hyman short side, and a save made by Ottinger. Rebound, McDavid. Nugent Hopkins kept it down low in the corner. Dangerous pass by Rope Hintz. He got away with it. Marchment crosses to Pavelski, and now he'll take it in against Philip Broberg, who played Marchment well. Stays on balance on his backhand. He locates Zach Hyman for a clear back to the middle of the ice. Miro Heiskanen, right wing lead for Tyler Seguin. He'll flip it beyond the reach of Broberg. Marchment behind the net. No one home. Nugent Hopkins has it. Works his way through one check. Up to Adam Henrique, and he got pumped by Marchment. Deep into the zone, Ottinger with a handoff to Heiskanen, and Dallas under control on its own end. Thomas Harley, pestered by Connor Brown. Shakes himself free of that traffic. Weaving his way through the neutral zone. Hits the line on his backhand and played it over to Tyler Seguin. Offensive zone, the Stars. One-timer ripped by Heiskanen and a save made by Skinner. And a good stop on Seguin, point blank. Skinner's got it. And Seguin frustrated again. He got 2 goals, Tyler Seguin did, in the first game of this series, and he's been awfully close since, but Skinner has held him off the board. He's held all the Stars off the board thus far. 13:43 to play in the second period. This is Game 6 of the Western Conference Final. Edmonton leading 2-0 on power play goals by McDavid and Hyman. For dealers, NHL hockey continues in just a moment. The Oilers Radio Network.
There's only one line of trucks that's outsold all others for 58 years. Only one with the available Power Boost hybrid engine on select models that delivers performance and efficiency. It's the truck that all others are measured by. You know the one. Tough this smart can only be called F-150. Right now, lease the 2024 F-150 STX with black appearance package at 2.49% APR for up to 24 months with $4,800 down. That's just $228 bi-weekly. Visit your Alberta Ford store or Ford.ca for details.
When you play the largest 50-50 in sports, everybody wins. Your support makes all of Oil Country a better place. A place of kindness, caring, and compassion. Uplifting those in need, changing lives forever. The largest 50-50 pot in professional sports is currently growing by the second. Get your tickets now at EdmontonOilers.com and help change lives today. Maybe even your own.
AGLC license number 645766.
MIC is a leader in medical imaging and the official medical imaging provider to the Edmonton Oilers. Make MIC your choice. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, the game doesn't stop for injury. MIC's sports medicine imaging specialists can help you get back in the game with a timely and expert diagnosis. Go where the pros go. For a location near you, visit mic.ca.
All games, all season. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
We're live at Rogers Place. Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth. Jack Michaels alongside Bob Stauffer. Stuart Skinner, 16 saves, and the Oilers a couple goals on the power play. They lead it 2-0 off the face-off. It's Darnell Nurse lining it up to center. McLeod to Leon Draisaitl. He pours in over the line. Dallas defending. Draisaitl centering. McLeod could not handle that cleanly. But he might have scored the biggest goal of Edmonton's season to get the Oilers on the board back in Game 4. Now a turnover by Dallas. At the line coming the other way is Leon Draisaitl. Back into the Dallas zone. He could not maintain. Seguin, though, sent it up the right-hand side too far for Steele. Squeezed off the puck by Kulak. And there's McLeod. Fighting the puck a little bit, getting help from Nurse to move it back to center, and then shot in by Dodonov. Knocked off the stick of Sam Steele by Nurse, and it's wristed down deep by Corey Perry of the Edmonton Oilers. Essa Lindell receives the handoff from Jake Ottinger, has been outplayed by Skinner tonight. Chris Tanev hits the line with speed, smacks it back to the point. Shot coming and a save made Stuart Skinner squared up, collected, and another save with no rebound. This one against Sam Steele. 12:40 to go in the second period. Skinner's got 17 stops and approaching the midway point of Game 6. Edmonton leading by a score of 2-0, looking to reach the Stanley Cup final for the first time in 18 years.
Very unnerving performance from Edmonton 5-on-5 in this game. They're backing in, giving Dallas time and space to put pucks in the net. They're getting beat on pucks, but their power play's been lethal as Edmonton. That's part of the reason they're up 2-0.
Isn't it possible the Stars are getting frustrated, though, Bob? They're not seeing results.
Edmonton's got to play better, Jack, here, or it's a matter of time.
McDavid wins a face-off. Launched by Bouchard down the left-hand side at Zach Hyman. Checked by Kristanov. Lindell up the left-hand side. Bouchard held the zone. Jamie Benn races over. Little miscommunication with Stankoven. The pass intercepted by Ekholm and lofted into the Dallas zone.
Even there, didn't get it deep.
Lindell, Tanev up the middle. Wyatt Johnston, Jamie Benn rifles a shot high to the glove side, but he missed. The rebound eludes Stankoven, and the Oilers clear with ease. Up the middle, McDavid. And Bouchard hit the Dallas line, turned it over. Tanev to Lindell, trying to get it in deep. Failing to do so was Jason Robertson, backhanded in by McDavid. 11:50 on the game clock here in the second period. Henrique out there with Evander Kane, getting a shift with Dylan Holloway. In over the line is Stankoven, off balance, and it's flung back off the boards and out by Cody Ceci. Petrovic to Ryan Suter as the energy once again builds inside Rogers Place. Biggest game played in Edmonton since Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final. Philip Broberg up the right-hand side. It's Dylan Holloway. Cuts to his left. Checked off the puck. And eventually fielded cleanly by Petrovic. He'll laser a pass up the right-hand side, intended for Robertson, broken up. Petrovic found the puck in his feet, lost the handle. It's golfed in by Henrique and retrieved by Ryan Suter behind his own net. 31 minutes to play in the hockey game. Rope Hintz down the left-hand side, fighting the puck. Derek Ryan gave it right back to him. Hintz tried to center and then hopped over the stick of Joe Pavelski, and Heiskanen will fall back under control for Dallas. He gives it to Duchesne. Missed Robertson as he tried to find him down the right-hand side. Darnell Nurse will drop it off to Kulak, and Edmonton back in possession. Derek Ryan hustling it through the middle. He'll send it in deep. Jake Ottinger with a handoff for Heiskanen. Right side for Tyler Seguin. And he'll pump it right back into the Edmonton zone. Going for the big hit, Marchment. He missed Kulak. Behind the net, Matt Duchesne for Dallas. Out to Heiskanen. Shot wide of Skinner. Rebound. Looking for it is Connor Brown. He'll find it. Drop it for Nurse. Quickly ushered on to Kulak, and he'll send it up the boards and out. Heiskanen from center will ram it off the boards and back into the Edmonton zone. Big hop for Darnell Nurse. Duchesne came on him, then centered. Beautiful poke check by Skinner. Otherwise, he had a man point blank in front. Wyatt Johnston. Heiskanen back behind the net. Excuse me, that was Dodonov sitting back door. Skinner with a read. A hard hit on Draisaitl. He was punished by Marchment up the right-hand side. It's Connor Brown. He hits the Dallas line and then checked against the boards by Heiskanen. Ryan McLeod trying to fight through a check against Chris Tanev. Draisaitl comes over with support with 9.5 minutes to play in the second period, and Edmonton still leading Game 6 2-0. There's been no scoring in this period after first period power play goals by McDavid and Hyman gave Edmonton the lead. Up the right-hand side, Steele slashed away from him. Maverick Bourque trying to give Dallas a spark. Around Philip Broberg, who's got the long reach. Broberg kind of enveloped the diminutive Bourque. The puck trickles free, and Skinner will fall on it with 9:10 to play in the second period. And the Edmonton Oilers are up 2-0 with a chance to go to the Stanley Cup Final and meet the Florida Panthers, who have become the first team to lose a Stanley Cup Final and then go right back to the final since the 2009 Pittsburgh Penguins. 3 years earlier, the Oilers went to the Stanley Cup and lost Game 7 to Carolina. They're hoping to get another crack at it with a win tonight. Edmonton 2, Dallas no score. This is Ford Dealers NHL Hockey and the West Final, the Oilers Radio Network.
McDavid trying to come in with speed. Here he comes. McDavid shoots. Top shelf. He scores!
Hey, Rogers customers and hockey fans. Rogers wants you to win big this Stanley Cup playoffs.
Connor McDavid! Fantastic!
stick.
You could win a VIP trip to the Stanley Cup Final, plus hundreds of prizes, courtesy of Rogers Beyond the Sea. For your chance to win, visit Rogers.com/Stanley Cup. That's Rogers.com/Stanley Cup.
Hey parents, do you work in downtown Edmonton? Childcare is hard to find, but at Kepler Academy, inside Sun Life Place, we still have some space for children 12 months to 6 years old. Located at 101 23 Hull Street, Kepler Academy Sun Life Place is an award-winning early learning and childcare provider, voted Edmonton's top choice for 4 years in a row. Visit KeplerAcademy.ca. Mention this ad and your registration fees will be waived.
The Brick and the Edmonton Oilers both started right here in Edmonton back in the 70s. And we know nothing is more exciting than playoff hockey. We're next to you in the stands, painted blue and orange, cheering our hearts out. And when we're not there, we're in our stores, making sure you have everything you need to cheer them on in your home. We're proud of this city and its rich sports history. The Brick, supporting the Edmonton Oilers and fans right from the beginning. Let's go, Oilers.
You're listening to Oilers Hockey on 630 CHED and on the Radio Player Canada app.
Face off right side of Stuart Skinner. The Edmonton Oilers in front of Skinner have not been great 5-on-5, but Skinner has been excellent. And the Oilers have punched in a couple of power play goals. They lead it 2-0. Off the face off, the Stars. In the offensive zone, one more time, Wyatt Johnston working hard on the right half boards. A couple of games ago, Dallas led 2-0 in Game 4, appeared destined for a 3-1 series lead and a chance to close it out at home. Now, 4 days later, the Stars have 28 minutes to live. Miro Heiskanen shovels it down low. Jamie Benn thunders his way into the offensive zone alongside Johnston, who puts it right back on Jamie Benn's stick. Johnston and Benn trade the puck in the right corner, but Dallas can't get inside. Oilers had a chance to clear. McLeod did not get it done. Draisaitl guided it over to Broberg, to Corey Perry, held in. Heiskanen steps up, slap shot, not much on it, sailed wide. Rebound taken off the boards. McLeod skates it to the red line, dumps it in. Edmonton will change. 8 minutes, 10 seconds to play in the second period. Heeled in by Pavelski from center. Bouchard back to collect. Stymied initially by Robertson. Dallas backs off. Nugent-Hopkins stolen by Pavelski. And he just doesn't have it. Dropped it off. That was broken up. Wrist shot off the post. Rope Hintz misses by an eyelash of getting Dallas on the board. Pavelski, 1 goal in his last 21, Bob, and that lack of confidence showed on that last indecisiveness. You never see that from Pavelski. Now the Oilers guilty of an icing call that no one in this building seems to agree with, as Hyman thought he had outraced Harley to the puck to negate icing.
Well, the Oilers didn't like that at all.
7:38 to go in the second period, 2-0 Edmonton.
Edmonton has to play better 5-on-5 here. They're having a discussion about, I wonder if we're going to go to center ice here. Nope.
Face off to Skinner's right-hand side. Joe Pavelski.
Big push here from Dallas in this game, Jack. 5-on-5. It's been all Stars, but
they don't have a lot of guys going right now. They've got Wyatt Johnston with goals in 3 straight, but that's about it. That's why a guy like Maverick Bourque draws into the lineup. Pete DeBoer sensing that there may be a lack of offensive confidence amongst some of his top guys.
Well, they're going to keep getting chances if they dominate the shot clock 3-1, Jack.
Marchment in against McDavid. Off the face-off, here's Zach Hyman. Weaving his way through the neutral zone, he'll chip and charge. Double teamed in the corner. Heiskanen trying to protect. Unable to clear. McDavid had it roll off his stick. He's going to have to reload at center. He does. Sagan pestering. Right-hand side, Nugent-Hopkins failed to control. Edmonton wants to change. Heiskanen back to gather for Dallas. Thomas Harley, left side Sagan. Over the line, Matt Duchene. Backhands it out. Alex Petrovic juggled. Tried to put it back on Duchene's stick. Failed in that endeavor. And then it was backhanded out of play by Adam Henrique with 6:56 to go in this second period. 2-0 Edmonton. Bob, I don't disagree with what you're saying, but I don't think you're taking into full account it's also got to be demoralizing for Dallas when the Stars continue to not see results.
Wow. Edmonton has been a pretty good 5-on-5 team this year, Jack. Second best in the league in expected goals for by the end of the year. Only in the end, Carolina caught them the last 5 games when Edmonton sat some regulars. Tonight it hasn't been close, and you can make an argument Edmonton's very lucky. They're up 2-0.
Well, they've got the top 4 5-on-5 point producers in the Stanley Cup playoffs, as well as that power play, which, as you aptly point out, has certainly carried them tonight. Here's Maverick Bourque in over the line. Wrist shot left circle, another save, Stuart Skinner. But that one's right in his chest. And Lope Hintz, the only man to pick a corner tonight, went off the post.
Oilers, Jack, they can't get anything sustained up the ice. Really fighting it in transition in this game. There's some nerves out there. The one guy that hasn't shown any has been involved in 2 goals, and that's Connor McDavid. He's been going, and he hit the post himself early in this period.
There's another guy, and he may be just as important. Number 74. Face-off, win for the Stars, Heiskanen high slot. Johnston open, shoots, saves, Skinner, rebound. Loose for a moment above the blue paint. Shot taken by Johnston, that was blocked. Now Kulak over to Stankoven. Can't force it in there. Stankoven eventually relieved of the puck by Connor Brown, and it's played back into the Dallas zone. Heiskanen, who seemingly never comes off the ice, up the right-hand side.
Plays 28 minutes a game in the series, Jack.
Will toss it back in. Heiskanen to Jamie Benn. An outlet, skating into it is Esa Lindell. And as the Stanley Cup playoffs have wore on, Bob, we've seen balance return to Edmonton's minutes. Here's a puck deflected up into the grill of Heiskanen. He was able to shake it off. Beautiful pass up ice and a chance. But getting back to deny Robertson was Brett Kulak. Robertson lacking the breakaway speed. A shot from distance, a save made by Skinner from the left point. Tana will give the man a chance. Harley, another shot, and same result. Save Skinner. Rebound, Joe Pavelski burrowing his way inside. Looked like Perry got the arm up high. A centering pass to Hintz broken up. Draisaitl will carry it up ice through the middle. He'll chip and charge and protect along the end boards. After it is Chris Tana. Corey Perry tries to hold Dallas in, but Harley will break it out. Tana in across the line, left to right, Jason Robertson. Knifed off his stick by Draisaitl. Shot back in by Lindell. Dallas needs to tag up, and the Stars will change with 5 minutes to play in the second period. The crowd roaring. Edmonton has been outshot 20-6 in this game. But goaltending and special teams, the difference thus far through the first 35 minutes of this one. Here's Miro Heiskanen. Working his way in from the right-hand side. A backhander deflected away by Ekholm. Heiskanen left it beneath the goal line. Ekholm was there. No other Star was. And now Connor McDavid breaks loose. Heiskanen back defensively. He's got to be exhausted. McDavid to Bouchard. Fires. Save made. Jake Ottinger. Edmonton's 7th shot tonight. Dumped back in by McDavid. He took a pop from Marchment. Dallas's Esa Lindell up the right-hand side. Marchment bottled up by Broberg. Turnover. Zach Hyman in over the line. Heiskanen still trapped out there. Hyman skates around him, around the net, and eventually checked off the puck by Marchment. Now Kane. Heiskanen is exhausted out there, Bob. Broberg a shot, and that's caught cleanly by Ottinger. And I think that's a kind of save that Ottinger makes simply to give Heiskanen a rest. 4:02 to play in the second period. Edmonton 2, Dallas no score. McDavid and Hyman first period power play goals, and Skinner 20 saves at the other end for the Oilers. This is Game 6 of the Western Conference Final. The Oilers Radio Network.
Get ready to live sky high. Sky Signature Suites offers remarkable units for rent, featuring sophisticated floor plans, designer finishes, resort-like amenities, and breathtaking views. Situated in the heart of Ice District, Sky is the address for socializing, dining, entertainment, and fun. A building like no other in a location like no other. Visit SkySignatureSuites.com and make your home high above the ordinary.
Celebrating 70 years in the signage industry, William Huff Advertising is the most recognized name in the game. an in-house one-stop shop for all of your design, print, and installation needs. William Huff provides quality graphic solutions for everyone. Here in our City of Champions and throughout the nation, they're the preferred signage partner entrusted by many of the biggest corporations, pro sports teams, and organizations to bring their identity to life. Recognize the name, get in the game. WilliamHuff.com.
I'm Ryan Nugent-Hopkins.
And I'm Zach Hyman.
And when we're not making juicy, sweet passes
or having my goals disallowed,
we're working for Legacy Heating and Cooling.
You know, guys used to call me a plumber.
And now they call you an AC repairman.
Nice.
Hey, guys, you're not here to fix air conditioners. You're here to sing the jingle.
Oh.
Well.
Okay.
Call Legacy. Call Legacy.
No payments and no interest for 1 year from qualified installers. Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app. This is the Oilers Radio Network.
These two teams met 6 times between 1997 and 2003. The Stars won the last 5. The Oilers won a Game 7 at Reunion Arena in Dallas in 1997. Now they meet in the Western Conference Final. And off the draw to Ottinger's right, we have a puck deflected over the plexi. It's the last game that the last matchup really in the Western Conference over the last 3 or 4 years that we hadn't seen between, the real powers in the conference over the last 3 or 4 years. It's Edmonton, it's Dallas. They've been the best 2 teams, certainly since January the 1st. And now they're in a Game 6 with Edmonton leading 2-0 and a face-off to the left of Jake Ottinger with 4 minutes to play in period 2. Stars have outshot the Oilers 20-8. McDavid, a power play goal and an assist on Hyman's power play tally. That's the difference. Along with superb goaltending, shot by Bouchard, deflected away from Ottinger. Backhanded by Hyman in front. Came back and cleared through the middle by Jamie Benn. That'll be an icing call against the Stars. Good pushback 5-on-5 for Edmonton.
That's more like it.
With 3:37 to go in the second period. And it's 2-0 for the Oilers.
And Thomas Harley may have saved the goal on a wraparound attempt from the Oilers' Zach Hyman. And we mentioned wraparounds early in the series, and you saw that time Ottinger sold out to make the right pad save off of McDavid. Kane's third shift of the period here, Jack.
Face-off, win for Henrique, but it slipped free, and Logan Stankoven with a burst of speed down the right-hand side. He lost his right glove in a collision with Darnell Nurse, kept it alive for Wyatt Johnston, and then sent it around the boards for Harley. In the meantime, he retrieves his glove. Henrique could not get it out. Jamie Benn thought he was hooked, coughed it up to Dylan Holloway, and from the red line, Nurse makes sure it gets in deep. Holloway first on the puck, then Evander Kane, checked by Stankoven. Harley trying to carve that puck loose. Broberg from the left half boards, put it back down low, where it's intercepted by Thomas Harley, and the Stars will break out left to right. Stankoven hits the Edmonton line. Turned over by Jason Robertson. 2:45 to go in this second period. And Edmonton leading Game 6, 2-0. Looking to close it out. Pavelski couldn't get a shot away from the top of the left circle. He's done a lot of damage in Games 6 and 7 over the years. Holloway inadvertently put it out of play. In fact, Joe Pavelski, this is his 33rd elimination game. He's got 4 game winners with his club facing elimination, but he has just 1 goal in his last 21 games. And the Stars and Pavelski find themselves down 2-0 with 2:36 to play in the second. Another face-off to Skinner's right-hand side. Skinner looking relaxed and poised as can be as he looks to move to 4-0.
Oilers want the face-off outside the line. They're not going to get it.
4-0 in potential series clinchers. He's been better on the road, like Ottinger, than he has been at home during the playoffs, but starting to find his game in this series, and his club has helped him out by, up until this game, not allowing Dallas more than 22 shots for the most part in this series. Up the left-hand side, Dallas has 20 already, but none have gone in. McDavid off the draw, got it in deep. Pavelski wired one right wing for Robertson. He'll poke it free for Rope Hintz. Last 3 years, it's been this line. Vince, Pavelski, and Robertson that have kept Dallas in contention. In from the left-hand side, Darnell Nurse shoots it off the end boards. First on the puck, Dallas, but Esa Lindell didn't do much with it. Darnell Nurse from center ice will hammer it right back in. Miro Heiskanen on the puck for Dallas with 1:50 to go in the second period. Esa Lindell, left wing for Tyler Seguin, spins and centers. That was picked off. Well read that time by Matthias Janmark and sent skipping back into the Dallas zone by Leon Draisaitl. Shot from the point. Went off the skate of Chris Tanev. After it is Corey Perry. Heavy collision. Draisaitl for the moment went down. He'll pop right back up as the Stars clear it back through the middle. Ryan McLeod races over to angle off Thomas Harley. Bouchard takes a pass from Ekholm, and with Seguin bearing down on him, will give it back to the veteran Ekholm. Cleared back through the middle. Here's a nifty move inside by Matt Duchene, but Ryan McLeod came over to cut him off. Hard hit on Bouchard. Got wrapped up in the corner, but still fought through the check and managed to clear back to center. 1 minute to play in the second period. Turnover, Chris Tanev. Bouchard the steal. The dish to Draisaitl in over the line, and he's reeled in from behind by Sam Steele of Dallas. Back through center, and what do we have? Hand pass?
Hand pass.
So a neutral zone draw with 52 seconds to go. And the Stars, if you'll notice, Bob, all of a sudden their offense has dried up a little bit over the last 4 or 5 minutes. And you wonder whether, mentally you start to get worn down when you don't see any progress made in a game you feel like you're controlling 5-on-5. Oilers 2 power play goals in the first. That's the difference right now. McDavid center ice face off. He lost it. Miro Heiskanen over to Esa Lindell. Up the middle, Sam Steele. Looking for Dadonov, but he telegraphed it, and it was intercepted by McDavid. Quickly to Zach Hyman and back through center. Steele gives it up for Esa Lindell. Cody Ceci comes over, catches a piece of steel, sharp angle shot, saves Skinner. Rebound chipped over to Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. Hyman had it and lost it. Steele back on the puck, turned it over as he hit the Edmonton line. Ceci will skate it up to the red line and fire it down deep. Ottinger stumbled and fell. Got enough on it to get it to Heiskanen. He quickly gave it away. Ryan Nugent-Hopkins back to McDavid with 10 seconds to go. Hyman pulled it in front, couldn't get a shot away. Supporting is Nugent-Hopkins. 4 seconds to go in the period. Hyman had it popped off his stick. Ceci a shot at the horn, and Ottinger is able to make the save. The Oilers now 20 minutes away from being awarded the Clarence Campbell Trophy as Western Conference champions, something they have not done since winning Game 5 at Orange County at the expense of the Anaheim Ducks. That was back in 2006. The Oilers advanced to the Stanley Cup Final where they were beaten in 7 games by Carolina. Bob, we have not had this important a game played in this city in 18 years. No matter how the Oilers have gotten there tonight, the fact remains is, I said after Game 5, 60 minutes away from the Stanley Cup Final. That's down to 20. What do you look for in the third?
Well, you're right about the fact that Stuart Skinner's been stellar so far. He's got 21 stops, and he's been composed in and around the net, and that's part of Stuart's game. And Connor McDavid is elevated, scored a brilliant goal, set up another great look for Hyman. Bouchard with a couple of assists. You know you're going to see Dallas's best. Dallas only had, Jack, 1 shot on goal in the final 6 minutes of that period. Shots were 20-8. The Oilers, Edmonton only had 5 shots on goal in the second period, but they made 2 of the 3 they had in the first count. And so play smart, a little bit more urgency. Dallas, I think the Oilers look a little bit disconnected in transition in the game, and they started to get it going a little bit in the back half of that period. They have to build on that in period number 3. Do your job. You do your job, you're going to put yourself in pretty good shape.
You've been watching a lot of Patriots clips lately, apparently.
Well,
that's not a Stauffer original.
And a guy
I've heard that somewhere.
There's
before.
a guy in Alabama that used to say that too. Do your job.
No,
and
that's not the guy who used to say it. Bill Belichick said it.
They work together.
You are so blind by the Nick Saban.
Here we're gonna go.
Go ahead. Look up. Do your job. If you see Nick Saban alluded to it.
Whose staff did Nick Saban work on in Cleveland?
Hey, congratulations. Who was the head coach? Who was the head coach in Cleveland?
Jack. You know what's got to happen right now? We got to let Reed and Rob do their job here. But I'm going to tell you right now,
Please. You're venturing into my territory and you're off.
Yes, well, if we talked about the 91 Penguins, we'd be back more in your territory. But anyhow, here's the deal. Game is not over. Edmonton, and they can't just manage this home. That's my point. Absolutely. You know what I'm saying? They've got to play with a little bit more urgency, and I think get a little bit better pace and tempo here in period number 3 to match what Dallas is inevitably going to bring.
Well, my thought is, Bob, is it possible what Leon Draisaitl said rings true? We feel our best is better than anyone else's
They
best.
haven't got to their best tonight, 5-on-5.
But what I'm saying is a couple levels below, they've still found a way to win 2-0. The growth and maturation of this team has progressed to the point where I agree with you. 2 years ago, this kind of 40 minutes, they'd probably be down by multiple goals. And maybe that's where this team has progressed to. And maybe the rest of the National Hockey League is starting to get a glimpse that this club doesn't win the way it used to.
They can win different ways now. But, Jack, this is also a playoff year in which they had a 4-1 lead in Vancouver and lost the game. And that's what I would say. So,
well, and again, back to our point, the first 2 games in this building in this series, the team that led 2-0 lost the game. Long way from the finish line. Having said that, you're allowed to get excited if you're an Edmonton Oilers fan. You're currently 20 minutes away from seeing your team advance to the Stanley Cup Final. Edmonton 2, Dallas 0. Shots may be 21-8 Stars, but it's the Oilers with a 2-goal lead heading to the dressing room. This is Game 6 of the Western Conference Final, live from Rogers Place, the Oilers Radio Network.
Going back to school can be as scary as taking the winning shot, but it doesn't have to be. Score a great future with Northern Lakes College and supported distance learning. NLC knows that students need attention, support, and the synergy between instructors and peers to keep motivated and connected. They are here to help you meet all your goals and cheer you on. Because at Northern Lakes College, they count their success one student at a time. northernlakescollege.ca.
It's our YEG with 630 Chad.
Experience ridiculous mayhem in the dirt at Annihilation Night, June 15th at Radtork Raceway, an evening where anything goes. For your chance to win tickets, visit 630ched.com. Then discover emerging artists while savoring delicious delights as Nuova Vocal Arts celebrates their 25th anniversary with a variety of shows, experiences, and festivals. Tickets and details at nuovovocalarts.ca.
For details on these and more events, visit 630ched.com. At the intermission, brought to you by End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
McDavid took it from Hyman in over the line. Now feeds Hyman. Quick shot, score! Power play goal! Edmonton takes a 2-0 lead. Zach Hyman from Connor McDavid with his 14th. And this crowd on its feet.
Well, the crowd was at that point with 4:18 left in the first period. That made it 2-0 Oilers. It's still 2-0 Oilers after 2. That's the highlight zone for Century Casinos. All in, all games, all season. Century Casinos, 3 great locations. Edmonton, St. Albert, and next to the Edmonton International Airport. Welcome to the winner's zone. The crowd, I would suggest, extremely tense, Rob. It is a lead. It is 20 minutes away from the Stanley Cup Final with a lead, which is good. However, territorial advantage vastly in favor of the Dallas Stars.
Well, it has been. They've been the better team 5-on-5 in this game. They're not getting a lot of clean looks, but you know as well as I do that if the puck's around the blue paint and you're net a lot, eventually one of those is going to find its way in the back. So the Oilers, they got the early lead and have sat on it a lot, but give Dallas credit. It's a team that's right now, they must win this hockey game or their season is over. So their push has been there. They're bringing everything they have. And Stuart Skinner has had an answer to all of it. But as much as it has been a territorial advantage to the Dallas Stars, again, no clean looks.
Yeah.
No big mistakes. And when the puck is in the Oilers zone, they've got layers of players trying to block passes, trying to block shots, and now they just have to do it for 20 more minutes.
Yeah, well, I would agree with you. I mean, the Oilers are still very committed, very desperate defending. They're just doing it way more. I mean, what, one shift, maybe a shift and a half, where the Oilers really had offensive pressure.
And they almost scored.
True, yeah.
So, this is a game where if one of those goes in for the Oilers, the game is over. But on the other hand, if Dallas somehow finds a way to put the puck in the first 10 minutes of this third period, there will be a nervousness amongst the crowd, but also on the bench of the Oilers, as the Dallas Stars have pushed. Dallas right now is just looking for something to go their way, some break, some bounce. And if they get it, all of a sudden it'll be electric on the Dallas Stars bench. But give the Oilers credit, as much as this has not been as dominant a night as they had a couple days ago, they are making it hard on the Dallas Stars and not allowing them. There's no odd man breaks against. There's no guys wide open in the slot. There's no second or third opportunity. The Oilers have had a very good, committed effort on making sure anything that Dallas gets, they're going to have to fight through a body or a stick to get to the net.
Shots on goal are 21-8 for the Stars, 9-5 in that period. Shot attempts for the game are 44-22 for Dallas. That includes the block shots on the ones that missed the net. Hintz had a goal post, which counts as a shot going wide, but yeah, just
that was a good shot by Hintz. That was
a good shot.
Yeah, that was probably the best opportunity.
And as you said, one of the few where a Dallas player had time to size it up a little bit, because they are under pressure, and the Oilers like they are collapsing guys and whacking rebounds out of there. But again, it's just way too often. If you missed the first period or you're just checking in, special teams huge. Oilers 2 for 2 on the power play. Dallas 0 for 2. There were no minor penalties in that period, so special teams absolutely massive, as we've seen them. Well, the penalty kill for almost half the playoffs now for the Oilers, and now the power play is coming to life as well. All right, so if you're Knobloch or a leader in that room, and as we know from following this team, there are players who say things or speak up that don't wear letters. We've heard about Ekholm saying stuff. Derek Ryan even has a scratch last game. Inspiring guys are saying the right thing. What's said? I mean, everybody knows the stakes, but clearly still the way the team is playing isn't great.
Honestly, it'll probably be quiet. Guys understand where they are. They understand the situation. The things that they'll be stressing is no penalties. Make sure we stay disciplined. Keep your sticks to yourself. Don't give the referee an opportunity on a 50-50 call. They'll be talking pucks in deep. They'll be talking, let's keep the same, guys. Keep working. Pucks, get in shooting lanes, getting passing lanes. But a lot of it'll just be, they'll be quiet. They know where they are. This is tonight. This is a game they expect to win. They expect to be in the Stanley Cup Finals. So this is just part of their journey that started in August. It's had some rocky roads. It's had some ups and downs, but they are now 20 minutes away. And this is, I know that Jack just talked about it, what you like if you're an Oiler fan. This is an Oiler team, not with their A game tonight, that's leading going into the third period against these, over the course, weren't they the second best team in the National Hockey League? Yep. Dallas, yeah. Yep. So with their B game, they are leading going into the third period. So this is a confidence builder. Having said that, you do not want to give up a goal early in this third period and give the Dallas Stars some life.
Yeah, as the Oilers try to advance to the Stanley Cup Final for the first time since 2006. Corey Perry was on the Dallas Stars. If the Oilers win, that'd be the 5th team Perry's gone to the final with.
Well, it will, and hopefully he'll have a little more luck than he did with the last three teams.
He got drilled again in the first period of this game.
There was a couple big hits. Yeah. Perry got crushed once. Leon Draisaitl got absolutely smoked by Mason Marchment. This has been after the Vancouver series, this has been a cakewalk physically for the Edmonton Oilers. Dallas does not hit. They've got one guy that hits, and that's Mason Marchment. Now, he hits hard, but he is one man where the Vancouver Canucks had about 12. So this is a Dallas team that skates and works hard, but the one thing they can't do right now is find the back of the net, and the Oilers just have to make sure the Dallas Stars keep firing blanks for 20 more minutes.
All right, 2-0 Edmonton after 2. 50-50 draw. Jackpot is $2.88 million. Early bird draw at 8 for $15,000 cash, helping out Make-A-Wish Canada, YMCA Northern Alberta, and the Edmonton Oilers Community Foundation's initiative, Every Kid Deserves a Shot. Fort Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
As the excitement heats up on the ice, why not heat things up at home too with Pizza 73, the official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. There's no better pairing for hockey than hot, delicious pizza delivered right to your door. So whether you're cheering from the arena or your living room, make sure you've got Pizza 73 on your team. Order now and fuel your playoff passion with the perfect pie. Remember, on game nights, don't just watch, deliver with Pizza 73.
International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 955, is one of Alberta's largest and most diverse union locals in the province. Members work in everything from construction and maintenance to pipelines, renewables, healthcare, education, municipalities, and more. They are a big part of Alberta's past and will be a big part of Alberta's future. Apprenticeship, jobs, pension. That's IUOE Local 955. Visit joinustoday.ca to learn more, and let's go Oilers.
With Global News, I'm Thomas Dias. Police say it appears speed played a significant factor in a deadly motorcycle crash early this morning in front of Commonwealth Stadium. Police say the rider failed to navigate the bend on Stadium Road around 111th Avenue and struck a concrete barrier. The 35-year-old man was thrown from the motorcycle and pronounced dead at the scene by EMS, with his name being withheld. And the first Sunday in June is declared by the province as Canadian Armed Forces Day. The annual commemoration seeks to acknowledge the province's military history and those currently serving. Minister of Arts, Culture, and Status of Women, Tanya Furr, hosted an event today to honor members of the armed forces.
We are so honored and so excited to be able to have this day. The MLA Justin Wright was the one who came to my office and had the vision and idea for this. Amazing opportunity to celebrate members of the Canadian Armed Forces.
Of all the Canadian provinces, Alberta has the third highest number of active duty members. News on demand at 630ched.com.
From your home to the ice rink, ATCO Energy is there. As the official energy provider of Rogers Place, we're also proud partners of the Edmonton Oilers. ATCO Energy, powering your place. Customers are free to purchase natural gas services or electricity services from a retailer of their choice. For a list of retailers, visit ucahelps.alberta.ca or call 310-4822. There's only one line of trucks that's outsold all others for 58 years. Only one with the available Power Boost hybrid engine on select models that delivers performance and efficiency. It's the truck that all others are measured by. You know the one. Tough this smart can only be called F-150. Right now, lease the 2024 F-150 STX with Black Appearance Package at 2.49% APR for up to 24 months with $4,800 down. That's just $228 bi-weekly. Visit your Alberta Ford store or Ford.ca for details.
When the Oilers are on the ice, the big hits are a part of the game. But they shouldn't be a part of your drive. If you've been injured in a car collision, let James H. Brown & Associates and their over 200 years of combined injury law experience help you. Locally owned and proud Edmonton Oiler fans, James H. Brown & Associates is ready to support you with their unrivaled experience, unrivaled results, and unrivaled commitment. When accidents happen, head to jameshbrown.com.
The intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
The London Knights have just scored in the third period in the Memorial Cup Championship game. Only 9 shots on goal for London, but now they're within a goal. Saginaw leading it 3-2. The Oilers lead it 2-0. They're coming out for the third. Can they wrap up the West? Jack and Bob next. Ford Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
At the Intermission has been brought to you by End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Proudly headquartered in Edmonton, Capital Power is powering change by changing power. Be part of the energy and join Capital Power in cheering on our Edmonton Oilers. From Ice District and across oil country as they chase another championship banner. Visit capitalpower.com to learn about how they're delivering reliable and affordable power for communities today and creating innovative solutions for a clean electricity future.
Look, I know this is radio, so it's hard to show you how much is on sale during the Big One clearance event at End of the Roll Flooring Centers, but it's a lot. Like this flooring, or this one, and all these. Yep, all at clearance pricing for a limited time. Now, you don't need to just imagine what it would look like, though. You can use our visualizer at endoftheroll.com to upload a picture of your room to see the flooring in your actual home. Try it. Find something you love, then get a great deal on it at the Big One clearance event on now at End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
All games, all seasons. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
20 minutes away from a trip to the Stanley Cup Final for the Edmonton Oilers. A conference final appearance 2 years ago. A loss to the eventual Stanley Cup champions for the second straight year last season in the second round. And now on the verge, despite being outshot 21-8, Connor McDavid is the third period faceoff. Wins it off to Nugent Hopkins, lobbed into the Dallas zone. McDavid, a central figure tonight with a power play goal and an assist on Hyman's power play goal. Dallas 20 minutes to live. Rope Hintz starts up the left side with a wrist shot turned aside by Skinner. The rebound taken by McDavid. 3-on-2 for Edmonton left to right. Nugent Hopkins back to McDavid, guided to the corner by Jake Ottinger, who's faced just 8 shots and given up a pair of power play goals. Stuart Skinner, 21 saves at the other end for Edmonton, make it 22 after the initial stop on Hintz. Dallas controlling in its own end. The Stars will make a line change, and it's ultimately Lindell to Harley and punched forward by Stankoven. Recovered by Brett Kulak and up the left-hand side. Jabbed at by Leon Draisaitl, churning the legs. Checked by Stankoven, put it off the side of the net. Chris Tanev after it against Ryan McLeod. Wyatt Johnston on the puck for Dallas. Ahead to Stankoven. He'll weave his way over the line, but that was offside. Jamie Benn did not stay onside, and the Oilers come the other way. Here's Leon Draisaitl, a change of pace right wing. He'll put it into the corner for Ryan McLeod. Bowled over by Harley, who turns, put it off the wall. Reaching forward is Jamie Benn, the Stars' longtime captain. He had to wait 5 years to go to the postseason. He's been knocking on the door. Stanley Cup Final in 2020. Conference Finals loss to Vegas last year. And now back in the conference final for the third time in 5 years, but he sees Lindell take an icing call on a pass intended for Tyler Seguin. 1:40 gone by in the third period, and Edmonton leading Game 6, 2-0, and leading the series 3-2.
Don't know how much we're going to see of Evander Kane. To paraphrase the late, great Danny Gallivan, he's been moving rather gingerly since careening into the boards late in the first period.
Face-off win for Matt Duchene. Miro Heiskanen up the right-hand side. Sent in deep by Seguin. Marchment and Duchene after it. Can't get there. Duchene working over Cody Ceci. Line down the middle. Icing will be waved off. Ottinger with Heiskanen calling for the puck. He'll give it to him. Right wing Marchment steps across the blue line. Play is onside. He's with Duchene. Forcing behind the net. Can't make a play. Marchment and Duchene, 20 goals plus during the regular season, but the offense is dried up here in this series. And now A call coming, 17:40 to go in the third period for icing against Edmonton. The shot's 22-8 in this game.
For Dallas. In the Memorial Cup, at one point, Saginaw, the host, was out shooting London 20-2. They were leading 3-0. It's now tied 3-3.
Shows you how it can turn. This series certainly turned after Dallas went up 2-0 in Game 4, leading 2-1. Shot redirected and a dangerous save made by Skinner. A beautiful direct. I believe Joe Pavelski got his stick on that puck, and who else? One of the most potent players in terms of redirecting pucks in the slot, but Skinner, though wrong-footed, was able to pull it in. What a tip by Pavelski. Face-off. Won by Dallas. Pavelski rifles one high and wide. Glove side against Stuart Skinner. Just hasn't been there for him in this series. Nothing's gone right. Tanev a shot redirected off the pads of Skinner. Rebound Bouchard. Put it up on the plexi, but not out. Tanev knocked it down. Dallas desperate. It's season on the line. Pavelski winds it around to Thomas Harley. Left point. Threw it across to Chris Tanev. He waits. He shoots. Nugent Hopkins went down for the shot block. Pavelski kept it alive. Chance of Nuge rise up here among the 18,347. Giveaway by Ekholm. Centering pass Harley. Slow to release. Stolen from behind by Hyman. Is Edmonton guilty of icing? No. Rolls dead at the goal line. Crowd roars its approval. Line change Edmonton. Esa Lindell sees it turned over by Dadonov. Shot back in by Heiskanen from center. Evgeny Dadonov puts it down low. The Dallas Stars swarm the zone. A shot by Lindell. A save made by Skinner. Steele could not get clean wood on the rebound, and it's guided up the right-hand side by Nurse and dumped in by Holloway. Ottinger will send it over to Heiskanen. Maverick Bourque coming off the right half boards in his own end, but that glanced off the skate of Lindell and disappears onto the tape of Kulak. Up to Dylan Holloway. He'll shoot it in. Ottinger to handle the puck for the Dallas Stars. 2-0 Edmonton, 16 minutes to play. 16 minutes to live for the Dallas Stars. Jamie Benn will dump it in. Dallas faced elimination in 1-7 at home against Vegas in the first round. Then beat Colorado in 6 games in the second round. Here's Chris Tanev. Took his eye off the puck in the high slot, and he has to back off. Edmonton played 2 elimination games in the last round and beat the Vancouver Canucks in Game 6 and 7 after dispatching LA in 5 in the first round. Harley able to keep Edmonton lodged in, and now Draisaitl, did he put it out of play or did that tick off the glass?
They're talking about
it's either delay of game against Edmonton or a simple face-off to the right of Stuart Skinner.
Dallas isn't protesting too much here. I think he got the glass.
15:28 to play in the third period. Conference amongst referees, Rankin, Hebert, linesman Alfonso and Murray. They want to make sure they get this right. This is a long conference. Draisaitl was not more than 5 feet from the boards when he hoisted the puck.
I thought he got the glass, Jack.
We haven't seen a definitive replay in the 2 that Bob and I have had a look at here. He was probably less than 5 feet. I'm not so sure.
Well, and the problem right now for Edmonton is they've been completely hemmed up in the first 4.5 minutes of this period.
This is a long discussion here. And you know what? If you're not sure, Bob,
how do you give a penalty?
How do you award a penalty? I'm not saying that Draisaitl didn't throw it over the glass, but if you're this unsure, I don't know how you award a penalty. Yeah, they're going to call it. Jean Hebert. Delay of game, Leon Draisaitl. I didn't see definitive proof on the replays. The overhead, very tough to tell. Dallas immediately signaled, but as you pointed out, they didn't continue to lobby. Let's see this one. You know what, Bob? I think he might have put it over. I think they might have gotten this one right. They just showed
need a kill here, Jack.
Doesn't matter. The one thing is, Bob, you've killed 27 in a row. This has been a strength throughout the Stanley Cup playoffs. just ordinary in the regular season, middle of the pack in the NHL. But 94% in the playoffs. Heiskanen off the draw. He'll get it back in the high slot. Looking, dealing, coming off the goal line with a feed back. There's Robertson. Heiskanen fires, deflected over to Robertson. Pavelski in the slot. Derek Ryan, Nugent Hopkins, Ekholm, and Ceci. The Napa Auto Parts penalty killing unit. Robertson to the net with a wrist shot off the pads of Skinner. Rebound, Hintz. You've got Pavelski. Turn, flipped a blind pass. Ryan did not get it clear. Robertson around the boards. Rope Hintz. Put it down low. Closing quickly, though, is Ekholm. And he'll pin it in the corner. Dallas able to chisel it free, but there's Nugent Hopkins to slide it up the right-hand boards and out. And Edmonton will change. Shots are 26-8 in this hockey game, and yet it's a 2-0 lead for Edmonton in Game 6. Dallas looking to stave off elimination. Rope Hintz to Jason Robertson. The deficit is 2 goals for the Stars. Power play is 0 for 13 in the series. Jamie Benn, left circle, weaving, dishing, and that was deflected away by Matthias Janmark, his one-time teammate. Ottinger will leave it. Dallas changes. 45 seconds left in the Napa Auto Parts penalty kill. Draisaitl on the box for delay of game. Thomas Harley brings it up to center. Now Matt Duchene hustles it into the zone for Mason Marchment. Tried to give it back to Harley at the point. Eventually got it to him. Harley shoots, saves Skinner. Rebound hacked away from Stankoven by Ekholm. And now McLeod. A little spring in his legs, but he failed to clear the zone. Ekholm will come over and try to help him out. Marchment got sealed along the end boards. Wyatt Johnston looking to burrow his way in with Stankoven. Cross-check Marchment. That looked obvious, but it was not called. And then Harley took his eye off the puck, and that'll do it for the power play. So the Stars get away with a penalty, but not a miscommunication as Harley took his eye off it. And there's 28 kills in a row for the Edmonton Oilers. Right side, a shot off the rush, and a save made for Stuart Skinner against Maverick Bourque. Rebound, Zach Hyman pushes his way to the red line. That's all. Lindell nudges ahead for Maverick Bourque. He's under wraps from Brett Kulak. It's loose. The referee is down. A shot by Sagan. What a block shot. Rebound comes free. Batted out of midair and caught by Skinner. 13 minutes to play in the third period. Rogers Place, a beehive right now. The Dallas Stars, determined, doing a lot of things right in Game 6, but not being able to find the net. It's 2-0 for the Oilers, despite being outshot 28-8. Edmonton is now 13 minutes away from a Stanley Cup final, with this city ready to explode. It's Ford Dealers NHL Hockey for the Oilers Radio Network.
McDavid trying to come in with speed. Here he comes. McDavid shoots. Top shelf. He scores!
Hey, Edmonton. Rogers wants you to stay connected to your Edmonton Oilers.
Connor McDavid! Fantastic!
Catch every goal on Canada's largest and most reliable 5G network with Rogers 5G mobile plans. To learn more, visit rogers.com/5G. That's rogers.com/5G.
Live sky high with remarkable units for rent and for sale at Sky Signature Suites. Currently offering amazing incentives on 1- and 2-bedroom rentals featuring designer finishes, resort-like amenities, and breathtaking views. All of this and more within the heart of Ice District, Edmonton's best address for shopping, dining, entertainment, and fun. Visit skysignaturesuites.com and make your home high above the ordinary.
Chemco is building industry across Canada, and now they're on the lookout for civil and electrical project managers, estimators, and superintendents to join their dedicated team. Why Chemco? Because Chemco cares. They put people first, offering top-tier compensation packages and an unwavering commitment to safety. At Chemco, safety isn't just a priority, it's everybody's business. Ready to be part of a team that truly values you? Visit chemco.com/careers today.
You're listening to Oilers Hockey on 630 CHED and on the Radio Player Canada app.
Oilers managed to win a game in Los Angeles during the first round of the Stanley Cup playoffs when mastering just 13 shots on net. That was Game 4. It put the Edmonton Oilers up 3-1 in a series they closed out 2 days later in Edmonton. Now they've got 8 shots through 47 minutes tonight, but still a 2-0 lead in Game 6. Face off in the Edmonton zone, lifted back to center. Maverick Bork for the Dallas Stars, engaged with Zach Hyman. Trying to break loose of Esa Lindell, he can't do it. Hyman with a power play goal to make it 2-0 late in the first period after McDavid had opened the scoring 4 minutes in, and now the Stars cleared out a play from their own end, which means a face-off to Ottinger's right-hand side. 12:38 to go in the third period. And, of course, you'd love to sustain some 5-on-5 pressure here and make Dallas work a little harder to get decent looks at Stuart Skinner. The shots on goal in this third period right now, 7-0, 28-8 for the game in favor of Dallas. Stars held the Oilers to 13 shots twice in those late 90s playoff collisions. They won both of those games. Typically, it's hard to win when you're struggling to reach double digits in that department. Stars work it in off the draw, but Broberg defends the line well. Dallas looking to regroup in the neutral zone. Robertson to Hintz, in over the line, high slot, back to Robertson, late getting there, had the stick lifted, forced out by Draisaitl, slugged back in by Esa Lindell. Beautiful play off the wall by McLeod to Leon Draisaitl. Change of pace. He knows back is Johnston. He centers, and that was intercepted. Robertson takes an outlet from Esa Lindell. Hits Johnston. Wrist shot right circle. Another save. Stuart Skinner, his 29th of the night. 11:49 to go in the third period. Dallas continues to play a lot in Edmonton's end, but Stuart Skinner is not letting a lot of pucks get behind him. And I will say this. Hintz hit a goal post. But, Bob, the Stars look like a team struggling to score because all their shots are right in the breadbasket, it seems. Now, full credit to Skinner for being in the right position, but it's not like he's flailing around.
I think Edmonton's got to put something to the net themselves, even if it's a short-side attempt.
Just to take some of the pressure off, kill a minute or so. Henrique wins the faceoff, tossed by Kulak over the head of Dallas's Thomas Harley. Over to Miro Haskin. Right-hand side, pitchforked in by Stankoven. But you wonder whether thoughts begin to creep into the collective consciousness of Dallas. Is this our night? Steal off Jamie Benn. Up the right-hand side. Holloway. L.A., if you'll recall, Bob felt the same way after Game 4. What else do we have to do? They thought they'd played a near-perfect game. Didn't matter. They didn't get the results. Stankoven will dump it in. And you and I were saying the same thing after that game. Edmonton can win in different ways now. They're not simply high-octane. Bouchard up the middle. Poked in by Janmark. Derek Ryan with support. Esa Lindell will send one streaking up the boards, but Bouchard is able to hold the zone. 10:50 to go in the hockey game. The outlet pass to Tyler Seguin. Mason Marchment, wrist shot, redirected wide. Rebound, Seguin in front. And finally, Marchment is able to break through. Seguin put it off the end boards out in front. And Mason Marchment has Dallas's first goal of the night with 10:42 to play in regulation.
Well, it was a matter of time, Jack. I mean, so much. Everything's been directed to the net. And Mason Marchment, son of Brian Marchment, gets his third goal of the playoffs. And now the Oilers are going to have to dig.
Marchment from Seguin. Time 9:18. Was that close to offside, Bob?
Yeah. But it wasn't.
Edmonton took a look at it.
And it happened when Derek Ryan got caught up ice in the neutral zone. And they flew a man and created a 2-on-2 perfectly executed.
Marchment scored on a deflection for the game winner in Game 2. Now off the draw, whistled wide. What a chance. Right off the hop. Rope Hintz missed the net. So Marchment with a game winner earlier in this series, and now he gives Dallas some life. Tanev will get the second assist on the scoring play. It's 2-1 Edmonton in Game 6. Off the draw. The Oilers move it in deep. Dallas's Chris Tanev escapes pressure from Corey Perry, wants to take a skate as the Stars make a line change halfway through this third period. The shots are 30-8. Robertson sends it in deep for Maverick Bork. First on the puck is Zach Hyman. It's loose, stolen away. Now you've got Dodonov trying to control, double teamed on the half wall. Bouchard looking to reverse. Sam Steele is there. Dodonov, left corner, Steele. Dallas pressing for the equalizer. Dodonov shooting, deflected, big bounce. Heiskanen to settle it down, and then he gave it away. Connor McDavid on the attack. Heiskanen now forced to defend. Coming over quickly to knock it away from McDavid, and Edmonton backs off. Sam Steele up the right-hand side. That went through everyone. Icing will be waved off by linesman Shandor Alfonso, and Cody Ceci, quarterbacking for Edmonton, locates Philip Broberg. He'll scoot it up the left-hand side. Chance for Janmark. Brushed off his stick by Lindell. Solid defense down low, but Edmonton has the puck down low for one of the few times in this third period, partner. Wyatt Johnston trying to chisel it free. He did so to Lindell. Jamie Benn put it up the left-hand boards. Adam Henrique up the right-hand side. Lindell able to cuddle it off. You'll recall when Dallas finally got a goal trailing 3-0 the other night.
It was all Dallas.
It was, but the Stars didn't get a lot of scoring chances the rest of the way, not the last 4 or 5 minutes. Can the Oilers do it again? Here's a turnover by Ceci, a shot by Stankoven, and a right pad save made by Skinner to preserve the 2-1 lead. Marchment freed it up. Stankoven fires again, and this time missed over the blocker. Rebound Wyatt Johnston. Dallas swarming. Open man, left circle shot blocked. Rebound, another chance in front. Extra pass from Johnston does not make its way through to Stankoven. And the Oilers still lead 2-1. Dallas getting closer. Harley shooting. That was deflected. Ceci comes up with it. Hard up the boards and out for Leon Draisaitl. Now center ice is Dylan Holloway. He'll shoot it on net, and that's blocker to the corner by Jake Ottinger. That will be the first shot on net for Edmonton more than 12 minutes into this third period. Flip back in by Connor McDavid. Stars on the puck. Here's Thomas Harley, defended by Nugent Hopkins. Miro Heiskanen up the right-hand side. The Oilers defend their line. And now on the counterattack, it's Zach Hyman over the line, shoots, and another save made by Ottinger. Rebound, Dallas able to come up with it. Dodonov up the left-hand side. Matt Duchene will chip and charge. Sagan, third man in. Ekholm worked it up the left-hand boards. Nugent Hopkins has it slither free. Fired by Sagan on net. Skinner takes a peek. He's got it. His 30th save of the night. Keeps the Oilers out in front by a score of 2-1. Mason Marchment has made things interesting. Nothing comes easy to the Edmonton Oilers. Why would Game 6 of the Western Conference Final be any different? It's Edmonton 2. It's Dallas 1. And we're live at sold-out Rogers Place. The Oilers Radio Network.
The Brick and the Edmonton Oilers both started right here in Edmonton back in the 70s. And we know nothing is more exciting than playoff hockey. We're next to you in the stands, painted blue and orange, cheering our hearts out. And when we're not there, we're in our stores, making sure you have everything you need to cheer them on in your home. We're proud of this city and its rich sports history. The Brick, supporting the Edmonton Oilers and fans right from the beginning. Let's go, Oilers.
International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 955, is one of Alberta's largest and most diverse union locals in the province. Members work in everything from construction and maintenance to pipelines, renewables, healthcare, education, municipalities, and more. They are a big part of Alberta's past and will be a big part of Alberta's future. Apprenticeship, jobs, pension. That's IUOE Local 955. Visit joinustoday.ca to learn more, and let's go Oilers. Ready to score big on your outdoor space? It's game time with Park Landscaping. Transform your backyard into a winning arena with Park Landscaping's expert team. From design to maintenance of lush lawns and state-of-the-art synthetic turf to inviting pools and captivating water features, Park Landscaping will make your outdoor space the MVP. Don't sit on the sidelines. Get in the game with Park Landscaping. Call 780-486-2744 today or email info@parklandscaping.ca.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app. This is the Oilers Radio Network.
Gut check time for the Edmonton Oilers. 7 minutes away from the Stanley Cup Final, a 2-1 lead. Third period, and Leon Draisaitl, a face-off against Joe Pavelski to the left of Stuart Skinner, who has been pelted with 32 pucks tonight by Dallas, but only one has gotten by him. Face-off win for Hintz. Mishandled by Heiskanen at the line, and Dallas has to fall back. Oilers scored 2 power play goals in the first. Dallas finally breaking through. Mason Marchment a few minutes ago breaking up the shutout bid for Stuart Skinner. Hintz and Robertson crowd the zone with Pavelski. Heiskanen shovels to Pavelski. Rope Hintz has had some good looks tonight, hasn't hit the net. Holloway a steal and an icing call up the left-hand side forthcoming as he drilled it off the left-hand boards. 6:31 to play in the third. Edmonton 2, Dallas 1. McDavid a power play goal and an assist on Hyman's league-leading 14th of the postseason.
Well, it's been all Dallas here in the third period, to say the least. 10-2 are the shots.
Well, and 5-on-5 for much of the game. I mean, but Edmonton, again, special teams and goaltending. It's always been the formula. Off the draw, slashed up ice by Evander Kane. Knocked away from the lunging Dylan Holloway, and now Wyatt Johnston back into the offensive zone. He'll give it up for Thomas Harley. Centering pass, and that missed Stankoven and chases Dallas all the way back. Johnston missed on a pass intended for Stankoven, where maybe a shot would have been a better play as the Stars pressed for the equalizer a few minutes ago. Tanev will shoot it in. And the puck played with a high stick in the estimation of the officials.
And a D-zone draw for Edmonton.
Caught an Oiler high stick, evidently. Maybe Ekholm. And a faceoff will come back in the Edmonton zone. 5:59 to go in the third. And we're going to take our final break of this third period and be right back with what should be a phenomenal finish. Edmonton has been waiting 18 years. In the next 6 minutes, we're going to find out whether this team has the requisite stuff to advance to the Stanley Cup Final. Edmonton leads the best of 7 West Final 3-2. They lead Game 6 2-1. We'll be back with the finale. This is For Dealers, NHL Hockey, the Oilers Radio Network.
Hockey fans, with a spotless reputation, Scandinavian Building Services is responsible for keeping over 70 million square feet of space clean and safe every day. With over 65 years in the industry, no cleaning challenge is too big or too small. From national retailers and commercial spaces to small offices and entertainment centers like Rogers Place, let Scandinavian take the worry off your cleaning program. Visit Scandinavian.ca to learn more. Scandinavian Building Services. Our reputation is spotless.
Celebrating 70 years in the signage industry, William Huff Advertising is the most recognized name in the game. An in-house, one-stop shop for all of your design, print, and installation needs. William Huff provides quality graphic solutions for everyone. Here in our City of Champions and throughout the nation, they are the preferred signage partner entrusted by many of the biggest corporations, pro sports teams, and organizations to bring their identity to life. Recognize the name, get in the game. WilliamHuff.com.
Until June 8th, make the shift to more savings at Fountain Tire and get up to $200 off a set of 4 select tires, plus a bonus $50 off any service of $150 or more. Restrictions apply. Financing available. Book online today. I can tell by the look on your face you're thinking about it.
Face off right side of Stuart Skinner. 5:59 to go, third period. Edmonton 2, Dallas 1. The Oilers 6 minutes away from the Stanley Cup Final. Dallas has gotten one back here in the third after trailing 2-0 following first period goals by McDavid and Hyman. Marchment, the only man to beat Skinner, who stopped 30 of 31 shots. Jake Ottinger often lonely throughout this Game 6. He has turned aside 8 of 10. Rope Hintz against Leon Draisaitl. Face off to Skinner's right-hand side, and Draisaitl cleaned him up. Bouchard will turn and scoop one out to center. Heiskanen put it on the stick of Rope Hintz. Dallas and Edmonton, two veteran clubs who've been in and around it the last couple years. Rolled in by Robertson, and that's gloved by Skinner. He'll stick that one in his hip pocket, and away to face off to his right with 5:44 to go in the third.
Edmonton has sustained absolutely zero forecheck in this period. Dallas has pushed, and the Oilers have kind of hung on. And
Stars off the draw. Pavelski fired. That shot was blocked. Here's a redirect by Harley on net. Skinner makes the save. McDavid turns and turns it over. Rope Hintz gave it right back to him. McDavid came over, snatched the puck, put it on the tape of Zach Hyman, nudged back toward the blue line, and Pavelski could not get it in deep. He has to give ground and give back to Thomas Harley. Stars a reload in the neutral zone. Robertson served it up, and it's backhanded in by Tyler Seguin. Bouchard reverses to Ekholm, who crushes one up the left-hand side. This will be an icing call as Heiskanen draws a whistle with 5:06 remaining in this third period. Edmonton 2, Dallas 1. Game 6 of the West Final. The Oilers took Game 1 in overtime. Dallas won the next two. The Oilers rallied from 2-0 down in Game 4 with 5 unanswered goals, took a 3-0 lead in Game 5, held on for a 3-1 victory, and now lead 2-1 here in Game 6. Face-off win for McDavid to the right of Skinner. And it's Bouchard shoveling out to Matthias Janmark on the ice, of course for defensive purposes. Laid ahead to Tyler Seguin by Lindell. The Stars swarm the offensive zone. Seguin to Marchment behind the net. Centering pass, and Tanev could not find it in his feet from Matt Duchene. Kept it down low for Marchment. Flicked away from him by Broberg, and a clear. Up the middle of the ice comes Connor Brown. Right wing, Brown puts the brakes on. He's had a good series. And he'll send it around to Ryan McLeod. Connor Brown, a goal and 2 assists in this series. You've got McLeod hit hard by Tanev. Lindell put it right back into several skates. Lindell away from traffic, but Edmonton keeping Dallas hemmed in for one of the few times in this hockey game. Tanev up the right-hand side. Bumped in by the Stars. Skinner leisurely off to Brett Kulak. Hard up the boards through Corey Perry. And this will be another icing call against Edmonton with 3:59 to go in the third. And there's a situation, Bob, where you really didn't need that.
Well, you see just the hard forecheck and a little bit of a panic level increasing from Edmonton.
And you said this in Game 5. You were surprised Dallas went passive in Game 5.
Forecheck. And the Oilers have had no forecheck 5-on-5 in this game.
Draisaitl against Jamie Benn. What the Oilers do have is a 2-1 lead with 4 minutes to play, despite being outshot 33-10. Crowd in unison on its feet. Draisaitl won the draw back to Kulak up the left-hand side, and the Oilers will bust out. Here's Adam Henrique. He'll shovel it in. Big bounce and play with a high stick by Thomas Harley, and that'll keep a face-off in the Dallas zone as the Let's Go Oilers chant reverberate throughout 18,347 in this facility that's hoping to help host the Stanley Cup Final for the first time in its history. Its first year was 2016-17, and the Oilers returned to the playoffs after an 11-year absence that year. It was McDavid's first MVP and first trip to the postseason. They lost to Anaheim in 7 games in the second round. McDavid wins the faceoff. Henrique to McDavid, then kicked it back to Matthias Ekholm, and from his own blue line, he'll chip it in. Hyman in on the forecheck against Chris Tanev. Dallas put it up the boards. Wyatt Johnston. He'll hoist wide of Skinner. That's icing against Dallas, and now it's the second-year man, Wyatt Johnston, with a bit of a miscue. 3.5 to go in the third period, and the faceoff will come back in the Dallas zone.
So we're going to see either one of McDavid or Draisaitl on the ice.
They're both on the ice with Zach Hyman.
A little surprised by this, but
this is Chris Knobloch being aggressive. He's got the 5 on the ice that have paved the way for a lot of 5-on-5 offense in this postseason run. So he's not saying hang on. He's saying go for it. Draisaitl wins the faceoff. Ekholm slammed it back down low. Hyman on the puck, wrapped up with a pair of Stars. The other thing you maybe do is waste a minute of the clock. Bursting out with the puck, however, is Jamie Benn off a scrum behind the net. Chris Tanev lost the handle at center, and now we'll have a hand pass whistled against Edmonton, and a neutral zone draw with 3:12 to go in the third period. The tension thickening, nearly unbearable. The Oilers 2, the Stars 1. If Dallas rallies to win, there'll be a Game 7 Tuesday night at the American Airlines Center. We'd have it for you 6:30 Mountain Time. If Edmonton wins, Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final will be 6 Mountain Saturday night in Sunrise, Florida. Sagan wins the draw against Leon Draisaitl. Here's Lindell up the right-hand side. The Stars can't get it in deep. Nugent Hopkins forces and manages a clear deep into the Dallas zone. Turnover by Sagan. Draisaitl walks in and misfired on a pass to Nugent Hopkins. Marchment lays it ahead for Matt Duchene. Over the line to Sagan. Tapped away. Darnell Nurse, right side for Cody Ceci. This puck should exit easily, and it does. Draisaitl to Matthias Janmark. He lost the handle. Shoveled by Marchment back to Thomas Harley. 2:35 to play in the third period. Down the stretch in Game 6. Heiskanen fires it in for the Dallas Stars. Ekholm first on the puck for Edmonton. Hesitated. Pavelski swarming with Hintz and Johnston, who sends it around the boards. Ottinger, late break to the bench. Extra man coming on. The net empty in Game 6 with Edmonton leading 2-1. Slipped in front. One-timer save! Stuart Skinner on Jason Robertson with 2:10 to play. 33rd of the night.
Not sure how he gets that quality look there. What a chance. And Skinner fought it off.
Dallas, no indication of a timeout as of yet. 2 minutes, 10 seconds remain. Ottinger on the bench. Net empty. The Oilers, McDavid, Draisaitl.
Stars have won 60% of the draws in this game, Jack.
Hyman, Bouchard, Ekholm. Benn against Draisaitl. Lining up to Skinner's right. 2-1 Oilers. Draisaitl wins the draw. Bouchard toward the empty net. And that deflected off a body and sailed out of play with 2:06 to go in the third. Stanley Cup playoff hockey, 2:06 away from a trip to the Stanley Cup Final. This city has waited 18 years for this. Jamie Benn beaten off the draw, but ducking inside. Pavelski wide open up top. Wrist shot, and that stayed out. Robertson against Stuart Skinner. Rebound Pavelski. Rope Hintz trying to carve it out of there. Chiseling, hacking, and whacking. Jamie Benn. 6 players piled up in the left corner. Finally comes free. Benn and Johnston. Ekholm is there. Up the boards, Heiskanen. Moves it across. Robertson looking. Back to Heiskanen. Hintz. Heiskanen one-timer, and that was blocked. Rebound Draisaitl. Net is empty. Chipped it ahead. Batted down by Johnston. Muscling at it is McDavid. Turned over. Draisaitl skates around one star. Kicks it back to Bouchard. Lead pass left wing. Hyman drag move. Partially tripped. No penalty called. 1 minute, 12 seconds to go. Edmonton 2. Dallas 1. Heiskanen backing off. Stars get a change. The Oilers 1 minute away from the Stanley Cup Final. Wristed down deep by Matt Duchene. Sagan to Robertson, deep right corner. Wrapped up with Nurse. Duchene in front. Bounced away. Race for the puck. First on it, Connor Brown. A clear back to center. Heiskanen over. Robertson tucks it back in. Skinner hard up the boards. Came free. Attempted clear. Hacked. Whacked. Bouncing in the slot. Finally out to Heiskanen. 35 seconds. Loading. Side of the net. In front. Swing and a miss. Marchment. 25 seconds to go. A quick dish down low. Duchene a shot off the pads. The rebound cleared by Brown. Not enough for icing. 15 seconds away from a trip to the final. Here's the finish. 2-1 Edmonton. Sagan tucks it down low. 30 seconds. Heiskanen has it blocked. This game, this series is over. Edmonton's heading to the Stanley Cup final.
The Dallas Stars got goalie tonight. It's a snatch and grab in goal from Stuart Skinner. 34 stops of sheer brilliance. Special teams and power and goaltending. Special teams and goaltending. 2 for 2 in the power play. 3 for 3 in the PK. Stuart Skinner, 34 saves. The Oilers stole this one tonight, and they win the series in 6 games.
Tonight, from the depths of 30th place at U.S. Thanksgiving to the Stanley Cup final, 5-12-1, floundering, nowhere close to postseason contention, and now shaking hands with the defeated Dallas Stars, having ended Dallas' season in 6 games. Game 1 of the Stanley Cup final.
Unreal.
Saturday in Florida. And listen to this crowd.
Jack, were the shots in the third.
35-10 the final. Edmonton, 10 shots, a club record for futility in the shots on goal department. This team thought to be a 2-trick pony. Without McDavid and Draisaitl, no shot. Well, tonight, yet another indication that the Oilers have found several different ways to win hockey games since their last trip to the conference final 2 years ago.
This performance tonight from the Oilers' Stuart Skinner, albeit in a far more dramatic fashion, far more important series, but Curtis Joseph stole the 97 series against Dallas, the 98 series against the Colorado Avalanche, and tonight, Stuart Skinner, he stole game number 6 for the Edmonton Oilers. Locked in, rock solid.
Special teams and goaltending. As long as you watch hockey, you're going to hear that talked about. Well, tonight, the Oilers 2 for 2 on the power play. The Stars were 0 for 3. And in goal, Stuart Skinner stopped 34 of 35 shots, while Jake Ottinger allowed 2 on 10. It certainly was not pretty, but a trip to the Stanley Cup final and a flight to Sunrise, Florida will look pretty darn nice for the Edmonton Oilers now gathered on the ice. There's the chant again. Let's hear it.
Man, oh man.
And this crowd, I mean,
Jack, you closed like a champ at the end of that broadcast. Just the frenetic energy that was in the building, and the Oilers just holding on and absorbing punches after punches after punches. Found a way. Stuart Skinner, fantastic. The defronted pucks, the penalty killing was awesome. Who do you need to have as your best penalty killer, Jack?
Your goaltender, and Stuart Skinner was brilliant tonight. And Edmonton has done to Dallas what no one did throughout the regular season. The Stars sailed through the regular season and the playoffs without ever having lost 3 games in a row in regulation. And Edmonton's able to get it done with a come-from-behind 5-2 victory in Game 4 that really turned the series. The McLeod goal with the crowd out of it, and Dallas leading 2-0 in Game 4. That triggered a run of 5 unanswered. A 3-1 victory in Dallas, which I personally thought was Edmonton's best game that they've played, certainly in my tenure here. And then a 2-1 decision in Game 6 where Dallas did everything right except find a way to beat Stuart Skinner more than one occasion.
This is a different team. They can't play this way against Florida. Florida's a different team that they're going to play. Florida dominated the shot clock against the New York Rangers. Bill Daly, Jack, coming to the ice.
And he's got the Clarence Campbell Trophy. The handshakes have been completed. The Stanley Cup paraphernalia has already been handed out. A number of the Oilers adorned in Stanley Cup final hats. And Edmonton will gather around the Clarence Campbell Trophy. I have not seen Connor McDavid make a move toward it just yet. And you wonder whether the Oilers are going to keep their distance here. I don't think they're touching it. They're posing on the ice right now with a Clarence Campbell Bowl. Of course, for so many years in the National Hockey League, it was the Campbell Conference and the Prince of Wales Conference. Now, of course, it's West and East, but the Clarence Campbell Bowl still given to the West winner. And that trophy, as best as I can tell, will remain unvarnished. And no one's left, Bob. No one has left.
Oh, it's been awesome. No question about it.
What a moment for the city.
Lots of people reaching out, Jack, from the hockey world, including senior executives of our other organizations that have won before. And they're saying, enjoy the moment. And I have a feeling we're going to be enjoying the moment here tonight. Jack, we got, 5 days in between a game? I say let her rip tonight. Get after it. You got my permission.
2-1 Edmonton. In Game 6, the Oilers win 4 games to 2. And they defeat the Dallas Stars, who lose in the conference final for a second consecutive year. And after losing to the eventual Stanley Cup champion in back-to-back years, the Oilers will now get a look at a potential champion square in the face. There's one team left, and that's the Florida Panthers, who beat the Oilers twice this season. 5-1 in Edmonton back on December the 16th. And 5-3 on home ice back on November the 20th. That was an Oiler club still floundering its way to a 5-12-1 start. You'll recall Chris Knobloch won his first 2 games, then lost 3 in a row. The Oilers went over in Tampa, Sunrise, and Raleigh, North Carolina, and then came home and proceeded to rip off an 8-game winning streak, triggered with a shutout in the U.S. Capitol against Washington the day after U.S. Thanksgiving. When the Oilers woke up that morning, they were in 30th place. When they woke up tomorrow, they'll be in the Stanley Cup final. Here's Ryan Nugent-Hopkins with our Brendan Escott.
Well, we're going to try. There's obviously quite the celebration going on down here. Ryan, you've been a part of this team for a long time now, the longest-serving Oiler. You're heading to play for the Stanley Cup. What does that sound like to you? Take me inside your mind.
Yeah, I mean, it's what it's all about. That's why we've worked so hard over these past few years. I mean, it's incredible, but there's so much work left. And we're so excited about the opportunity here. But I mean, obviously, I'm gonna enjoy this. Yeah, I mean, incredibly proud of this group.
You and I talked at the end of 20 minutes, and you said that obviously there was a lot of work left to do. Not a lot of shots ended up on net, and it didn't seem to matter. I mean, how much do you owe to your goaltender for that performance tonight?
A lot, definitely. I mean, I thought we did a pretty good job of eliminating their great, really good-looking chances, but at the same time, they still got a few that he had to be really sharp on. So, unbelievable job. we'll take the win no matter how it comes. But obviously, we're gonna have to. We'll enjoy this right now, but we'll worry about Florida in a week here.
Yeah, I mean, what does the next couple of days look like? A new position for everybody involved here. You're going to want to drink this in and then get right back to work for a Florida team that I know is going to be just as tough a test.
Oh yeah, I mean, different style of game for sure. Coming from them, I only play them twice a year, so don't know them as well. But I mean, you see them play; they play hard. But obviously, we got some time here to go over things and see what we can do to give ourselves the best chance.
Ryan, you're playing for the Stanley Cup. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Jack?
Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, 13 years. And as an Edmonton Oiler, the longest serving Oiler, you can only imagine the emotions kind of channeling through him right now. He's absolutely right. Florida will be a stiff test. Edmonton Oilers, again, this is obviously Game 6 is not a blueprint, but I will say this, Bob. I think this series overall demonstrates
100%.
the different ways that the Edmonton Oilers
100%.
have figured out ways to win games this year. It hasn't just been, now they've done it against the weaker teams. They've overwhelmed the weaker teams, but they've beat the quality clubs in front of them in vastly different ways.
One thing I'm going to say, Jack, one thing we didn't see is the Oilers face a team that wanted to drag the game into the gutter. And the Florida Panthers have lots of guys willing to do that. They are a team that can change. Look, they got a hard-pressed forecheck. The Oilers were under duress in the last 4 periods of this game, dealing with a hard-pressed forecheck. They finished checks. Dallas plays between the whistles. That's their makeup. The Florida Panthers, they got lots of guys stirring crap after the whistles. They drag you into the fight. There's no choice. I will tell you right now, I fully expect Sam Carrick. Derek Ryan got caught up ice on the 1 goal against. That's how tight this is to be in and out of the lineup. When Tanev made the play out of the zone, I expect Carrick for sure in the lineup for game number 1 against the Florida Panthers. We got to see about Evander Kane. How big was Evander Kane against Matthew Tkachuk in the Battle of Alberta? He was huge. Some people would suggest he got into Tkachuk's kitchen a bit. There's also a matchup that concerns me a bit for Leon Draisaitl, and that's Sasha Barkov. Sasha Barkov might be the best all-around big center in the National Hockey League. He wins a lot of draws. He's big, he's heavy, he's physical, and historically he's done very well. This has been a tough matchup for the Edmonton Oilers. Now, it's interesting. You and me have the privilege of conversing with a couple of the greatest players in the history of the game. One of them said to me, Bob, I like the Florida matchup more than the Rangers. So I was like, I don't think so.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
I
wouldn't have picked that.
Look, as much respect as we had for Dallas, Edmonton beat Dallas once this year and had 49 shots on goal in another game against Dallas. The Oilers got beat twice by the Florida Panthers, including getting housed here in this building. So, it's going to be intriguing to see what happens. But should we bring Rob Brown in for a quick comment?
Absolutely. I mean, before, obviously, those games, obviously we're in the first 18, and Edmonton won 5 of its first 18 games. I think, looking ahead a bit, first off, Rob, I mean, I just thought want to get your thoughts, the recap of this series. And my point tonight is, Stuart Skinner was composed. I thought he was really good. But unlike the early season edition of the Edmonton Oilers, there weren't a ton of wide open slot shots looks. I mean, look, Skinner played great. I'm not taking anything away from him. But even in tonight's game, where this is far from the Oilers' best, I thought it looked a lot better than it did in October and November when Edmonton saw Florida. It would look even better if we had Rob Brown.
Can we turn around?
There we go. I feel like I'm at home now when my wife turns my mic off. No, I agree with you on that, Jack.
A little bit like LA in Game 4.
Yeah,
I mean,
everything
the shot
was
clock
contested.
looks bad.
Yeah,
yes.
everything is contested. There's a stick on you. There's a body on you. There's a stick in the lane, a body in the lane. The Oilers played with a desperation. The Dallas Stars were the better team 100% in this game, but they didn't get odd man breaks. They didn't get grade A scoring chances uncontested in the slot. So the Oilers, they bent, but they didn't break. And we saw earlier in the season they broke, and they broke often in those games. There was a commitment to not giving up a second chance. Even when the Stars got their first chance, there was never a second one. So if Skinner made the save, he wasn't looking at 2 or 3 more. And the one thing that we talked about at the beginning of the year is the blue paints. The Oilers always lost those battles, whether it was in the offensive zone or in front of their own net. They would lose the battles where they would get pushed out of the way and there'd be a second shot, a third shot, a fourth shot. That wasn't happening tonight, but I think there's got to be some credit said, and I know that you don't do the call-in shows that we do and Bob does, but we had a lot of phone calls saying that this Oiler team can't win with Stuart Skinner. We had a lot of calls early in the year that saying that Ken Holland, they're calling for his job. At the end of the day, he built a pretty good team, and the goaltender that couldn't win the big one was absolutely sensational in this hockey game and has taken them to the Stanley Cup Finals.
And I think we'd be remiss, and, Bob is not giving me a nudge here, but you put Adam Henrique back in the lineup, scores a goal. Mm-hmm. You parachute Corey Perry back in the lineup, and he helps set up a goal that kind of turned the series around from another guy who you'd put back in the lineup, Ryan McLeod. You put Philip Broberg into the lineup, and he gives you 3 quality games, scores a big goal, that gave Edmonton a little cushion in Game 5, and the managing of the goaltending situation, getting Pickard in there when Skinner needed a reset, and then going right back to Stuart Skinner for the critical games. Chris Knobloch, we don't want to shovel dirt on the previous head coach that led the Oilers. He was at the helm of an Oiler club that started the year 2-9-1 when everyone thought this was a preseason Cup favorite. But at the same time, we also can't underestimate what Chris Knobloch has brought to this team.
Well, especially he's in his rookie season. It's not like he said. It's not like it's Scotty Bowman or
Babcock
or anyone that's been around.
You didn't bring in a veteran guy.
No, someone that's been there said, "Okay, I've been here before. Here's what we're going to do because it's happened before. I've been in this situation." He's new to this situation, and I don't care if you had success in the minors. I don't care if you had success in junior. The National Hockey League is different. Everything is new. Yet he stayed true to himself, and he had belief. And I like when he explained it. He said, "Okay, I talked to 12 people about this, and then I talked to Paul Coffey all night long, and then we got up in the morning, we discussed it again." There was no rash decisions. Everything was well thought out, talked about amongst themselves, and then they made the call. And there were calls that, I'm saying, really, you're putting Corey Perry and Ryan McLeod with Leon? That's the second best player in the world, and he's playing with 2 guys with 0 points or in the press box last game. Yet it worked. So you got to...
No surprise for me.
Well, I still think it is a surprise because this is a guy that has
that was a little tongue-in-cheek from Bob.
Okay, but I'm like, NHL resume was pretty barren.
Yes.
And he's come in and the players have bought in because I think the biggest thing that we've seen with this Edmonton Oilers team has been their commitment to defense. And when things went sideways, and let's be honest, at times in this game it had gone sideways for them, they still stayed in their structure. They didn't get away from it. And I think that's something that's new to this Oilers organization.
What I liked was, Bob, in terms of Chris's bench management, and we got a glimpse at it after Vancouver made it 3-2 and he called the timeout. Now, we praised him for the timeout, but then when you heard the audio of Chris on the bench, that's all right. We've been here before. We're not in any trouble.
What did Zach Hyman say yesterday at the availability? Zach Hyman said, teams take on the tenor of the coach.
Yeah.
They're under control. They're not losing it when they're going through tough times.
Well, you watch teams that have a coach that's fiery, and their team is fiery. So when there's a coach that's on a roller coaster, your team's on a roller coaster. To me, there's 2 things you look at as a player. It's like, well, when you guys fly a lot, if all of a sudden there's turbulence, are you guys not looking at the stewardesses? Do they look nervous? Okay, she looks like she's okay, I feel all right. Well, if you're a player, you look at your goalie and you look at their coach. If both of them look calm, then okay, I feel like we're in a pretty good place. And throughout this entire season since he's been here, Knobloch's looked calm. If things have gone sideways a bit, it's all right, guys. We'll be okay.
Well, here's a stat for you. The Oilers playing Florida will be the longest matchup between 2 teams in NHL history, 2,541 miles. And that's how far it seemed like when Edmonton was 30th place in the league back in November.
And, Rob, do you want to take a gander at who might have broadcasted the longest travel between any professional hockey teams.
Well, I know that you were in Alaska at one point.
Alaska and South Carolina, 4,500 miles. Jared Bednar, the coach of the South Carolina Stingrays. So I'll be involved in the two longest.
Did you have at least a team charter?
No, he busted back then. That was the minors.
We had groups of guys on 4 different routes getting up there. 3 different airlines.
We might be on a different route, but they're going to at least be together. Man, oh man, what a run here for. I mean, just think about where the team was, Jack, on November the 12th. Like, 3-9-1 at that point. And I do think Jeff Jackson knew what he had in Chris Knobloch. He watched him a ton. I knew what structure the Oilers would play with because I know who Chris credits as a mentor for him, and it's very similar. So, the reality is what I didn't know is how cool under pressure he was. I mean, Paul Coffey is arguably the second most powerful man in the organization next to Daryl Cates.
Well, and Paul Coffey gets a lot of credit too.
And he helped Chris out and helped bring some fire at times when needed. And look at the progression.
I think he challenged the defense too, Rob. And I know you're a forward, and there's always kind of a friendly rivalry there. But Coffey, as you know, is an old school guy who'd embrace that. And he challenged the defenseman. First of all, he shifted the whole room around, sat all the defensemen together. And you see that a lot on other National Hockey League teams. But it wasn't that way in the Oilers dressing room. There was a mixture of forwards and defensemen. He sat them together, and he said, you know what? Forget about the forwards. Let's worry about the defense. You can make a play, too. Here's a guy who's been making plays all playoffs long. Zach Hyman, his 14th goal came tonight. He's with our Brendan Escott.
Playoffs, all regular season, and now, Zach, an opportunity for you to play for the Stanley Cup. I mean, you've been playing for it all season long, but, take me inside where you are at with this team, the battle that they just showed, particularly in Game 6 here.
Oh, man. 2 teams left. It's crazy. It's what we played for, what we expected going into the year was to be in this situation now. Feels great. Obviously, a lot of work to be done in this game. We have to win one like this where we were hanging on. Stu was our best player by a mile and stole us the game.
It's incredible to think. I mean, sometimes you get goalied and sometimes you're able to goalie. And for him to step up at this juncture of the season, incredible stuff. But really the whole team for the last couple of games and the way, they made it hard for the other team to get those quality opportunities in front. I imagine that's something you took a lot of pride in.
Yep. We were blocking shots. I mean, we just wanted to win. We were willing to do whatever it took to get the win. And obviously they pushed. They're an unbelievable team. They won the West in the regular season, and they weren't going to go down without a fight. And we held on, and we did everything we needed to do to finish it off.
The composure of your group seemed to grow, and the confidence around that seemed to grow as the series went on even. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we're the underdogs going into the series. Everybody thought that we weren't going to win. So we have a strong inner belief, and we like the way we played probably every game except for tonight, right? But you got to win some games like this, and it was a huge one.
You guys do such a good job of not looking at the bigger picture necessarily, just keeping things very narrow, but obviously a huge situation now. And going to play a Panthers team, 2 times a year you see these guys. So what do you know about what you can expect from Florida when things get going next Saturday?
Oh, man, I'm not even thinking about it. Just kind of taking this one in.
Yeah.
But they're obviously a great team. They've been there before, so it'll be a good test.
Congrats, Zach.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Guys?
Well, it's a perfect transition as we wrap up our network post-game show. Rob and Bob, I'd like your thoughts on the next challenge. I mean, the Florida Panthers... Rob, I felt, I guess selfishly, as a guy who has a vested interest in Edmonton's success, of course, that maybe the Rangers might have been the easier matchup. Don't play as hard a game, kind of play that skill game and up and down a little bit with the Oilers. I mean, they've got some rugged players, but nothing like Florida. So give me a look at what that matchup looks like in your eyes.
Well, I've been saying all along, I felt the Florida Panthers would come out of the East. I think they're the best team from top to bottom. I think they've got players at all positions that excel, and it's led by Barkov, who I think is the best two-way player in the National Hockey League. He's fantastic, and they have a goaltender that can steal games. So if you're looking at the series, I think this is a tougher series as going 5-on-5. I think the Florida Panthers are big. They're rugged. I think if you want to beat the Oilers, you have to have a good forecheck and you have to be physical. And the Florida Panthers do both of those. If you want to look at how the Oilers can beat the Florida Panthers, well, the Florida Panthers will take penalties. And the Edmonton Oilers power play is the best in the National Hockey League. So Florida, if they stay within the confines of the rules, I think they are a very tough out for the Edmonton Oilers. If this gets into penalty-filled hockey games, I think the Edmonton Oilers have a huge advantage that way. I believe it'll be a 6-7 game series. I think it's a coin flip. And this is the series I was looking for. I know that the New York Rangers would be fun to watch. There's a ton of skill, but I want to see the two best teams go at it. And I felt all along that these are the two best teams in the National Hockey League.
And Jack, for me, I mean, there's a couple things. I obviously, we already discussed Barkov before, just a brilliant two-way performer. He's playing 21.46 per game. They are similar to Edmonton in the sense that Tkachuk and Verhaeghe and Barkov and Reinhart all play almost 20 minutes a game. Reinhardt's at 21.53, and then you got Verhaeghe at he's at 19.58. Tkachuk's at 19. So similarly, the Oilers, they run four forwards a lot. The Oilers, obviously, McDavid, Draisaitl, Nugent Hopkins, and Hyman. They got some bite. Bennett is a courageous player. He fights like every fight's the last time he's ever going to eat. He's a hard-nosed SOB to play against. They have some range and size on defense. They went and picked up Nico Mikkola. And, you take a look at their team, and even Lorentz is sort of a force. She, for them, has been an effective player. They withstood the injuries they had on defense at the start of the year, right? That was the big thing. They went out and got Ekman Larsson. They brought in Kulikov, veteran guys to help them out. And then Forsling has just been off the charts. He's been unbelievable. They still have Ekblad. And, they have Montour, who's a one-man breakout machine.
Well, and Bobrovsky in the last year and a half has kind of found a little Ponce de Leon. I mean, I thought he was wobbling his way toward maybe a descent into mediocrity, and he's found new life.
Yeah, he's played. He's been good. They are as well run. Look, Dallas, you can make an assertion. We thought last year when the Oilers lost to Vegas in Game 6 that they got goalied. Tonight, the Oilers, Stuart Skinner goalied the Dallas Stars. Dallas is as well run as a team as there is in the Western Conference. Well, the Florida Panthers, let's not forget, they came in first a couple years ago. Then last year, they made it to the Stanley Cup final, right? And
they're having a 3-year run. Rivaling their Florida rival without the two cups.
And now the one thing with their team is they got some guys that are hungry that are looking to get paid. Reinhardt's had an unbelievable year. The way Hyman's, they do it differently. Reinhardt's a smoother scorer. It's going to take everything the Oilers have to beat the Florida Panthers. But I will say this, Matthew Tkachuk has brought out at times some of the best and some of the worst in the Edmonton Oilers. And I'm all for watching that take place because we know he's going to be trucking guys late. We know that he's going to be starting crap after the whistles. Completely different series than Dallas. And the only thing that might intimidate, Florida's power play was pretty good against the Rangers too. The only thing that might intimidate Florida from doing that a little bit is a power play that's clicking. It's now the Oilers are number one in the power play, number one in the PK. It's going to be a great series. Let's get after it.
And again, I feel like the penalty kill is more so than the power play. Not only won them this series, but has brought them to the Stanley Cup final for the first time in 18 years. Obviously, you can understand the elation palpable throughout Rogers Place, which will now be home to a Stanley Cup final for the first time. We'll have to wait a bit. Games 1 and 2 will be played on Saturday and Monday night. Bob and I will have them for you at 6 Mountain Time and then come back to Edmonton for games 3 and 4 the following Thursday and Saturday. So we've got to wait a little bit, but of course you can catch all of Bob's shows. I mean, you've got a full lineup obviously this
next
week
3 days
on Oilers
3
Now.
hours a day,
yeah, exactly. Oilers Now, and the build up, it's just going to be an awesome time in the city. And two things as we close here on the precipice of the Stanley Cup final. Number one, there's nothing like post-game handshakes following a hard-fought series between two great teams, and two great teams played here tonight, and Edmonton was able to outlast the Dallas Stars. It's a phenomenal achievement considering the Stars were the first team ever to beat the last two Stanley Cup champions in the first 2 rounds of the playoffs. So if you want to say Edmonton had an easier path, you're probably right. But the Oilers beat the team that beat those teams. They've had some hard knocks, losing to the eventual Stanley Cup champion in each of the last 2 years. They've now broken through. 2-9-1 and 5-12-1 now seems all worth it because Edmonton is heading to the Stanley Cup final. They do it behind 34 saves from Stuart Skinner, a power play goal and an assist from Connor McDavid, and Zach Hyman will get the game winner tonight. He leads all Stanley Cup playoff goal scorers with 14. Only Ovechkin and Crosby have more in a single playoff run that are currently competing in the NHL. Dallas's great season, best record in the Western Conference, only 1 point away from the President's Trophy, is over. Peter DeBoer has lost a 5th consecutive conference final. The Oilers beat the Stars 4-2. They win Game 6 on home ice by a count of 2-1. And now, as the barber says, next, the Florida Panthers in the Stanley Cup Final. We'll have it for you Saturday night in Sunrise. Until then, for Bob Stauffer, Reed Wilkins, Rob Brown, this is Jack Michaels saying good night from Rogers Place. The final score in Game 6 of the West Final: Edmonton 2, Dallas 1. Oilers go to the Stanley Cup Final. Ladies and gentlemen, the pleasure was all ours. The Rogers postgame show starts right now.
Exclusive live interviews, expert analysis, and game highlights. This is the Rogers postgame show. Once again, here's Bob Stauffer on the Oilers Radio Network.
McDavid took it from Hyman, in over the line. Now feeds Hyman. Quick shot, score! Power play goal! Edmonton takes a 2-0 lead. Zach Hyman from Connor McDavid with his 14th. And this crowd on its feet.
All right, that was the eventual game winner. Edmonton hung on literally and figuratively from that point on for a 2-1 victory. Hyman with his NHL leading 14th goal of playoffs. This is the Century Casino Highlight Zone, all in, all games, all season. Century Casino, 3 great locations. Edmonton, St. Albert, next to the Edmonton International Airport at Century Mile. Welcome to the winner zone. The Oilers have won. They advance to the Stanley Cup Final, and this is the Rogers postgame show on the Oilers Radio Network.
When you play the largest 50-50 in sports, everybody wins. Your support makes all of oil country a better place. A place of kindness, caring, and compassion. Uplifting those in need, changing lives forever. The largest 50-50 pot in professional sports is currently growing by the second. Get your tickets now at EdmontonOilers.com and help change lives today. Maybe even your own.
AGLC license number 645766.
When the Oilers are on the ice, the big hits are a part of the game. But they shouldn't be a part of your drive. If you've been injured in a car collision, let James H. Brown & Associates and their over 200 years of combined injury law experience help you. Locally owned and proud Edmonton Oiler fans, James H. Brown & Associates is ready to support you with their unrivaled experience, unrivaled results, and unrivaled commitment. When accidents happen, head to jameshbrown.com.
You're tuned in to the Rogers postgame show on the official voice of the Edmonton Oilers, 630 CHED, and on the Oilers Radio Network.
Man coming on, the net empty in Game 6 with Edmonton leading 2-1, slipped in front, one-timer save! Stuart Skinner on Jason Robertson with 2:10 to play.
That's the save of the game, brought to you by Access Insurance. Alberta oil field and construction contractors can count on huge saves when they need it the most. Visit AccessInsuranceGroup.com. We bring aboard inside the game analyst Rob Brown. Rob, a snatch and grab tonight from Stuart Skinner in goal. He stole us one for the Oilers.
He did, and just think where he was a couple of weeks ago in the Vancouver series. He's sitting on the bench as Pickard went in because his play wasn't where it needed to be. Since that reset, he's been excellent. So give him credit, give the coaching staff credit. But this was a night where the Oilers were the second best team for most of the night, but they had the better specialty teams, and they 100% had the better goalie.
All right. And at the end of the day, the Oilers finished the series 4 for 11 on the power play. Dallas was 0 for 14, and the Oilers had a shorty. They outscored them 5-0 in teams. That was the difference in the series.
Well, the team that has the better specialty teams and goaltending is the team that usually wins games and series. And we knew that the Oilers would have an advantage in the specialty teams, but the Dallas Stars were hoping they could counter that with the strength in net, and it didn't come to fruition. Stuart Skinner was better than Jake Ottinger in this series, no more so than tonight with 34 saves. He was excellent, and I know that the Oilers did a pretty good job contesting everything Dallas threw at them. but the Dallas Stars probably had 4 looks in the last minute and a half, 2 minutes that they needed and they wanted. And Stuart Skinner came up big in every one of those. So the Edmonton Oilers are going into the finals against Florida fully confident in their specialty teams and 100% confident in the goaltending. They've got Stuart Skinner, I do not believe, would be a disadvantage. I don't believe the Florida Panthers have an advantage in net right now. I think Stuart Skinner is playing as good as he's ever played. And tonight, he was the better goalie against an all-star goalie in the opposite end.
Great stuff, Rob.
Sounds good, Bob.
The Smart Play of the Night brought to you by Catelli Smart Pasta. All natural ingredients. It's a smart move for your next meal. Look for the box the next time you shop. The Penalty Killing. Man, they won the series for the Oilers. This is the Rogers Postgame Show on the Oilers Radio Network.
Hockey fans, with a spotless reputation, Scandinavian Building Services is responsible for keeping over 70 million square feet of space clean and safe every day. With over 65 years in the industry, no cleaning challenge is too big or too small. From national retailers and commercial spaces to small offices and entertainment centers like Rogers Place, let Scandinavian take the worry off your cleaning program. Visit Scandinavian.ca to learn more. Scandinavian Building Services. Our reputation is spotless.
Chemco is building industry across Canada, and now they're on the lookout for civil and electrical project managers, estimators, and superintendents to join their dedicated team. Why Chemco? Because Chemco cares. They put people first, offering top-tier compensation packages and an unwavering commitment to safety. At Chemco, safety isn't just a priority. It's everybody's business. Ready to be part of a team that truly values you? Visit chemco.com/careers today.
Proudly headquartered in Edmonton, Capital Power is powering change by changing power. Be part of the energy and join Capital Power in cheering on our Edmonton Oilers. From Ice District and across oil country as they chase another championship banner. Visit capitalpower.com to learn about how they're delivering reliable and affordable power for communities today and creating innovative solutions for a clean electricity future.
This is the Rogers Postgame Show on the Oilers Radio Network.
Pizza 73 out of town scoreboard. Pizza 73, the official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. Saginaw wins the Memorial Cup at home 4-3 after they squandered a 3-0 lead. London upset in the final. Meanwhile, only one game in the NHL tonight. No games for the next 5 days. The Edmonton Oilers have advanced to the Stanley Cup final. They defeat the Florida Panthers 2-1. This is the Rogers Postgame Show on the Oilers Radio Network.
MIC is a leader in medical imaging and the official medical imaging provider to the Edmonton Oilers. Make MIC your choice. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, the game doesn't stop for injury. MIC's sports medicine imaging specialists can help you get back in the game with a timely and expert diagnosis. Go where the pros go. For a location near you, visit mic.ca.
Hey, Paul Brandt here. You know what I'm a fan of? Alberta. The wide open spaces, the highways and byways, and a rugged, beautiful terrain that I'm proud to call home. Maybe that's why I'm also a fan of my Ford F-150. It's tough, capable, and smart, which makes it a natural fit for roads like these. So if it's a new truck you're looking for, look no further than the truck Albertans love to drive, F-150. Head into your Alberta Ford dealer and tell them PB sent you.
Look, I know this is radio, so it's hard to show you how much is on sale during the Big One clearance event at End of the Row Flooring Centers, but it's a lot. Like this flooring, or this one, and all these. Yep, all at clearance pricing for a limited time. Now, you don't need to just imagine what it would look like, though. You can use our visualizer at endoftheroll.com to upload a picture of your room to see the flooring in your actual home. Try it. Find something you love, then get a great deal on it at the Big One clearance event on now at End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
The Molson Cup 3 Stars, presented by Molson. Whether it's Canadian Ultra, Export, or Excel, there's a Molson with your name on it. Third star tonight, he got Dallas's lone goal, son of former Edmonton Oiler Brian Marchment, Mason Marchment. Second star tonight by virtue of a 1-goal, 2-point performance, the brilliant Connor McDavid. But brilliance tonight, Connor was outshone by one man. Stuart Skinner, Edmonton-born, bred, developed prospect in the organization from the ECHL to the AHL to the NHL, 34 saves. Let's face it, this was a snatch and grab for the Oilers. Stuart Skinner stoned the Dallas Stars, and he stole game number 6, and Edmonton has advanced on to a Stanley Cup final. For my play-by-play partners this season, Jack Michaels, who had the call of all of our playoff games, Cam Moon, Rob Brown, Reed Wilkins, Brendan Escott, studio producers, Kellen Kennedy at the helm tonight, along with Angie Quinnell, ace engineer Troy Bowler, Bob Stauffer signing off. Game 1, Stanley Cup Finals, Saturday night, 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. So long, everybody.
The Rogers postgame show is heard following each of our NHL broadcasts. Portions of this exclusive broadcast are brought to you by Ford, official partner of the Edmonton Oilers. Built Ford proud. Molson, whether it's Canadian, Ultra, Export, or Excel, there's a Molson with your name on it. And Rogers, Canada's largest and most reliable 5G network.
To the net, backhand score!
This live play-by-play broadcast is intended for the private entertainment of our audience. Any rebroadcast without the expressed written consent of the Oilers Entertainment Group is strictly prohibited. All games, all season. Exclusively on the Oilers Radio Network. The game is over when the horn sounds. The analysis ends when you say it does. This is Overtime Open Line. Oilers hockey is brought to you by the Butcher Shop at Friesen Brothers. And now, the Heartland Ford Overtime Open Line. Here's Reed Wilkins on the official voice of your Edmonton Oilers. 630 CHED.
A quick dish down low. Duchesne has shot off the pads. The rebound cleared by Brown. Not enough for icing. 15 seconds away from a trip to the final. Here's the finish. 2-1 Edmonton. Sagan tucks it down low. Bouchard snakes it around. Marching it from one timer wide. Jason Robertson. 3 seconds. Haskin has it blocked. This game, this series is over. Edmonton's heading to the Stanley Cup Final.
That's how the West was won. An absolutely epic performance by Stuart Skinner in net tonight with Dwayne Rollison in the house. Skinner makes 34 saves on 35 shots. The Edmonton Oilers defeat the Dallas Stars 2-1 in Game 6 of the Western Conference Final. They win the series 4-2. The Stanley Cup Final is the Edmonton Oilers against the Florida Panthers. It starts on Saturday. Thanks a lot for joining us. We are live in Studio 99, which is packed and as joyful as I have ever seen it. Rob Brown, Reed Wilkins for Heartland Ford, Overtime Open Line. The shots on goal tonight, Rob, 35-10 for the Florida Panthers. The Oilers did set a team record in this game. Fewest shots on goal in a playoff game. They got to 13 thrice, including against LA earlier this year. They just got to 10 tonight, but it was enough.
Well, they only needed 2, and they were the 2 that they scored in the first period on 3 shots. This, Reed, is the exact reason you don't want to put yourself in an elimination game. Because the elimination game, that you don't always win when you're the better team. And the Dallas Stars tonight did everything possible to win this hockey team. For the most part, they were the better team in it, but they ran into a goaltender that was as hot as he's been all season long, and a team that had a desperation in front of their own net. So Dallas did everything they could. The Oilers did just enough. And 10 shots don't matter when you score one more than the opposition. The Oilers did that tonight, and they are moving on to play against the team that I think is the best in the Eastern Conference, the Florida Panthers.
Okay, let's join Leon Draisaitl and Connor McDavid at the podium.
Feels good. Feels great to be in this position. This was always part of the plan, and feels good to be here today.
Second row on the right.
Connor and Leon, just for both of you, what does this moment right now feel like to have these fans out here and to do this in front of them?
Yeah, it means a lot, of course. Like Connor said, a lot of painful years that we've gone through, and lots of learning along the way. And obviously to be able to do it at home, and for this city and for these fans, and for ourselves as well is, it's great. It's a great feeling, of course. That being said, of course, we got bigger dreams and bigger goals right now.
And Connor, you wore the same suit for Game 4, Game 5, and Game 6. Just want to see if there's a background. Is that on purpose?
What's that?
you wore the same suit coming into the game for game 4, 5, and now 6 here. Is there a story behind that? Is it a superstition?
Maybe. Let you guys speculate.
Connor, this was anything but kind of like a straight line or smooth ride for Stu. He had some bumps along the way here, but when you guys needed him in this game, that's probably as good as he's been in these playoffs. So just your thoughts on the adversity you watched him go through, and then what you thought of him when it was in the balance tonight.
Well, first off, he was unbelievable tonight. We're not sitting up here talking about a win if it wasn't for him. We're on a plane to Dallas if it wasn't for Stu. So, he was unbelievable. He's gone through lots. He's still such a young goalie, but he's gone through so much. I keep saying this. A lot of people doubt him. A lot of people don't say the nicest things about him, but he is an elite goaltender in this league. He really is. He showed that tonight. He showed that over the course of the year in the playoffs. He loves proving people wrong, and he certainly did that.
Front row left, Mike.
Yeah, Leon, you've seen Connor do a lot of moves before. Have you ever seen that one? And Connor, can you just, after Leon's done, just take us through the goal and what was going through your mind there?
Yeah, it was nice. Seen it before, but nice. There's one player in the world that can make plays like that and things like that happen. I don't know what to say. He knows what I think of him. I think everybody does. So I'll just leave it at that. It's just there's one player in the world that can make things like that happen.
Third row left, Jason.
Oh, sorry. The goal. Got the puck from Leo up high, and just I like being on that left side. I like being on that left flank, and tried to get to the middle of the rink, and that was the best way I thought possible, and just tried to get backhand on net.
As some of your other leaders mentioned, obviously you would have liked to press more, but you didn't give up a lot of grade A chances. Zach said in the past maybe you might have broke, right, and you would have given up the lead, and today you only gave up half. Can you maybe talk about just after they made it 2-1? I think you only gave up 3 or 4 shots after that. What is it about your teams? Maybe have you learned how to play in those tight games from the pain of losing in the past? Do you notice it when you're on the ice?
We've closed out big games. It's not always been maybe the prettiest, but we've got it done, and that's really all that matters. I thought we gave up a couple looks coming down the stretch that we'd like to not give up, but guys sacrificing their body with big blocks, or Stu making timely saves, or whatever it was. We got it done, and that's all that really matters. We'll move on from this one tonight.
Front left, Bob.
Connor, in 2 series, the penalty killing unit has not given up a goal. How important has the coach, in terms of building team, focused on delineating specific roles and making everybody feel a part of things?
100%. That's so important. Everybody's got a piece of the pie here. Everybody's got a job to do, and maybe for guys who aren't on the power play, they're on the penalty kill, and those guys have done an unbelievable job of buying in and doing an amazing job on the kill. It's been fun to watch, really. I get a front row seat to it. The kill has been so fun to watch.
Center right, Sean.
To Leon's point before, I think both you are players who can do things almost no one else in the world can do offensively. But when you guys go down 2-1 in this series, I wonder what you guys take away, what kind of pride you take away from the way your team was able to defend and shut them down offensively for the remainder of that series.
We take big pride in that. You have to in these moments. I think, like Connor said, sometimes it's not pretty, but no team is pretty while defending a lead with a team, sitting 2 minutes away from being eliminated. Right? They got an extra guy out there, and sometimes it's a little bit of desperation and a little bit of sacrifice. And at the end of the day, we got it done, and it's all that matters.
Second row left, Derek.
Hey, Connor, just want to ask you about you guys yourselves expected you guys to be here. Not a lot of people maybe expected to be here, especially in early November. I just want to ask you about the journey to get here. I know it wasn't easy, but you guys expect to be here. You expect to challenge for the Stanley Cup. Just a thought on that.
Yeah, this was always part of the plan. It always has been for this group. It's been a bit of a bumpy road, obviously. Whether it be off years or, heartbreak in the playoffs or whatever it is. This was always part of the plan to be in this moment. And I think the group has always stuck with it, and we've always believed in ourselves and each other and, knew that this, to put ourselves in this position was always a possibility and feels good to have done that.
Just a quick one here. Whose idea was it not to touch the trophy, and how quickly did that come around? Telling everyone.
Yeah, we didn't really talk about it at all until the end of the game. Quickly there, but I know they didn't touch it. We didn't touch it. Someone's going to win, so we'll see.
Center left.
Thoughts on all of this? The support for the team?
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, this is what we play for. They've been through a lot of heartbreak as well, so certainly the best fans in the league.
Can you talk about being Canada's team? I just spent a week in Ottawa, everyone there coast to coast cheering for the Oilers, especially now. Any additional pressure with that?
No. There's going to be pressure playing in the Stanley Cup final, no matter where your team's from. So obviously we're a Canadian team. We got great Canadian fans, and it feels good to maybe unite the country a little bit and have something to bring people together. That's what sports is all about, is bringing people together, and hopefully we're doing that for Canadians across the country.
We'll take a couple more. Center left, Daniel.
Sorry if you've been asked this, Connor, but I just wonder about Stuart Skinner and the kind of the ups and downs that he's faced in the playoffs, and then right when it counts, these last 3 games, maybe your best player.
Yeah, he's been through a lot, even for a young goaltender. I think he learned a lot from last year's playoffs. He learned a lot through that Vancouver series where, maybe he had some games where he wanted back, but, I think we always believed, and he always believed in himself. He's very strong mentally. He really is. I can't say enough good things about him. He was the reason we won tonight.
Last one in German for Leon. Andrew on the right.
Leon, Stanley Cup Final nach 10 Saisons. Wie besonderes ist es und wie besonderes?
All right, that is Leon Draisaitl, Connor McDavid at the mic for Edmonton International Airport. Fly nonstop to over 50 destinations. Fly EIA.com/nonstop. The Oilers going to the Stanley Cup Final. 2-1 win over the Dallas Stars tonight. And again, the shots on goal 35-10 for Dallas as Stuart Skinner just completely solid back there. Rob, 12-3 shots in the first period. 9-5 in the second, 14-2 for Dallas in the third. The shot attempts, so that shots on goal, shots that were blocked, and shots that missed the net, 74-24 for the Dallas Stars. To this point, I think for all the Oilers playoff games, win or lose, we would either say, the team that was slightly better or a lot better won, or it was a game that could have gone either way, and one team got the big goal. But this is the Matthias Ekholm quote from before the playoffs. You have to win 1 or 2 games along the way that you should not have won. Absolutely tonight.
Well, you're right, because if they don't, now they're going to Dallas for Game 7. So your goaltender has to steal you a game at some point during the playoffs. I mean, if you watch over in the Eastern Conference, the New York Rangers, they probably don't get by the Carolina Hurricanes. Carolina was better, but Shesterkin stood on his head. A couple nights he had 50 saves, and the Rangers knocked off Carolina. Stuart Skinner was exceptional tonight. It was as good a performance that we've seen, and outside of Darnell Nurse, probably the most maligned and player on the Edmonton Oilers. We've taken more phone calls about Stuart Skinner and everyone has started with the same line. Oilers can't win with Skinner. And tonight, the Oilers won because of Skinner. Yeah. The Oilers were not as good as Dallas in this game, but Stuart Skinner stood on his head. And I know that every shot was contested, and there weren't a whole lot of wide open grade A looks for the Dallas Stars. But in the last 2 minutes of this game, the Dallas Stars got 4 looks. A lot of times you don't get 1 look when you pull your goalie. You're waiting for that one opportunity. They got 4. And Stuart Skinner was excellent on all of those. Fully deserved of all the praise that he gets in tonight's game. And in a series, before the series started, they talked Dallas would have better depth. Well, it didn't work out that way. Yep. The Edmonton Oilers' depth was just as good. The Oilers would have better special teams. They did, but the biggest one, Ottinger was supposed to have a big advantage over Skinner. It did not happen. Skinner was the better goalie.
Here's Oilers head coach Chris Knobloch.
The Stanley Cup final. Maybe just the thoughts on this process and on this year and on your journey.
I don't have any words. This is remarkable. It's amazing. I just hopefully at the time hoping I get my American League team into the playoffs, and we'll see what happens from there. And for me to be going to the Stanley Cup final with this organization, it is awesome. But everyone said it. We want 4 more, but right now this is pretty awesome.
Third row on the left, Jason.
Chris, this is for Cam. He's wondering, who are you thinking about now and why?
Well, my family, obviously, being the biggest one. My wife, I just think about the sacrifices she made for me to be here and coach. How many times we've moved and how many jobs she's given up. Looking back, I was thinking about today, and, if I was go back, I was thinking probably made some poor decisions for her to quit the good quality jobs that she had for me to chase some low-paying, below poverty wages just to see what happens. And, so obviously she's definitely the first one I'm thinking of. She's here tonight. Unfortunately I wish my kids were here, but hopefully I get to see them soon. But those 3 are the ones I'm thinking about.
And Chris, to the game tonight, Stu Skinner obviously played great. You get up 2-0, and I don't think your game plan was to sit back as much as you did. Can you kind of walk us through what you were going through when you're seeing it unfold about tonight's game?
Yeah, it's one of those games where it's never the intention to sit back, and it's kind of what happened in the game where we got down 2-0 against Dallas in this series, and then they kind of sit back and we just push, and once you have the momentum, it's hard to change that. And I just think we were always playing safe, always just getting pucks over the blue line, and what happens is you just end up not having the puck and you end up having to defend. And I think that's what it was. Each guy was so cognizant they did not want to make that mistake, and it ends up we ended up defending. I thought we did a great job defending. I thought we did a really good job on that part of it, to not giving up very many scoring chances. But the fact that we had to defend as much as we did was not what we want to do.
Second row on the left, Derek.
Hey, Chris, you've known Connor for a long, long time, and he's been under so much pressure to get this team to this point and beyond, and to win a Stanley Cup championship just because of well he's played. Just what does it mean for you to see him succeed like this and come out and have a big game like this and, be 4 wins from the ultimate goal?
He was our best player tonight. He really stepped up and made a lot of good plays. I don't think there was a shift when he was on the ice that he wasn't making a difference. I'm sure I wasn't here, and I don't know the past, and obviously a lot of pressure for this, on him being the best player and the captain of this team. And for him to go to the Stanley Cup Finals, I'm very happy for him. And, all he's done through the playoffs is elevated his game, and that's not easy to do. You are the best player in the NHL, and now you're getting into a more competitive situation against better teams, and now you're even better than you were when you were the best player. And tonight, he was the best player on the ice. And you think about that first goal that he scored in the power play. Yeah, I've seen that play numerous times. Not that play, but I've seen him do something like that, but never against one of the best defensemen in the NHL. So, Connor stepped up and played a heck of a game tonight.
Second row on the right.
You over here, Chris. You had a reaction to the fans out there when you sat down. What's it like to be able to do this in front of the hometown crowd, in front of all this support?
I love it. I'm glad that we were able to do this in Game 6 at home in front of these fans. The support, the energy, the excitement. I don't think I haven't experienced it. I'm in an NHL market, and I lived here a long time ago when I was, attended the University of Alberta, and you start to get drawn in. You feel the excitement with everyone getting revved up about the playoffs and how the team is doing, and I became a little bit of an Oiler fan when I lived here, just because of that passion around the community. And now when I'm part of the organization and I'm living it, it feels so much more. And it's nice to see that everyone enjoyed themselves and got to see a good hockey game, and gonna get to watch some more hockey, which is really nice.
Front row left, Bob.
Chris, you outscored Dallas 5-0 special teams in this series. Second series in which you didn't give up a goal when you were shorthanded. Just a thought on, and Skinner was terrific, yes, but that group collectively overall and the contributions you got from them.
Yeah, I look back and where that all started on the penalty kill. The penalty kill when I got here was struggling. And I'm not taking any credit on this penalty kill. It's not my responsibility. It's Mark Stewart, who's done a tremendous job on that. The only thing I'll take credit for was giving him that responsibility to do the penalty kill. And I've said this before, I wasn't sure. I didn't know Mark, and he'd never run the penalty kill. And I didn't know him as a coach. I know he's fairly green and hadn't been doing this very long, but there wasn't many options, and we gave him that responsibility, and he has done a fabulous job with it. And I don't think we'd be here today if our penalty kill hadn't been as strong as it had been through all the series.
Front left, Mike.
Chris, just a couple quick things. First of all, you worked with Connor when he was a teenager that was younger than everybody else in the OHL. I mean, does he still astonish you sometimes, even as a coach, where you're sitting there looking at him do something going like, wow, I never expected that? And the second part of my question would be, you're from a town of like 300 in rural Saskatchewan. What's the journey been like when you look out the window and see all those people and think about where you've come from? There might be more people out there than live in your town where you grew up.
There is definitely more people on this street than in my town. There's maybe 3 or 4 times as many people on that road. I am very proud of where I came from. There's at the end of the season, last weekends when we were playing Arizona, there was a bus trip from people from my hometown that came, and I got to see them and I got to address them here in this room. And it was nice for them to come and give me the support. And I'm very proud of that. And it's nice. It's a great feeling to be here right now where I am. And when I was a kid, thinking about getting to the NHL and having the opportunity to play, win a Stanley Cup, I thought about, always wanted to do it as a player, and then eventually you realize you're not going to be able to compete as a player, and maybe you can do it as a coach, and now we get this opportunity.
Fort.
Connor still does astonish me. I think that he won't be able to do it, but tonight, with that play he made tonight, he astonished me again.
Fourth row left, Daniel.
Chris, just 9 shifts and 4:39 for Vander Kane. Any update on him?
Yeah, it's obviously it was injury related, and fortunately we've got this week before we play on Saturday, and we're optimistic that he'll be playing on Saturday.
The other thing is, just Connor said this was always part of the plan getting to this point, and everyone has seen this team build and build. But when you got here, you talked about things were not looking very good. Did you sense that there was just so much kind of built up and so much kind of weighing on them early in the year that you kind of had to dig out from under a little bit?
Well, I knew there was a really good team here. There's good players, and things were going to sort themselves out. And how they were going to sort out, we weren't sure how well. We weren't anticipating 8-game and 16-game winning streaks, but definitely a team that was going to rebound and get into the playoffs and have a strong push in the playoffs. Absolutely, that was the plan. I think at the time when I joined it, and I think anytime you get a coaching change, there's usually a frustration, and there's definitely frustration on how the team had been playing and where they were in the standings, and we just had to kind of sort things out and just look short term and just start putting together some little win streaks. And I think they were able to do that.
We'll take three more. Center left.
Chris, like you just mentioned, week break now. How long do you allow a team to savor this win before bearing down and looking ahead to the final?
I'm pretty sure I'll give them the day off tomorrow. We obviously getting to Florida is a long trip. We'll probably have a couple days off, get in a couple practices before we play on Saturday. So, we'll probably have the players come in later and kind of get in some video and kind of prepare them for Florida. And then, we'll probably be on the ice maybe on Wednesday.
Second row right, Andrew.
Hey, Chris, 13 seasons, Nugent Hopkins, 10 Draisaitl, 9 McDavid. Did you spy them right after the game with a chance to celebrate with a trophy, if not the trophy yet?
I have not got to talk to them. I think they've been congratulated and around the room. Definitely somebody those three that I want to reach out to. They put so much into this organization. They've elevated their play every single time, and it's nice to see them get rewarded with an opportunity to go to the Stanley Cup final.
Last one, front row left, Mark.
Chris, this team's always been about scoring goals. They got superstars. You win this game on 10 shots on goal. You win it on a penalty kill that hasn't let a goal the whole series, and you win it on a goaltender that was better than the other guy. Is it a bit of a metaphor for where this team had to get to in order to really succeed the way it has?
It is so nice to see us win games through contributions, through other people who have probably been kicked and dragged through the mud, and just where a lot of things that were said about this team that we couldn't do this because our goaltending wasn't good enough. We can't win because we rely on scoring goals, and we need 4 or 5 every night. We don't check well enough. We don't have a good enough penalty kill. Just all those things. And, through the playoffs, and you can't have success unless you're good at all those things. And each night it's a little bit different. Stu, nice to see him have a game like this. We don't win this game unless Stu is terrific. Tonight he was terrific, and I think through the series he has been terrific. Maybe one goal that maybe he wants back, but I think he had an outstanding series, and it's nice to see guys like that. And there's many other guys in that room too where they've been told that you're not good enough, but I beg to differ. They are.
Thanks a lot, Chris. Congratulations.
Oilers head coach Chris Knobloch after a 2-1 win over the Dallas Stars. That's live post-game reaction here on Oilers Radio 630 CHED. Rob Brown and I are in Studio 99, where a few minutes ago there was a Let's Go Oilers chant. We've never seen it this full after a game, and certainly never this happy as the Oilers are in the Stanley Cup final.
Yeah, we come down the stairwell, you and I, to get into Studio 99, and the door hadn't even opened, and it's a long way down the hallway, and there was this roar I could hear coming from in here. You and I, while we're sitting here, you showed me some video of outside. I'm watching the video on the big screen in here. This is an excited city, and it should be. They have a very good hockey club that just knocked out a team that many had favored to go to the Stanley Cup Finals. And now they set themselves up to be, I believe, the two best teams in the National Hockey League are Florida and Edmonton. And they're going to go at it over the next, well, it's a long series the way they have the travel schedules, the next 3 weeks. But this is the way it should be. And if you're an Oiler fan right now, I hope you're on for the full ride, because this roller coaster of a season will, if the Oilers do find the ultimate prize, and you look back and the highs and lows that this team had and these fans have had, it will be well worth it. So tonight was just one more step towards, as Leon said, this is great, but we got other games that we're still thinking about. This is an Oiler team that when they said cup or bust, well, now they have a chance. They are now one team away from having the cup.
By the way, NHL.com updating some stats here. Final save percentage in this series: Jake Ottinger 907, Stuart Skinner 923, Shesterkin was 935, Bobrovsky was 921. So,
also the one thing that we heard all year long, and then throughout the playoffs, is do they have the goaltender? Can Skinner win it? Is he good enough? Well, if tonight doesn't give you confidence as an Oiler fan of what Stuart Skinner can do in a big moment, I don't know what could, because he was all-world tonight. And in this series, he outbattled one of the best goaltenders in the National Hockey League, Jake Ottinger.
Skinner, the first star tonight. McDavid with a brilliant goal, which we'll talk about. The second star, Mason Marchment, had the Dallas goal. He's the third star. The fourth star is for Jandel Holmes, Alberta's premier modular home retailer. We can each pick somebody. I'm going to pick somebody that Chris Knobloch mentioned in his postgame, assistant coach Mark Stewart, who is at the helm of the penalty kill.
Well, that is a great call. It is unbelievable how this penalty killing unit has turned it around. I'm going to go a little more subtler. I'm going to go, we all know the superstars, what they're capable of doing with the offensive prowess, but Leon Draisaitl and the rest of the Oilers did not have a good night in the face-off circle. But in the last 3 minutes, Leon Draisaitl beat Jamie Benn 4 times at the end of the game. 4 huge face-off. And I think Leon, I'd want to go back. He might have played the last 4 minutes straight, because every time he did with their Connor, then he stayed out there, then he'd be out there with Connor again, then he would stay out there. So to me, the 4-star was Leon Draisaitl.
Oilers win it 2-1. They win the series 4-2. James H. Brown injury lawyers. When accidents happen, go to jameshbrown.com. We'll make a $200 donation to 630 Ched Santa's Anonymous. They've been filling the net all year long with $100 for every Oilers goal. We have more post-game reaction coming up. We have your reaction coming up as well at 780-496-0063. The Oilers are in the Stanley Cup Final, folks. This is Heartland Ford Overtime Open Line.
Driving a Ram truck feels like scoring the winning goal in overtime. It's got the power, like your defenseman that doesn't get pushed around. It makes you feel like you can take on any obstacle. And right now, during Ram Power Days, get up to $94.50 in discounts with a no-charge Cummins turbo diesel engine on 2024 Ram Heavy Duties. Test drive a Ram Heavy Duty today. See your Ram dealer for details.
Start your next adventure in GenStar's community of Riverside in St. Albert. With easy access from Ray Gibbon Drive and McKinney Avenue, you'll be able to explore 125 acres of lush forest, extensive parklands, and countless walking trails while being just minutes away from Big Lake. Plus, you'll be close to shopping, dining, entertainment, and 2 future school sites. With a variety of housing options from award-winning builders, you'll want to call Riverside home. Visit the 8 beautiful show homes today. For more, head to genstar.com.
With 50 years experience, GCL Diesel is Canada's leading distributor of top OE brands like Bosch, Garrett, BorgWarner, and Holset. From turbochargers to injectors, fuel filters to additives, they're the critical engine component experts. Visit their West Edmonton location or online at gcldiesel.com and discover why GCL is Edmonton's local diesel experts for more than 50 years and proud of it. GCL Diesel. Diesel understood.
When you need to replace your windows, what do you choose? Dependability or beauty? At Fancy Windows, you can choose both. Get dependable, long-lasting windows that keep your home sealed tight from the elements, that also look spectacular. Fancy Windows makes their windows right here in Edmonton at their state-of-the-art production facility, so you know you're getting something that's built for life in Alberta. Visit FancyWindows.com or come into their showroom at 12959 156th Street today.
Hey, how close are you? We got more loads to pick up.
Just got here. I'll try to pick up the pace, but we just don't have enough trailers.
I knew I should have rented more semi-trailers for this job.
Hit the road and get the advantage with Advantage Trailer Rentals. Daily, weekly, or even monthly rental purchase options available. Units to haul gravel, grain, construction, logging, ag, fluids, freight, and more. Conveniently located in Edmonton, Whitecourt, and Grand Prairie. Or online at AdvantageTrailerRentals.com.
Knowing the industry means knowing what's needed to get the job done right. Contract Truck and Trailer has the heavy-duty trucks and trailers in stock to properly serve all Western Canada industries. Our premium rental fleet has new and like-new trucks and trailers rigged for your toughest jobs. Whether you need to rent to own, or buy heavy trucks or trailers in Western Canada, call Chad anytime. 780-974-6631.
CONTRAC. Contract.
Oilers hockey is brought to you by the Butcher Shop at Friesen Brothers. This is the Heartland Ford Overtime Open Line. Here's Reed Wilkins on the official voice of your Edmonton Oilers. 630 CHED.
A quick dish down low. Duchesne a shot off the pads. The rebound cleared by Brown. Not enough for icing. 15 seconds away from a trip to the final. Here's the finish. 2-1 Edmonton. Tucks it down low. Bouchard smacks it around. Marching from 100 wide. Jason Robertson. 3 seconds. Haskin has it blocked. This game, this series is over. Edmonton's heading to the Stanley Cup final.
Well, standing work by Jack Michaels on the call, and probably you will hear that on 630 CHED about another 60 times over the next day and a half, as the Oilers are indeed going to the Stanley Cup final for the first time since 2006. And I referenced it off the top of the show, Skinner's performance with one of the heroes of 06, Dwayne Rollison, taking this game in.
No, that was a nice interview, and I like the fact that Dwayne talked about, when things weren't going right for Stuart Skinner. And Rollison was right. It's hard playing in Edmonton. It is. And I would imagine being a hometown kid, it's that much harder. I was fortunate. I never had to play in a world of social media. So in Pittsburgh, when I played and had a bad game, there was one beat writer, and if there's so many other things to write about it, Brown sucked this week, we're not going to even write about it or print it. But here, if you have an off night, it's nonstop, and it's a passionate fan base, and sometimes, as what I think Dwayne said, sometimes it can be mean. And Stuart Skinner, when you're in your hometown and your family and your friends are all hearing that, it'd be tough on you. I know that Rollison reached out to him. They talked about it, talked about just enjoying the moment. And Stuart Skinner, and he had a talk this morning. And now Rollison's in the stands tonight, and anyone that's an Oiler fan remembers the run that Dwayne had in 06. And maybe if there wasn't an injury, the Oilers are winning a Stanley Cup that year because Rollison was that good. So for him to be in the stands and Stuart Skinner to put on this kind of performance, that's got to be even more special for him. But right now, again, there's going to be a lot of talk in the next few days about this next series, which team has the advantage in so many different categories. And going into the series against Dallas should have had an advantage when it came to goaltending. They didn't. And I know that there'll be a lot of talk. Bobrovsky's been around. He was in the finals last year. He's a world-class goaltender. There should be an advantage in net for the Florida Panthers. I'm not sure there will be. The way that Stuart Skinner played tonight, I think that whatever advantage Florida had, it has dwindled. So confidence boost for Stuart, for the team. But we heard Connor talk and Leon talk. They've always had confidence in Stuart Skinner. And I think the fans and the general public tonight saw what Stuart Skinner's capable of. And if he plays anywhere close to what he did tonight, the Edmonton Oilers have a very good chance of hoisting the cup 2 to 3 weeks from now.
Yeah, 2-1 the final in Game 6. Again, the shots 35-10 for the Dallas Stars. So Skinner stops 34, Ottinger stops 8. Power plays for Conlon Motorsports. They'll help get you out there. Visit one of Conlon Motorsports' 4 locations across Alberta or online at conlonmotorsports.ca. Oilers power play comes to life in the last 2 games of the series. 2 for 2 tonight with 2 shots on net. Dallas goes 0 for 3. They had 5 shots. I mean, we had 5 shots on net. I mean, we've seen games the Oilers 2 for 2 on the power play, 3 for 3 on the power play, 1 or 2 shots on net. I mean, Dallas actually, to their credit, got to 5 tonight, and a couple were dangerous.
This was the first time that the Dallas Stars power play looked vaguely dangerous. The first 5 games of the series, not dangerous at all. And I mean, if you go back in the series, the 4-minute power play in overtime that they don't score on, does that change the entire series? If they win that hockey game, the Oilers specialty teams was special in this series, and that and their goaltender are the reasons that they're moving on. And tonight, the Edmonton Oilers power play, and it's funny, we talked after one. The Edmonton Oilers' second power play goal was a mistake by the Dallas Stars. The Edmonton Oilers' first power play goal, that was just the best player in the world doing what he does best. As Leon said in his speech, there's nothing the Dallas Stars could have done any differently. Connor just decided he was going to score, and he did.
Well, and just swooping in, keeping the puck away from a guy.
Well, it was Heiskanen. It was one of the best players, one of the best defensemen in the world.
Yeah.
And he turned inside out and then goes up and over. And I had to watch it about 4 or 5 times to see how he got his backhand that hard, that quick. I mean, backhands, most players don't have a backhand yet to do what he did. And you can always tell if a goal that Connor scores is something special by the way he celebrates in the smile. If most times he scores, he just, got the look on his face, scored another goal, yippee. But when he celebrates, you know that he did something that he actually was, he surprised, I don't know if he surprised himself, but when he did, he's like, okay, that one was good. That one is all right. I might keep that one on my VCR tape at home and watch it later. But that was a world-class goal, and that just got this entire place rocking tonight.
2-1, the Oilers win it. Whenever they score 5 or more in a game, we turn on the Japanese Village goal light on 630ched.com. Japanese Village now open for lunch at Edmonton South and West Edmonton Mall. An afternoon celebration for the senses. Visit jvedmonton.ca. Man, people are happy.
It is unbelievable. But this was the atmosphere that was before the game. This was an excited group that was very confident the Oilers were going to get it done tonight. I'm not sure they got it done exactly how the fan base was hoping. I was in texting groups all night long, and the one thing we kept saying is the Oilers have the ability to keep things interesting and stressful.
Yep.
And they did that tonight right down to the final section. And you and I were just talking off air, and I agree, and I was trying to point out upstairs, the Dallas Stars got 4 or 5 good looks once they pulled their goaltender. Sometimes you don't get any.
Yeah.
And they got the looks. They got it on the sticks of the players that they needed to be on. They got the shots that they wanted. But Stuart Skinner again just looked calm and composed and made the saves. And it is. This is a night that the Edmonton fans get to celebrate. And now the anticipation of the Florida Panthers, as the Oilers have 6 days until we get to see the puck drop.
5 days.
5 days. So
Monday through Friday, and then there's a game on
Saturday.
Which is incredible. Okay, well, he often gives us words of wisdom, and I referenced Matthias Ekholm earlier, that prior to the postseason, he was asked about going to the final with Nashville a few years ago, and he first of all, he gave a great clip because you're not going to play awesome every game. Sometimes you have to play less bad than the other team, and you got to win a game or two you shouldn't. Here's Matthias Ekholm.
We really locked it down defensively, not for a period, not for a game, for those 3 games. What would you say that's kind of the key to that success in winning the series?
Yeah, I mean, it's. I played one of these games before, and I remember we had 17 shots, but we gutted it out. Like it's one of those efforts. Like everybody knows what's at stake. Everybody knows what's at line. We get off to a good start. Did we want to just kind of defend the lead? No. But sometimes Dallas is the way they play, and they push out their forwards, and that pushes us back to make sure we don't give up any odd-man rushes or what have you. And I thought, for the most part, I mean, their goal was such a fluky goal. And obviously they had some looks, but I thought for the most part we managed it pretty well, and I thought we played, or we made it hard for them to kind of get inside and get some really, really hard, or really, really good looks.
Is this this is a team that's learning how to win. Last year, remember you were saying you have to learn how to win these games. Does this show that you guys have learned how to win, got out these victories when you need to?
Again, I hope so. I mean, we're not done here. This is just one step in the right direction for us. I do think we have learned some lessons, but I mean, again, we're going to have to do it again. We're going to have to get 4 more wins. That's the goal. So we still have lots to prove, but I thought this was a good game in the regard of, I mean, I remember I talked, I think it was before the first LA game. I said sometimes in the playoffs you need to win some games that you don't maybe necessarily deserve to win. Do I think we deserved this one? I think they maybe were a little bit better, but naturally too, the situation and how the game started and all that kind of plays into that. So, yeah, that's the playoffs. You gotta just dig it out sometimes, and I thought tonight we did a good job of that.
What'd you make of the atmosphere out there, the fans doing this in front of the hometown crowd?
Unbelievable. Like when the puck went out there and there was 2 seconds left, I don't think I've ever heard a louder building in my career. So it's just awesome. You see the fans, you see like everybody staying afterwards to really soak in the moment, and hopefully we got more in store for them here. So they've been awesome all playoffs, all year. Like they always show up for us. So definitely fed off that crowd tonight.
How much are you personally going back to a final?
It's so great. I mean, I'm not 24 anymore. I'm 34. So I mean, I know. Hopefully, I got lots of years left, but realistically, maybe not. So knowing that I've been in the league for 11, 12 years now, and I mean, I reached the final twice. It's hard. It's a hard league. It's so competitive. It's I remember my wife said to me before I left for the game, she said, just enjoy this too. It's one of those moments, like you don't come back here often, and just trying to make the most of it, enjoy it. And sat there, I think it was 7 minutes into the third, and the crowd was loud, and it was just, trying to enjoy the moment, but at the same time, not satisfied at all. I've been here before, and I know how much it sucks to lose a final, so not looking to do that again.
How much does it help to win a game shoot when McDavid is doing what he did?
Yeah, I mean, he's the best in the world. You look what he's doing out there. Like that goal was unbelievable, and obviously it's hard to describe because it's kind of like he gives us the confidence we need in these moments to kind of play a little more free, I guess, and just, I mean, we didn't have a ton of offense in the first, but he comes in there and he puts it on his back and he does those things that I don't think anyone else can do it in this league. Like it's crazy how good he is, and he shows up every night, and he's the leader of this team. And I mean, I can't say enough great things about him.
That is the Viking, Matthias Ekholm.
It's funny. This is my 18th year doing this job, and what do we do? 10 years, 12 years, something like that.
We've been together 11.
So 11 years, and we've got to hear a lot of different people speak. I thoroughly enjoy when Ekholm speaks. It's one of those guys that I learned something.
Yeah.
And he's very well spoken, and he's very honest, and it's almost like he's heartfelt. He's like, he's looking at you. He's like, okay, here's what I'm trying to say. I want you to understand.
You can't tell if they won or lost by the tone of his voice.
And
he's very much like, this is work. We got to keep going.
So I just love. There's some that I can turn it off. Okay, I've heard enough. But he's one guy that I'm like, you know what? I just keep on talking to you. So just keep going. And so it was. I like the fact that all of the players have talked about how this is a wonderful moment, but unfinished. And I think now both the Florida Panthers and the Edmonton Oilers are like, okay, what we have had to do to get here. We've gone through our training in the summer. We've gone through our training camp. We've gone through exhibition season, 82 games, which it's long.
Yeah.
There's some nights in the middle of that season you wish that, all right, can we push the fast forward button? Then you went through 3 incredible series. You beat 3 really, really good teams to get to this point that they're at right now. So the Florida Panthers and the Edmonton Oilers, they do not want to leave empty-handed because all the work and effort they put in to get here, that's why this is just setting up to be a fantastic few weeks between two incredibly talented teams, built a little differently, but both with star power through the roof. I mean, it's going to be some sleepless nights for Oiler fans leading up to game number 1.
Ekholm tonight, -1, so he was on for the goal against, but he plays 21-15, 6 hits and a block, 3 hits and a block shot tonight. Oilers win 2-1. 780-496-0063. We have Big Bad Joe on the line. BBJ, go ahead.
Hey, you guys, it's a super night tonight, but I like foremost and for all, I like to say congrats to Mr. Cates and his family, to the Oilers organization, to the Edmonton Oilers, and to you guys all on the radio. It is just fantastic. I'm emotional, and and then I let you guys go. My son-in-law, he couldn't watch anymore, but I said to him, you know what? It's 2-1. We are okay. They don't let any in anymore. And you know what? Kudos to Stewart, and you guys have heard me say that before. Like I said the whole year, hey, Stewart is my goalie, and you know what? The cup's coming home. I pick the Oilers in 6.
Right on.
And that's it.
Thank you, Big Bad Joe. We appreciate it. Joe often calls us. We like hearing from him for sure. I got to reference this from Elliot Friedman on Twitter. So I referenced the Oilers set a team record for fewest shots in a playoff game with 10. Mm-hmm. So the 10 shots fewest in a conference final clinching game. Boston had 17 when they eliminated Washington in 1990.
Which is almost twice as much.
Worst shot differential by a winning team in a clinching game, -25. Previous was -23. Ekholm referred to the game. Nashville outshot 41-18 by Anaheim in Game 6 in 2017. Predators won 6-3.
There may have been some goalie issues on that game.
I mean, it is an unlikely win by the Edmonton Oilers, but
that's why you don't put yourself in an elimination game. I mean, the Dallas Stars, they were on home ice in Game 5, and they did not have a great effort.
No.
They lost, and they came to Edmonton. They came and they were fantastic in this game. The Dallas Stars did everything they needed to do tonight, but when you're in an elimination game, sometimes the better team doesn't win, and tonight the team that played better in this game did not win because Stuart Skinner was excellent and the power play was good. So to me, the Dallas Stars lost this series, not in tonight's game. They lost this series in Game 5.
You're going to hear from Stuart Skinner when we get back. Oilers are in the Cup final. 2-1 win over Dallas in Game 6. This is Heartland Ford Overtime Open Line.
Hey everyone, Reed here. If you're in Edmonton and looking for a fantastic car buying experience like I was, check out the great people at Londonderry Dodge. These folks know their stuff and go above and beyond to make sure you drive away happy. Guaranteed. The knowledgeable sales team makes the whole process a breeze. So if you're looking for a sales team and dealership that truly cares, head over to Londonderry Dodge today. Trust me, you won't be disappointed. Londonderry Dodge, my trusted dealership in our city of champions.
Hello?
Get me out of here.
All right, stand back.
Please hurry.
Do you have your clicker?
Yes.
I need you to press it, okay?
Thank goodness.
Okay, Abe's doesn't have a helicopter, and garage door emergencies aren't cinematic, but their 24-hour technicians are a few good people, proud to serve in big rescue red trucks. Abe's Door Service, installations, repairs, or emergency extractions. Service is their specialty. Visit abesdoor.ca.
Have you recently been charged with impaired driving? A conviction is serious and will lead to a loss of your driver's license, increased insurance rates, and other serious consequences. You don't have to deal with this alone. My name is Jeff Green from the Jeff Green Law Office, and I am here to help you. It's important to move fast because you only have 7 days to appeal. Don't miss your opportunity to defend your charges.
Call 780-914-1836 or email Jeff at jeffgreenlaw.ca. GEOFF at jeffgreenlaw.ca.
Make a splash this summer with the best in personal watercraft from Riverside Honda and Ski-Doo. Inventory is going fast for Sea-Doo Sparks, and if you want to snag yours for summer, better get in today. Plus, find other floating favorites loaded and ready to go with competitive pricing and available financing. Riverside Honda and Ski-Doo, 15 Inglewood Drive in St. Albert and riversidehonda.com. It's your dream. Ride it at Riverside.
Hi, I'm Scott Reeb of Cupboards Express. Recently, people have been asking about our name. Since we provide reasonably priced custom kitchens in 2 weeks, the Express part is obvious. But we use the word cupboards in our name because it seems such a Canadian word, like double-double, toque, or toonie. And that's appropriate, since we make all our cupboards right here in Alberta and work hard to source local. Cupboards, since 1958. Cupboards Express.
Time, baby. Let's take the top off and let those puppies breathe. You want an SUV like this? Come and get it. Only blah, blah, blah months for blah, blah, blah months at blah, blah, blah percent financing. Your eyes work. That's the price. Hop on by and let's get down to brass tacks.
At the Cars Near Cause Company, yes, they sell cars, but not like that. They sell cars your way on 156th Street and always at carsnearcause.ca.
Oilers hockey is brought to you by the Butcher Shop at Friesen Brothers. This is the Heartland Ford Overtime Open Line on the official voice of your Edmonton Oilers. 630 CHED.
Thomas Harley, Pavelski wires a pass, open right circle, and a save made by Skinner. Stankoven brushed it off a little bit, tried to carve it out of there. Pavelski did with a quick shot and a save made by Skinner. Rebound gobbled up by Ryan McLeod, will trip behind his own net. Hung up with Matthias Ekholm, and Dallas left to right, goes to work. Johnston shoots, saves Skinner, rebound a little behind him, and Bouchard was able to clear into the opposite corner. Played it over to Tyler Seguin. Offensive zone, the Stars. One-timer ripped by Heiskanen and a save made by Skinner. And a good stop on Seguin, point blank. Skinner's got it in Game 4, leading 2-1. Shot redirected and a dangerous save made by Skinner. A beautiful direct again. Here's a turnover by Ceci, a shot by Stankoven, and a right pad save made by Skinner to preserve the 2-1 lead. Man coming on, the net empty in Game 6 with Edmonton leading 2-1, slipped in front, one-timer save! Stuart Skinner on Jason Robertson with 2:10 to play.
Oh, my goodness. Great job by Kellen Kennedy putting those highlights together. That is Stuart Skinner and his mini saves of the game for Crystal Glass. Call 310-GLASS or visit crystalglass.ca. 34 stops. Oilers beat the Stars 2-1. And Rob, to me, I mean, he made a lot of impressive saves, important saves. 2 or 3 deflections in the third period that he reacted to and was able to snare.
I don't think there's any better than the one on Joe Pavelski. There's a shot from the point. Pavelski, before you go on, Pavelski, I counted, I think, 7 times tonight where pucks were shot through the air, whether it's through passes around the boards where Joe Pavelski knocked down. Everyone talks about how good he is, eye-hand coordination. It's all over the ice. But there was a shot in the third period where Pavelski got it, knocked it down, and Stuart Skinner was sliding to his right. The puck bounced back to his left. He got just enough body on it and held it between his arm and his body. But yes, it was... I know that they weren't a lot of uncontested shots by the Dallas Stars, but there was a lot of pucks around the blue paint. And if they show, and I know they will, they'll put a bunch of the highlights together of Stuart Skinner's night. It was busy, and it was big moments that he came up with big saves. It wasn't 35 shots from the outside tonight. There were a number of quality saves that he had to have, and again, you can't credit him any more than there's not enough credit for where he came from the middle of the Vancouver series to where he is right now. The mental fortitude he must have had to come up with that kind of performance.
All right, down to the Oilers dressing room. Here's Skinner.
Here you are, biggest game of the year, maybe the best game you played perhaps ever. What do you think?
I don't know if this was the best game.
I don't know. I haven't seen you play much better than this.
Well, I appreciate that. It was obviously a great game. It was just a hard-fought battle through the whole 60 minutes. You obviously knew that Dallas was going to come out, and they gave us a hard time every single game. I mean, looking back on all the scores, everything was tight, everything was close. Just an incredible team to play against, and a great challenge for us to play and also just to get through. And the same thing is going to be going forward here against Florida. They're going to be another amazing challenge for us to get to play.
Did you ever think you'd play a hockey game and be the goalie in a game where you get to go to the Stanley Cup after?
If you told me this 5-6 years ago, I'd probably tell you you're crazy, but honestly, moments like this, it's really hard to say. It's very cool, and it's it's a lot more than cool, but it's very exciting, and I'm very fortunate and grateful to be a part of such an amazing club.
Stu, since you got the 2-game rest, you come back, you're 6-2, have a .925 save percentage and goals against under 2. What did that break do for you?
Yeah, I think it was obviously a good time for me to kind of reset mentally and get some rest physically and just really remember what I'm here to do. And I think after that break, being able to come back and have the games that I was able to play and winning Game 7 against Vancouver and just bringing that momentum into the Dallas series, I think was just really massive for myself personally. Not only that, but the way that our team's been playing lately is just it's pretty incredible. And there's no way I have any types of numbers like that without the guys in front of me.
Stu, you said goalies like to challenge themselves against the other team's goalie. Was that the case in this series?
I wasn't thinking too much about that. I'm sure Otter wasn't thinking too much on that as well.
You just want to play as good as?
Yeah, I mean, obviously you want to play better, but Otter is an incredible goalie, and I wasn't able to get all the words out in the lineup, but for him, it's incredible to watch him year in and year out. He's again one of the best goalies in the world.
Stu, what did you see from both sides, especially?
Just tonight, or
all series long?
Yeah, all series long. I think both teams were incredible on both sides, power plays and PKs. Obviously, the last 2 games we were able to get some huge power play goals, and they weren't pretty. They were gritty. Well, obviously the one that Davo had was pretty, but they were gritty goals, and it's hard to win a special teams battle. And the way that we were able to do that is against a team like this is pretty special.
When your captain comes out in a game of this magnitude and scores that kind of goal early in the game, what's it say or what's it do for everybody?
Yeah, well, being able to just get a lead right away is obviously a nice feeling, but seeing him, the way that he played, not only for that shift but for the whole game, it brings everyone else to do the same thing, and it challenges everybody else to skate like that and to work as hard as he does. And the way that he leads as a person off the ice is amazing, but he also leads by the way that he plays too. So it's
you were pretty young in 2006. Did you watch the playoffs?
I did. Yeah, I did watch. Of course, I was watching Rolly. Rolly, the goalie, was my idol. So pretty cool. You're able that he came to the game tonight. Saw him this morning, and pretty cool. We were able to have a moment like this with him in the building.
Stu, they say a lot of times your best penalty killer has to be your goalie. I think that's true, but your guys, there's a lot of penalty kills. You didn't even face a shot. Can you just talk about what you saw from your vantage point on your PK in the series, and really it's dating back to the last 4 games against Vancouver as well?
Yeah, 100%. The commitment to blocking shots at the right times. Guys are doing absolutely everything that we possibly can to get the puck out. Being able to grind in the corners. It truly is just the little things that the guys really focused on, and that was a huge difference. I mean, I think we were 100% this series, if I'm not mistaken, and that's. In playoffs, that's incredibly difficult to do. So hats off to the guys in front of me. Sure, I made a couple saves, but I think, you can look back on the tape for the whole series. Guys were doing everything they could to get in the lane. That takes a lot of effort.
All right, that's Stuart Skinner, winning goaltender tonight. Oilers beat the Dallas Stars 2-1.
He's another guy you like listening to. He's honest with his assessment of his play, of his teammates' play. What I love most about Stuart Skinner, and not all players are like this, his appreciation of where he is. He's appreciative of being in the National Hockey League, being part of a team at this level, and that's why I cheer for him. I like him as a person, so you want him to have success as a player. And tonight, The Dallas Stars are probably sick of Stuart Skinner, because there were a number of times where they thought, this is it, and then no. He just denied them. And we talked earlier, and you talked about Rolison being on before the game, and the moment that he had where he's been talking with Skinner. I didn't realize that Rolison was one of Skinner's idols, heroes. Now that just makes it even more when you're texting with your hero. It's like, yeah, you're having a rough day? That's all right. I'll text my hero, and he'll tell me how to get through it. So that helps when you've got someone like that. You can bounce ideas off or just talk to when things aren't going the way you want them to.
By the way, thrilling finish in the Memorial Cup as we check the scoreboard for Advantage Trailer Rentals, your one-stop source for commercial trailer rentals. Visit AdvantageTrailerRentals.com. Saginaw had a 3-0 lead. London tied it 3-3. And Saginaw, Josh Bloom, the winner at 19:38 of the third. So Saginaw wins the Memorial Cup 4-3 over the London Knights. At one point, the shots were like 22 or something like that.
Well, yeah, it was 16-1, then it was 22. Well, I do believe, though, that London only had 10 shots in the period, or in the game, something along.
31-13 was
yeah,
the
there you go.
yeah.
So they dominated, Saginaw did. London were big favorites. They were the Ontario Hockey League champions. They beat Saginaw in the playoffs. But playing in front of their home crowd, the Memorial Cup was in Saginaw, and they came through with a big victory. So that'd be pretty exciting. We thought it was exciting here. There was pretty good excitement there. 21 seconds to go in the game. Game-winning goal to win the Memorial Cup. Good for them.
Okay, you're going to hear from Zach Hyman. You're going to hear from Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, and we'll get to your call, 780-496-0063. The Oilers claim the Clarence S. Campbell Bowl.
Do you know what the S stands for?
No.
Oh, neither do I. I was just asking.
Well, we can look it up. I'm sure his middle name is online.
Sterling. I'm going to go with Sterling.
It could be.
Clarence Sterling Campbell. That's a pretty cool name. Sounds like a
Sutherland.
Golfer. That was my next guess.
Clarence Sutherland Campbell. There we go. 780-496-0063. This is Heartland Ford Overtime Open Line.
Grant from Leading Edge Physiotherapy.
Let me talk about injured professional athletes. When they get hurt, getting them back in the game can mean the difference between winning and losing. And technology plays a role in getting them back. When we come back, we'll talk about that technology.
Playoff hockey just isn't complete without some delicious Wilhauk beef jerky.
The boys on the ice have worked for months to get to this point. A chance at redemption. The playoffs are here. And for those in oil country, it's cup or bust. When the games get tense, and you know they will, calm those nerves with some Wilhauk beef jerky. Tender, tasty, full of flavor. To be a champion, you gotta eat like a champion. One delicious bite at a time.
Wilhauk beef jerky. Some say it's the best.
It's barbecue season, so get ready to sizzle this summer with Friesen Brothers. We have everything you need for the ultimate barbecue experience. Get all fired up with fresh Alberta meat, delectable local vegetables, and our traditionally baked sourdough for the perfect meal. Don't forget everything on the side to complement your feast. From salads to sauces, we've got you covered. Get all fired up with fresh, quality ingredients for this year's barbecue season at Friesen Brothers.
From the field to the rink, you work and play hard. When it's time to recuperate, think World of Spas. Whether you're aching after an exuberant workout or just exhausted after a long day with the kids, World of Spas offers tubs designed with your relief in mind, including features like biomagnetic therapy, high horsepower massage pumps, large deep tissue jets, and more. Rest, recover, and relax with World of Spas, Alberta's #1 hot tub and swim spa dealer, 6120 99th Street.
Come camping with Conlin Motorsports. From June 6th to 8th, Conlin is offering unprecedented discounts on trailers, and they will not be beat. With 4 Alberta locations, flexible payment dates, and great interest rates up front, this mega sale will be amazing. Book your appointment time ASAP as times are going to fill up fast. You won't want to miss out. Plus, Conlin Motorsports will pay more for your trade, so bring your trade with you. Conlin Motorsports. Get everything you need here to get out there.
Welcome to GenStar's community of Kristalina Nera, a vibrant neighborhood in Edmonton's northeast designed with families in mind, offering spacious parks, tranquil walking trails, and a community rich in amenities. With 2 future school sites, convenient shopping and dining, plus easy access to the Anthony Henday. With a variety of housing options available from award-winning builders, Kristalina Nera by GenStar is where families flourish. Visit Kristalina's beautiful show homes today, and for more, visit genstar.com.
Now, back to Grant from Leading Edge Physiotherapy.
We think that everyone should be treated like a professional athlete with access to technologies like SwimX aquatic therapy, Ultra G0 gravity treadmills, and radial shockwave. You shouldn't have to be a professional athlete to be treated like one. LeadingEdgePhysio.com.
Live Oilers hockey is brought to you by the Butcher Shop at Friesen Brothers. This is the Heartland Ford Overtime Open Line. Here's Reed Wilkins on the official voice of your Edmonton Oilers. 630 CHED.
Coming off the goal line, finds McDavid, heading for the net, around Steele, toe drag, backhander score. What a sensational goal by the captain, Connor McDavid. It's 1-0 Edmonton in Game 6. Spectacular!
First shot on goal of the game for the Oilers. 4:17 into the contest. I set the line for River Cree Resort and Casino Excitement bet on it. When would the first goal be scored? Because except for game 1, there's been a goal in the first 6 minutes of every game. So it's over. But I said it at 4 minutes. It was at 4:17.
Seriously, you are missing your calling. That's freaky how close you are on all these random things. You could be making way more money in Vegas right now, Reed. Wouldn't be as much fun. You wouldn't get to see the Oilers and hang out with me. But you are good at this.
Kelly Don gets the $50 River Cree Resort and Casino gift card. In case you haven't heard, Edmonton 2, Dallas 1 is the final. And they're in the Stanley Cup final against Florida.
I'm not sure there's anyone in Northern Alberta that has not
radio,
heard.
you're taught say the score every few minutes,
Well, we could barely hear ourselves at times here in Studio 99. We bet you we've had the "We Want the Cup" or "Let's Go Oilers" chant about 10 times since the game has ended. We've gotten down here. It's still got people in here right now.
Yeah, not quite as full, but still people celebrating. Absolutely. Okay. This is fun to hear from. Now he's calling from Dallas, but he's an Oilers fan. Scott in Dallas checking in. Go ahead, Scott.
Reed, Rob, I am so excited to talk to you guys tonight. Thank you for taking the call. This was such a massive series win for me personally because Edmonton hasn't taken it to Dallas meaningfully since 1997 when I was just a teenager in Oklahoma, which was the only way we could watch the Oilers was if they played Dallas back then. So they've had our number for so many years since then. And growing up around here, dealing with all the Dallas Stars, trash talking, Tom Hicks owns the Stars and the Stars own the Edmonton Oilers. No, they don't. Not anymore. Not anymore. We got them, and I'm the happiest guy in Texas. And we all remember all the rough years after the 06 run. I think the first time I talked to you, Reed, was back when Pat Quinn was coaching. And
I wasn't doing it that then, but okay.
Oh, it wasn't you? Oh, I thought it was you. Okay. All right. Well, he said the team played so bad after a game that they couldn't beat Ponca City, and nobody at Shed knew where Ponca City was. So I called up there. I'm like, yeah, I'm from Oklahoma. And I played soccer out there. They don't have a hockey team. But, okay, so I got kind of a rhetorical question. I listen to the commercials as well as Overtime Open Line with you guys. And Reed, you've been kind of teasing us for weeks now about, in a very upbeat manner, about your plans to swing by Londonderry Dodge
yes.
and pick up a shiny new ride. So I'm sitting here wondering, is today the day? Did Reed buy the car?
It'll happen soon. Still to be determined what vehicle it'll be. But thanks for listening to the commercials. I've been pretty busy, so I appreciate that, Scott. Thanks for sharing your personal journey of being an Oilers fan in Oklahoma and then in Texas.
It's still loud in here. There's still people excited.
People are happy. Well, why not?
And I tell you, is
it still light out? Not quite.
No, a little darker now. Scott's going to be able to wear his Oilers jersey to work tomorrow.
If it goes to Game 7 on June 24th, the days will be getting shorter. That'll be after the equinox. Yeah,
that would be nice. So Game
crazy.
7, Stanley Cup Finals. May as well win at home on the 6th game. That'd be way more fun.
Why not the 4th game?
Oh, look at you, Mr. Optimistic.
Well, hey, why not? I mean, who knows what's going to happen? We got Mo on the line as well. Mo, go ahead, please.
Hi, gentlemen. Thanks for taking my call. You guys are always the best with your analysis and everything. I love listening to you guys. I'm so pumped. I have so many things to say, so if I go a little long, please cut me off.
Tell you what, pick your best 2 points and be succinct, okay?
Oh, well, I don't know if I can go there, but I'll try my best. You know, the depth in this series, our team really showed their depth. They really came through. Our special teams, they were absolutely overkill for the Stars. I'm so happy that Skinner showed up. You know, he's been playing good for the most part, and it's great to see him steal a game. You know, I hate the narrative that we've been out-coached in the previous years, so it's nice to see Knobloch really pull all the levers and all the strings on this team. You know, Ken Holland, you don't hit all the time, but every year he has improved this team to bring us to where we are, so it's absolutely amazing. I don't usually drink when I'm at home by myself, but I popped a couple beers for the team, you know, in dedication to this team because they brought us so much entertainment and everything, and also dedicated to all your listeners, JP, Abbas, Big Bad Joe, all those guys. I'm going to go out and smoke some of the funky stuff. Let's celebrate. Let's enjoy the ride, and let's go Oilers. We want the cup. Let's go.
All right. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, geez, now I feel like I wish I had his address to stop there on the way home tonight. Sounds like he's having a good time. Fortunately, we don't judge here on 630 Ched, so hope he has a wonderful night and celebrate.
It's a night to celebrate. Why are you playing the music, Kellen? We're not going anywhere.
Well, maybe he wanted us to get to his house.
Yeah, that's it.
Kellen's like, all right, let's go, guys.
Kellen's like, we're going. Okay. All right. Yeah, well, I'm just glad to hear from happy people tonight. I mean, definitely you got a day or two to enjoy it before you can start pre-scouting the Florida Panthers.
And we will. Here's your pre-scout. They're good.
They're good.
They're good.
Kachuk is good. He's mean.
Yeah, they do have one of the best.
Bennett's pretty mean too.
Oh, he hits hard. He actually hits way harder than Kachuk. But they also have one of the best players in the world. One of my favorite. Barkov is one of my favorite players. Yeah. Connor and/or Leon is going to see an awful lot of Barkov over the 7-game series. But Florida's good. The Oilers are good, and I think we are about to see a fantastic hockey series.
All right, we have Cam on the line. Cam, thanks for calling. Go ahead.
Hey guys, how's it going? Quick thing here. What about they raising the banner on the same night that they won, like tonight, instead of next year? The fans support them the whole game, and then next year they put it up on the first game. What do you guys think?
Well, they're not. First of all, they're not finished.
Yeah.
Because if they get a banner,
they'll get a conference champ. You think it should have gone up tonight?
Yeah, because the fans support them all game.
Oh, you don't.
Oh, I've never even thought about that.
Yeah, would. There's a lot of work that goes into getting that banner ready to be set up. So no, there's zero chance of that ever happening in the National Hockey League. That's a next year thing.
Yeah. Yeah, that's. I never even thought of that, but yeah, they'll do that first game next year, and again, hopefully there's a couple banners.
Yeah, hopefully it's not just one going up by himself.
Yeah. All right, we got Luke on the line. Luke, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment 2 things. Nurse has played a phenomenal 2 games after getting completely roasted by the media over the last couple of weeks.
Good point, 100%.
Yeah, a little bit of scouting on the Panthers. They took 7 penalties over the last 3 games against New York. New York only scored 1 goal on those power plays. So if they're undisciplined, like you talked about earlier in the show, it's going to be a long series for them, I feel.
Oh, I agree 100%. I do believe the Florida Panthers are a tougher team for the Edmonton Oilers to play against. But the Florida Panthers, if they play rambunctious, which they do, and take penalties, that will certainly favor the Edmonton Oilers. But I do believe the Panthers are a better team than the Rangers. I do believe it'll be a tough series for the Edmonton Oilers. I think both teams are very, very good. And if it comes down to specialty teams, if this is a series with a lot of penalties in it, that will favor the Edmonton Oilers.
Oh, for sure. Thanks for doing what you guys do, guys. You guys have a great night.
Okay. Thanks, Luke. Appreciate it. 780-496-0063. Yeah, we're still going to hear from Hyman and Nugent-Hopkins as well. And we'll get to a couple more phone calls as well. Oilers win 2-1. They take the Western Final in 6. This is Heartland Ford Overtime Open Line.
It's game on at City Ford.
For a limited time, get an amazing 0% financing on brand new Ford F-150s and find 0.99% financing on brand new Ford Broncos and Bronco Sports.
Or choose to save up to $6,500 on the 2024 Ford Edge and drive now, pay later.
Plus, spin and win a TV, Dyson vacuum, an iPad, or a trip to Vegas with your purchase.
Visit City Ford on the St. Albert Trail.
Your home for live music and great performances is the River Cree Resort and Casino. Grammy-winning artist and entrepreneur, don't miss Tip Harris, better known as T.I., August 8th at the River Cree Resort and Casino. Get your tickets at rivercreeresort.com. River Cree Resort and Casino. Excitement? Bet on it.
The boys in orange and blue are officially in the conference finals, Edmonton. Let's work with our community to keep our city of champions clean and make sure our celebratory beverage containers are recycled. Learn more about recycling by visiting abcrc.com today.
Work local and never miss a game with your friends again. Sherway Construction is hiring. They're currently hiring for heavy-duty mechanics, skilled laborers, and equipment operators. Sherway offers an extended work season, great advancement opportunities, competitive wages, and best of all, you'll be home every night. Submit your resume to careers@sherway.ca or visit sherway.ca to see all current opportunities. Alberta's growing. Help us shape it. Join the Sherway team today.
Did your spouse interrupt a playoff game for the last time after our boys in orange and blue won? Did you celebrate too much and then not take a cab home? Gun Law Group is here to help. Hi, I'm Shannon Gunn Emery. My dad, Bruce Gunn, started the firm in the 70s and left us a winning legacy. If it is time to divorce your anti-hockey spouse or you have impaired driving or criminal charges, call Gun Law Group to see how our team works to get you the win.
Sherlock Holmes, your locally owned neighborhood pub since '85.
Jordan Beatty here from Sherlock Holmes Hospitality Group. It's spring. Consider this your invite to any of our 5 beautiful patios. Come one, come all, because the patio's calling. Be glad spring is here because winter's appalling. Enjoy food and drink by yourself or with many. Me, I like patios with a pint of Kilkenny.
Sherlock Holmes, downtown, campus, Sherwood Park, North, and Duncan's Boundary.
When you're here in Saskatoon, experience the river. Foster connections. Spark wonder. Celebrate. Somewhere between big city and small town. Traditional and innovative. Bustling and peaceful. You will discover Saskatoon.
Landlords spend 76 hours managing their property in a year.
That's 19 date nights.
25 hockey games. And 37...
Dad, let's get some ice cream.
...moments. What could you be doing with your time? At Hope Street, we help busy landlords get their time back. Live life, get paid. Become an armchair landlord today. Hope Street, because life's too short to spend it managing properties.
HopeStreet.ca. Hockey is brought to you by the Butcher Shop at Friesen Brothers. This is the Heartland Ford Overtime Open Line on the official voice of your Edmonton Oilers. 6:30 CHED.
McDavid took it from Hyman in over the line. Now feeds Hyman. Quick shot, score! Power play goal! Edmonton takes a 2-0 lead. Zach Hyman from Connor McDavid with his 14th. And this crowd on its feet.
Well, that turns out to be the series winner, as Zach Hyman scores on the power play with 4:18 left in the first period. It made it 2-0, and the Oilers win the game 2-1 to take Game 6. So Hyman is up to 14 playoff goals. The record is 19. Yari Curry in 85, Reggie Leach in 76. So I think it's quite realistic Hyman has a shot at it.
Oh, for sure he has a shot at it. And I'm going to say that if he sets the record, that's a very good sign that the Edmonton Oilers are doing well in the finals.
Let's go down to the Oilers dressing room. Here's Hyman.
And then I think every playoff series you play, you gain experience, and you're able to play in moments like today when we're getting absolutely shelled and it's 2-1 with 10 minutes left. And maybe another year we crack and they score, but not this year. I think Skinny stands on his head. We have guys throwing their body in front of pucks, and it's not the prettiest win, but I mean, these are the games that we hadn't won in the past, so it's a huge win.
We've seen this in the regular season and the playoffs. Anytime Chris seems to make a move behind the bench, it seems to pay off for you guys. Just what has he meant for this club?
I mean, he came in when we were rock bottom. And I think he just instilled a wave of calmness and confidence. I think he helped guys find their game. He helped some of our best players, right? Like, we were all struggling. I think that's why our team was where we were. And he came in just with a calming presence, with a process-based plan. And I think for a rookie coach, he's done a pretty good job. Like, he's had an impact on these playoff series with his decisions, with his game management. And as a player, that's all you want with the coach, is to give you a plan and you can go out and execute. So he's been phenomenal.
Zach, what do you make of the atmosphere of the fans being able to do this type of thing in front of the hometown crowd?
I mean, I was doing an interview after. I couldn't even hear the questions. It was so loud. Like, this is one of the reasons I wanted to come here. I remember as a kid watching Edmonton, Carolina, and my brothers and I were like, "Oh, that building is crazy! Like, it is the loudest building we've ever seen on TV." And I vividly remember talking to my brother Spence about it when we signed. Like, man, I hope we get an opportunity to go to the Stanley Cup final in front of these fans. And I mean, it was crazy loud for Game 6, for the closeout game, and I expect it to be bonkers. I mean, it's going to be wild, and this is why you come to a market like this, to play in front of fans like this. This is what you dream of.
Everyone's cheering for the Oilers.
That's nice.
Any additional pressure knowing you're Canada's team now?
Well, I don't know if Toronto's cheering for us, but it's nice here Ottawa is. Listen, I mean, hockey means so much to Canada and to Canadians, and it's been a long time since a Canadian team has won the Cup. So, I mean, it would mean a lot to Canadians, whether they're Oilers fans or not, I'm sure. Some pride over the Americans, but, I mean, that's pretty cool to hear.
All right, that is Zach Hyman, who usually scores from in tight, but he's proven he can snipe it from that range as well. That was a great shot.
It was a great shot. It was a wonderful play by McDavid. It's funny, that whole play was started as Evan Bouchard wasn't able to keep the puck into the blue line, and everything came out. And that's what's so dangerous about the Oilers. The Dallas Stars get the puck out, and 5 seconds later, they're pulling the puck out of their own net. A wonderful play by McDavid. He fakes the drop pass. He gets Sam Steele to bite. And then this is the one mistake that the Dallas Stars made on their penalty kill today. They allowed Zach Hyman time and space. And Zach Hyman has done it, 60-some times now this year. He's not going to miss from that spot. They needed a save. Ottinger didn't give it one. And there's your game-winning goal.
All right. Oilers win 2-1, 780-496-0063. We have Alex on the line. Alex, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Well, I guess I'll say it first to get it started. I hope someone ragdolls to Chuck in a goalie fight. And Edmonton and Forrest Drake, is no one is crazy enough to say that on the air. Let's go Oilers. Too bad it's going to be a week till it's game on. Love you guys.
All right. Appreciate it, Alex. Will there be a fight in the Stanley Cup final? If there is, it'll probably be Tkachuk in it. We'll see.
I don't know. I don't know if there will be or not. But actually, I honestly, no, I don't think Tkachuk will be in a fight. And they have a couple guys that are tough on the Panthers. I don't think Tkachuk wants to fight in the finals.
All right. Fun to hear from this guy checking in tonight. I've been on his podcast a couple times. It's the Secret Professor. Go ahead, sir.
Hey, guys. Great to talk to the greatest post-game team in sports. I'll keep it brief. I wanted to share one bit of advice. If people are having trouble with their nerves, one thing I found very useful this year is just to watch the game in bed. Get nestled under your weighted blanket. Get your memory foam pillow. Just get really pulled in tight. Makes a big difference. I also wanted to mention I wanted to pick up on something you said, Rob, about how much Stuart Skinner just appreciates being there. I think we should all take a page out of that book and just have appreciation and gratitude every day this week when we wake up, every day when we go to sleep. It's such an honor and a blessing to get to cheer for this team right now. And then also, I wanted to ask the both of you, and it's one thing I haven't really heard much talk of, but just the growth and the emergence of the leadership of our core and the captain on down, just through all the guys. Like, I'm just seeing like a heck of amount of leadership coming out of there right now, and just dripping and oozing with character.
Yeah, a good point. This is a team that has grown as a team. They've had a lot of heartbreak. They've banded together. This was a terrible start to the season. There was talk about guys getting fired, guys getting traded. This team is, there's a problem in the dressing room, and they banded together. And I think a lesser team with lesser leadership would have faltered and not turned the year around and turned it into what it is right now. So I do believe they've got a very good leadership group that leads by example, both on and off the ice, and a big reason why they're moving on to the Stanley Cup Finals.
All right, we have Rob on the line as well. Rob, go ahead.
Hey, guys, how's it going? Fantastic game. I just wanted to say something. I've watched the 2 games in Calgary, and I can't believe how many fans are behind the Oilers. So not only is this the pride of the Oiler Nation in the city of Edmonton, it's the pride of Canada. And I think it would be really cool if the Oilers could try and get the NHL to allow them to wear a Canadian flag on their shoulder, like a shoulder flash, because they are the pride of Canada. And it's
I'm not sure that's going to happen.
The jersey will be altered at this point, and like Hyman said, I don't know if everybody's jersey for us. It's depending on where you are. So yeah, I don't know who's jumping on what bandwagon or not, but that's nice, I guess. If other fan bases are being drawn into it, it's pretty exciting. Let's get a quick snippet here from Dallas coach Peter DeBoer after the game.
Yeah, just gutted is the only word I can feel, when you lose a game like that. I think proud of our group, proud of our fight, proud of our battle. You're just gutted. They did leave everything out there. Should be going to play Game 7. We're not. You have to give Edmonton credit. Their power play, particularly over the last 2 games, was good, and their goaltender was good. It's fine lines. You get to this point of the year, and they were on the right side of it. I thought we had a little bit of an off night in Game 5. They won. They had a little bit of an off night tonight, and they still found a way to win. That's the difference. Post in overtime in the Game 1. So anyway, I don't know. It's tough to swallow.
It's Peter DeBoer, and you got to do that post game with the fans chanting on 104th Avenue. Well, that's going on.
Yeah, it would be tough.
He experienced that in 2017 too with the Sharks.
Yeah, no, I mean his team was ready to play tonight. But again, I go back to they lost the series in Game 5. They put themselves in a position of an elimination game tonight, and in an elimination game, the better team doesn't always win. So when you put yourself in that spot, you need everything to go your way, and tonight it didn't for the Dallas Stars.
All right, we have Ed on our open line as well. Ed, go ahead, please.
I know. Hello?
Okay, yeah, Ed, go ahead.
Oh, sorry about that. Hey, goalies win championships, that's for sure. The Oilers didn't play their best game, as McDavid said, but hey, Stu sure did. He stepped up. A heck of a game. But you were mentioning Florida, saying how their toughness and all this. How is it comparable to the Vancouver Canucks with the size of Vancouver and their toughness?
Well, the difference...
We did play against Tkachuk a few years back. He was in Calgary, and what did he do then?
Yeah, he didn't have a good series then for sure. I think he's probably... I wouldn't expect that from him again.
No, I think, Florida's a better team than Calgary was. The Vancouver Canucks, they had a physical defense. They weren't physical up front. They didn't have the Florida Panthers are a very physical team. We will see that. If anyone watched them in the playoffs, they finish every check. They've got guys up front like a Bennett that hits, and he hits hard. Having said that, the Oilers are a team that can hit back, and I expect it to be a physical series, but I believe both teams will want to play within the confines. Florida has a good power play as well, so it will be a good series, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I mean, the Oilers can be physical. They can hit. I mean,
to me, I think the Oilers are the most physical team in the Western Conference, and I know that the Florida Panthers are the most physical team in the Eastern Conference. This is the setup of between the two best teams in the league, and that's the way it should be.
Oilers win 2-1. They're going to the Cup final. We got Aaron on the line. Aaron, go ahead.
Hey, Aaron. This is Aaron. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. I've never missed. I love your show. I've never missed a show with you at all for the whole entire season. And I just want to say the post and the crossbar should be the fourth star tonight. If Skinner never left the net, he goes. In my opinion, he goes down on his knees too much. If he would have never left that net, he would have had a shutout. I think the Edmonton Oilers, if they play the way they did tonight, considering the shot totals from the opposition to the hometown, which is the Edmonton Oilers are going to win the Stanley Cup in 6 games. The Oilers have to be a little bit more physical. They kind of give up on checks around behind the net. If they start smashing players more, it takes the legs out of them. And Leon Draisaitl, oh my God, what a guy that is. Do you remember when he was going up the boards there and he jumped over the player on the open net? He lost his legs. He was pumped to get that empty net and seal the deal, but he sealed the deal. And also, if you look at, if you watch the game and you saw how the Dallas players walked out, they were tired. If the Oilers can do that against Florida, we're going to win the Cup, and Edmonton will become a Stanley Cup champion again.
Okay. Appreciate it, Aaron. Thank you very much. Oilers have indeed won tonight. Draisaitl's had a great playoff, obviously.
He's made for playoff hockey. He has a great playoff every year, so there's no surprise there.
All right, we got Greg holding as well. Greg, go ahead. Hey, Greg, do we have you? Okay, we may not. All right, tell you what, we got to get a timeout here. Well, we got 2 folks on hold. We're going to get to them, and you'll get post-game from Ryan Nugent-Hopkins as well. Oilers are in the Cup final, folks. It's Heartland Ford Overtime Open Line.
This report is brought to you by Sentinel Storage. Need extra space? Try 4 weeks free. Details at sentinelstorage.ca. Sentinel Storage. They shoot, we store.
Japanese Village. Celebrating a special occasion? Consider Japanese Village restaurants. Great steak and seafood cooked at your table. Enjoy them with their secret sauces. We want to see you have a good time. Japanese Village. For a limited time, they're offering a $10 discount on every New York cut steak dinner. Visit jvedmonton.ca for details and reserve now. We want to see you have a good time. Japanese Village.
Hey everyone, Reed here. If you're in Edmonton and looking for a fantastic car buying experience like I was, check out the great people at Londonderry Dodge. These folks know their stuff and go above and beyond to make sure you drive away happy. Guaranteed. The knowledgeable sales team makes the whole process a breeze. So if you're looking for a sales team and dealership that truly cares, head over to Londonderry Dodge today. Trust me, you won't be disappointed. Londonderry Dodge, my trusted dealership in our city of champions.
Hello?
Get me out of here.
All right, stand back.
Please hurry.
Do you have your clicker?
Yes.
I need you to press it, okay?
Thank goodness.
Okay, Abe's doesn't have a helicopter, and garage door emergencies aren't cinematic, but their 24-hour technicians are a few good people, proud to serve in big rescue red trucks. Abe's Door Service, installations, repairs, or emergency extractions. Service is their specialty. Visit abesdoor.ca.
Karen Transportation Systems is hiring. One of Canada's best managed companies and top fleet employers. Karen Transportation is looking for Class 1 professional drivers based in Alberta for short and long-haul work. Drivers enjoy competitive pay, assigned units, well-maintained equipment, and benefits in RRSP match from day one. If you're an experienced Class 1 driver with a clean safety record and scheduling flexibility, we want you on the Karen team. Apply today at karentransport.ca/careers. That's karentransport.ca/careers.
With 50 years experience, GCL Diesel is Canada's leading distributor on top OE brands like Bosch, Garrett, BorgWarner, and Holset. From turbochargers to injectors, fuel filters to additives, they're the critical engine component experts. Visit their West Edmonton location or online at gcldiesel.com and discover why GCL is Edmonton's local diesel experts for more than 50 years and proud of it. GCL Diesel. Diesel understood.
The River Cree Resort and Casino rocks. Don't miss 2 amazing nights of legendary heavy performances at the River Cree Resort and Casino. September 12th, Extreme with special guest Living Color. Then September 21st, Testament and Crater with Possessed. Get your tickets at rivercreeresort.com. River Cree Resort and Casino. Excitement? Bet on it.
Live Oilers hockey is brought to you by the Butcher Shop at Friesen Brothers. This is the Heartland Ford Overtime Open Line. Here's Reed Wilkins on the official voice of your Edmonton Oilers. 630 CHED.
Coming off the goal line, finds McDavid, heading for the net, around Steele, toe drag, backhander score. What a sensational goal by the captain, Connor McDavid. It's 1-0 Edmonton in Game 6. Spectacular!
Yeah, great goal. Got the scoring started. 4:17 into the game. First shot on goal for Edmonton. Tanev went off for tripping Hyman. McDavid scores on the power play. Hyman got a power play goal later in the first. Mason Marchment, the only goal for Dallas with 10:42 left in the third. If it wasn't tense enough, ramped it up quite a bit.
They know how to keep it interesting, the Oilers do. They just showed a replay of that one, too. It was a bounce off the backboards, and then Mason Marchment. It was close to you. You and I both looked at each other. We thought that one could be offside, but I just watched the replay. It was not, and made for a very fun final 8 minutes of the game.
All right, we got Abbas on the line. Abbas, go ahead.
What up, boys? Did I tell you that the Oilers are going to win?
You did.
No, listen to me now. Now I'm telling you, Oilers in 6.
Well, that'd be incredible, wouldn't it?
I got to say that Stu did an amazing job. I love what Connor McDavid said, that everybody was talking against Stu, but he held his crease, and I'm telling you, this guy is inspirational, and this team is going to win the Stanley Cup, and I can't wait to show the Maple Lads what I'm about to do to them.
Oh, because you're in Toronto, right, Abbas? Just for context there for everybody.
I know. You know, they used to call it Edmonton when we used to lose, but now I call them the Maple Lads.
Okay. Well, be nice. You celebrate your team without being mean to others. Abbas, thanks for your enthusiasm, buddy. All right. Let's, well, you know, Skinner, look, Rob, like there's so much happens in pro sports, so many changes from year to year. That's when I know Skinner took criticism, and we, like you said, we always got the, well, they'll never win a cup with this guy, and we'll see what happens in the final. But I mean, it's a long journey, right? And it's a team. So Pickard went in, and Pickard did his job, and Skinner came back, and he's been great since. That's the beauty of team sports.
Oh, 100%. And I love the fact that Connor McDavid came out and said if it wasn't for Stuart Skinner tonight, they would all be on an airplane right now on their way to Dallas. It's been a fun ride. And if it was easy, it wouldn't be as exhilarating when you win a Stanley Cup. So if both Florida and Edmonton have had journeys to get to where they are right now, and one of their journeys is going to end up with a cup over their shoulders and a lifetime of stories. We hope that we're part of that story here in Edmonton.
Well, this guy's story has included 881 regular season games as an Edmonton Oiler, and now 67 more in the playoffs, and he's going to the Stanley Cup final. Here's Ryan Nugent-Hopkins.
Not sweat it out, but work for it right to the end. What do you think?
They pushed all game after we got the 2, but Stu made the big saves when he needed to, and I thought we did a pretty good job of eliminating their high quality scoring chances. But having said that, he still made some unbelievable saves to maintain the lead there for us.
So you've waited a long time for this. Now that it's here, is it kind of what you imagined?
Yeah, it's obviously exciting. That's why this is what we play for right here. But there's a lot of work left. Obviously, we're going to face a good team. We know who we're playing already, which is kind of nice. So we'll soak it in. We'll enjoy it tonight. But we got a week to get ready here.
What do you make of that atmosphere up there?
Unbelievable. It's hard to put into words, really. They just keep getting louder and louder every year, and every series, every game. It's nice to be able to do this in front of them tonight, and we rally behind their support every night.
Ryan, you're up 2-0, and you guys are obviously very confident in your defensive game, maybe a lot more than you ever have been before. Ideally, do you want to push a little bit more than you did in the final 2 periods?
Yeah, of course. You want to push without giving away any easy chances, and I thought they did. They're a good team. They're hard to when they're pushing like that. They're hard to create a lot of offense against. So, ideally, of course, we're going to push a little more, play a little more in the O-zone, and put some more pucks on net. But at the end of the day, we got the job done, and we'll look forward to playing forward.
When you're protecting the lead, is the clock never moving fast enough?
Yeah,
you keep looking at the clock, says, "Geez, when's it going to get over here?"
You try not to, but of course, I think there's 20 whistles in the last 5 minutes or something. So it's be lying if I said if it wasn't stressful. But it's what it's all about, and boys did a great job.
You've had a lot of goalies here in the time you've been here. Tell us about Stu Skinner.
Incredible. Every time we need him to put on a big performance, he steps up. So tonight, the other night when they got the one to start to push, he's just been incredible for us. Some huge performances, and I know that he's gonna prepare here, and we're gonna get ready to go next week.
Brian, what about special teams in the series, right?
Yeah, it's something we work on all year, and we take a lot of pride in. Obviously, I think our power play, having the 2 games tonight, the other night, was big for us, and PK has been rolling. It's always a new challenge with who you're playing next, so we'll look forward to that. But we take a lot of pride in it, and we're going to keep getting better.
You practice against Connor. You've played in so many games with him. When you see something like that, do you think you're watching a video game sometimes?
Yeah, you still don't get used to it for sure. I'm sure you guys watching him on a daily basis too. You don't get used to it. It's he pulls something like that out, and it's pretty mind-boggling. But for him to make that play a night like tonight is incredible, and that's why he's our leader.
At what point did you guys decide not to touch the trophy?
Pretty late. It was after for sure. Wasn't a whole lot of discussion. Just it just came about it. Obviously, never been in this situation. We didn't talk about it before, so that was the decision.
Ryan, if we told you on November 10th or 12th,
it would be a long road ahead. For sure. Obviously, didn't give ourselves a start, didn't make it easy on ourselves, but we still had belief in this room, and I think that's what it's all about.
What got you? What do you think?
Well, I think I just kind of touched on belief in each other and ourselves, and that we could get the job done, and if we play our best hockey, we can play with anybody.
That is Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. The Oilers are the best in the West. Thanks to Brendan Escott for wrangling all the post-game audio tonight and for working on the story on 630ched.com, globalnews.ca. Thanks to Troy Bowler, our game day engineer here at Rogers Place, and Kellen Kennedy, our studio producer back at 630 Ched. Our next game broadcast, presented by the Butcher Shop at Friesen Brothers, is Saturday. It's Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final. Face-off show will be at 4. The game will start at 6. 2-1. won the final tonight over Dallas in Game 6 of the Western Conference Final. Oilers outshot 35-10, but they get the victory. We've been live in Studio 99 on behalf of Rob Brown. I'm Reed Wilkins. Thanks for listening to Heartland Ford Overtime Open Line.
A quick dish down low. Duchesne shot off the pass.